does not care. They are making this push on Absolute. They want to get the Spirit Link Totem. They want to close out this game. The move. This is their last chance. Beautiful fear coming in. Lasso from Houston, and that's it.
Who's gonna fall? There's no darkness, there's nothing. The hunt comes in. The Spirit Link Totem gets dropped. Sam I Am. Echo pushing for the win here. There's the imprisonment on Tesidu.
I mean, Trill's obviously going to want to play this out here, but I think it's really unlikely. He's doing it. He's actually... there's no way! There's no way! No way! 23 to victory! Liquid to the Grand Finals! Kidney shot on Tuna. Another swap onto him. He doesn't have Bar Skin. He's got Trinket. He's being greedy. He gets down at his Trinket. KO. Hula Bang moves the championship Sunday. They catch him out of bear form. And After gets some damage in here. Voidtorn fully channeled. Another amazing swap onto Dex. How is he going to survive? He's being way too greedy. Astrid clutches it out. And the move crushed Lava Lava.
Looking good here for Liquid as they do it. How? Guz lives at 1% again. I can't believe it. Ironbark lands. Guz is loot. Nightmare. Calvish is dead. Nick is dead. What do they have for Kearney? Do we have a gouge? Do we have a stun? The double pull comes in from Nick as he's looking to turn the tide of the fight, but a full kitty shot lands. A cheap shot on Calvish. Gouge on Kearney. Peekaboo, the boy wonder, making plays here on the road. And they close it out.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the finals. My name is Aya. I'm joined here with Zico, Supertease, and Lithy. We're going to get Ven in here a little bit later, of course. The players are ready to go. We are through the gauntlet. We have our gauntlet winner for EU and NA. Zico, how you feeling? You excited?
Oh, I'm very excited. We've been saying it, throughout the year. I really feel like this has been the most competitive year. This has been the year where, like, usually it's a little bit top heavy. You have like your Echo, you have like Liquid, and they're kind of sitting there maybe with 1 or 2 more rivals. But this has really been the season where you just see new teams kind of come out of nowhere. You see teams that historically have been performing pretty badly come in and take games off the top dogs. So it's been an absolutely fantastic season. And this is it. This is the end of the line. It's time to make it count.
Certainly is. We're starting off the day in Europe, Supertease. We've got Echo, Chibaku, Lava Lava, Streamer Zone coming up from that gauntlet. How difficult do you feel like it's been for these teams to get here to this point?
Yeah, I mean, it's been hit or miss for some teams. Echo really wants to reestablish their dominance throughout this entire year. They've not got a first place finish in cups. They did win the Midsummer Clash, which I do think is probably like the big pivotal moment for them. But they seem like a team that needs to play catch up. Whenever a curveball comes their way, like Hula Bang in Cup 1 that throws a composition they've never seen before and beats them, or Chibaku identifies a meta composition before they do, they kind of play catch up. So it's a question of whether or not from last weekend to this weekend, if they're going to be able to get onto Chibaku's level with those compositions, or if they've decided to go an entirely different route. But this tournament is really all about, can Echo maintain that dominance?
Yeah, a lot of questions up in the air here, especially in the European region. But the question we definitely don't have is who is our gauntlet winner, Lithy? Streamer Zone GG, we saw them yesterday, just beat basically everyone. They made it out alive, beating Hula Bang in the finals. And now here they are, ready to go, and they're going to be up against Echo first.
Absolutely. I mean, if you didn't tune in for the gauntlet yesterday, you certainly missed out on some absolute banger matches, and especially Streamer Zone throwing some curveballs, bringing in Kazu on the Devastation Evoker, having some nice plays with the time stops, saving Tony's life again and again and again. And overall, this series against WWF really came down to the wire. It was a nail-biter all the way through, and ultimately, hey, it came down to Tony's arch rival, the Elemental Shaman, just the lava everything, and for once, Tony found a solution, and the solution, well, just kill the Shaman this time around, and it did work out ultimately. They moved on, after beating out WWF, they moved on towards Hula Bang, who were, of course, once again, the big gauntlet gatekeepers, but once again, Tony, the star of the show, faking cyclones left, right, and center, bringing in insanely clutch CC, and Kazu, well, being served up a really easy kill shot right at the end there, taking out Hula Bang in a 5-game nail-biter once again. So overall, just intense matches, and Streamer Zone really properly warmed up, I think. But once again, maybe they will stumble over their reliance on that Feral Druid, on that jungle. the Evoker coming in, a little bit of a curveball, but who knows how well they can do today.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is a team that's really been ramping up. We saw that they were a little bit able to adopt new specs yesterday, so super excited for their prospects to see how StreamerZone.gg is going to do. Zico, we also talked to the players yesterday, just kind of interviewing them, their take on the competition, some of the other teams, and we asked who the strongest DPS was and who the strongest healer was. And it seems like Relza was named the strongest healer, whereas Waz was named the strongest DPS. Do you feel like it's better to have better defense, offense with these teams? Like, what do you feel like that statement kind of implies?
I mean, those are, first of all, two really good picks. Relza, coming back off I feel like Relza proved himself yesterday as well. If he hasn't proved himself in the past, he definitely did yesterday. He took a very lackluster looking Streamer Zone and got them here to the big final. So for me, I think that with the healer specifically, I think that, so this is, it's a little bit of a kind of cop-out answer, but I think that if you have somebody like Relza on your team who can just dominate in the healing department, he can get you to that late game, that's always going to give you more opportunities to close out the match. If you make a mistake early, the match is not going to end right away. You're going to have a healer who can keep it going, and maybe you can find a win condition later, right? So in that sense, having a healer is amazing, or having like a really high-skilled healer is amazing. But on the flip side, I think that if you have two good DPS on your team, the healer doesn't have to heal that much, and his job just becomes a lot easier, so you can kind of get away with having a worse healer. So I would say it's more important to have somebody like Waz, especially when I talk about the best DPS players, I always think to myself, like, I'm thinking Waz, I'm thinking Chanimal, I'm thinking like these really, really decorated players, and what sets them apart from like your average kind of AWC rogue, for example, if we're talking about Waz, is that his comms are on another level. Like, I've seen it firsthand. Waz, he's calling out constantly. You don't have this. This guy can kill you. Watch out for that. Be ready. It's going to be my CDs next. It's going to be your CDs next. Having somebody who is just basically calling the entire game for everyone, the whole team can just play on autopilot when you play with somebody like Waz. So I think it's more important to have two good DPS than a good healer. But if you have, I think it can only get you that far.
Right.
So I think, I think you can get kind of to the middle of a pack situation if your healer isn't like super insane. But if you have that healer on top of it who can like multi-class and do all of these things that we see from like Sidu and Lontar and stuff, then that's when you get these championship level teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can bet that all of these teams, they're the top four. They've been fighting throughout Dragonflight to get to this point. So I'm sure that they've got all of those factors and they're ready to go today. If we can see the first match of the day, Echo versus StreamerZone.gg, Lithy. We spoke with both of them also. It sounds like Tony says Echo, probably their biggest rival. It sounds like this is going to be their biggest competition of the day. It's their first match of the day too. But then conversely, we've got Echo saying that they don't really have any rivals. Do you feel like StreamerZone.gg, is that going to like motivate them a little bit heading into the series?
I mean, that Tony has been motivated to finally get back at Echo and finally beat these guys. I think that has been known. I think he has like a full folder of memes prepared for the case of him finally beating Echo. On the other side, hey, Echo, I don't want to call it high and mighty, but they are very confident. And rightfully so. Yes, if you look at the mid-season clash, they won that entire thing, but the regular season, not quite the convincing performance they would have probably liked to show. So maybe the confidence a little misplaced here. Certainly something we'll have to find out. And StreamerZone has been the team the entire season that has been testing people left, right, and center. Echo is still the team they need to beat. They haven't managed it so far. They really want to do it now. And hey, better now than ever again,
Absolutely true. All right. First game kicking off here. Echo, StreamerZone.gg, game number 1, Zico.
Very, very interesting pick here from StreamerZone. They're going to be bringing in PMake on the Mage. So finally tagging in their 4th member for some FMP. And we have seen them actually win against Echo with this matchup. So this is not bad at all. Obviously, Echo, their composition is aimed at killing MM Hunters. So they thought they were going to get MM Hunter jungle. StreamerZone kind of wins this blind pick here, but still it's going to be a tall order here to take down Echo coming down from the gauntlet. Can they do it, Lithy?
That's a great question, Zico. It's from the fryer into the fire, basically, for Streamer Zone here. But, of course, as you mentioned, that blind pick could be all deciding. Chanimal is the first one to take a lot of damage. The opening seconds of this match on Nagrand starting off somewhat slowly. No one really finding too much burst. Chanimal has the Incarnation rolling, is looking to connect some damage onto P-Make. He goes down to half. Lontar in a maim stun down to 20% as Tony just swaps over on him. Offensive Trinket coming in from the Cat. They're trying to hammer the advantage home here on the Dragon, but not quite able to connect it. Waz reconnects onto P-Make inline on the Polymorph, stops that CC chain for a moment, and a nice knockback here onto Tony to deny the Cyclone.
Yeah, so the win condition here for Echo is going to be to survive and just outlast. They have more overall damage with, Feral Druid and Frost Mage not being super high on the DPS, but we're going to have to table that for a second here, as Tony is taking a lot of damage. Relza sitting through another Cyclone there, but Tony is going to stay alive here. Had to use his renewal there for that big heal. That's how he was able to recover. And now here comes another setup on to Lontar by Streamer Zone. Can they do it? Doesn't look like it. Tony gets Cyclone nicely down there by Chanimal. And for Streamer Zone, the win condition is going to be to do these setups onto Lontar. Preferably, they get some kind of CC onto Lontar, maybe a Sheep. And then they set up a Frost Bomb and Fear on the DPS, and they try to take him down. If they can do that and get his Communion, do that again, get his Trinket, that is how Streamer Zone wants to win this. And then in between these setups, they just want to kind of live and maybe do a random go onto somebody. Right now, Tony is definitely feeling the heat here. Chan with the DR Bash might actually be able to take him down there. Lontar pushing in for the crowd control there. Not able to find the Sleepwalk. Tony in complete defiance here behind the pillar. Nice defensive bash coming out there onto Waz into a DR Cyclone. Tony will recover, and here comes the setup onto Lontar. Will he have to use Trinket or Communion? It doesn't look like it with Tony getting Cyclone. Relza is still in CC, and Echo is playing this one out beautifully.
Yeah, looking good so far. Echo really keeping everything under control. P-Make down to 20%. The Ice Block forced immediately, despite Relza sitting in the Angel free healing. That's a big blow towards Streamer Zone, taking a lot of momentum out of the equation here. Nice Root Beam. P-Make is going to get dispelled out of that. Relza has it under control. Tony finds another Cyclone onto Chanimal, gets kidnapped up though, while sitting in the Polymorph. Everyone just chilling in some sort of CC right now, as P-Make is looking to do some more damage to Lontar. And also, I think the mana game in between those setups is something we need to keep an eye out over the next few minutes as Streamer Zone. They're definitely trying to Lontar, but that's not gonna be an easy task, especially considering P-Make already lost his first block, and Relza only has GS and Swap to work with at the moment, as Apoth is procced, and P-Make goes down to 20% once again. Doesn't find the poly, gets cycloned on it. Now he's going for it. The Frost Bomb is in. Lontar needs to get that dispelled and has been bleeding mana over the last few seconds. Big Ray of Frost, wow, shuts that down quickly with a well-timed cheap shot. Re-cheap onto these, the Time Walk proc here, as P-Make is looking for a little bit more of a setup while Tony is sitting in a Cyclone. Streamer Zone chilling for the moment.
And they're just looking to find that setup here. P-Make is trying nicely down there. He jukes the kick off of Lontar, goes for the Dragon's Breath onto Waz, playing defensive right now with the Alter Time while Relza is sitting through crowd control, but he needs recovery here. Finally gets gripped back to the pillar. It might be enough to keep him alive. Waz tries to continue the chain with the gouge. Now P-Make is looking for the sheep here. He wants to get it onto Lontar, but the Lontar, I think he has the nullifying shroud there. He wasn't able to actually get it, despite getting two sheeps off right there. P-Make forced into the second ice block here, and so far Streamer Zone has not been able to do much in this matchup, but
Tony
dampening at 20%. Tony almost going down there. P-Make now in a Root Solar Beam. Echo is pushing for the win here, getting all of the cooldowns out of the way. Tony could be a target, but I'm way more scared for P-Make here. He is playing that blink stun, so he can't really blink and kite Waz. He's just forced to tank the damage. Here comes a Ring of Frost onto Waz. They need to find a setup. They need offense on the side of Streamer Zone right now, but they're not finding it. Lontar is just too good at avoiding these crowd controls. Beautiful sap there onto Tony, and P-Make is going to recover, but they get the sheep here. They have go potentially onto Chan. They get the Frost Bomb there onto Chan. I would like to see that Frost Bomb onto Lontar, but still Streamer Zone trying to pounce back, but now P-Make and Tony in massive trouble here for the next couple of goes.
Absolutely. The big thing for Echo was that they all got all these CDs without even Chanimal's Incarnation. Sadly, not quite able to make that burst damage from the Boomkin work afterwards. No more defensives burned in that situation. But PMake sitting in another Root Beam. Chanimal looking for that damage. The Star Surges are in. There's a offensive trinket from Tony, and PMake is just gonna drop. No chance for Relza to do anything because Lontar is on point with the Sleepwalks once again, and Echo clean execution on this first map.
Beautiful stuff here by Echo. And I think this is pretty intelligent. I feel like Echo is not that scared of this competition. They have lost to it one time in the past, but Echo, they're definitely more worried about the jungle. And they're going to lock in the Outlaw Moonkin primarily to deal with that. But they're also able to deal with this FMP, and these are the setups that they want to do on the side of Streamer Zone. They want to get a Sheep on the Lontar, get a Frost Bomb off, and then combo it with a Flurry, a Stun, and if they can get that damage off at the right time, they can force out his Trinkets. But Lontar, super good with the pre-Obsidian Scales, just in general, good positioning, always, here he's got the Nullifying Shroud, and he's getting sheeped, but doesn't matter. And then as soon as his Nullifying Shroud is off, he goes back to the pillar, and he keeps avoiding crowd controls like this from PMake. And then this setup is beautiful. They get the Ice Block there. Chan continues to chain. And that was the second Ice Block. Then they get a DR Cheap Shot into a full Cyclone. And then here's that last setup. And I want you to look at PMake's Trinket cooldown here. There's a 20-second cooldown on that Trinket. So they have a little bit of a short window here. So PMake is playing Blink Stun, which means if you stun him, he can blink out of it. So it's not good to stun him. But if you Solar Beam him, he's silenced and he can't blink. So he gets Root Solar Beamed, and then he takes a bunch of damage, and as soon as the Root break, Waz stuns him at the edge of that beam, just to min-max the lockdown time as much as possible, and they're able to secure a kill. Because Relza is obviously playing a Gnome, so you're not going to need to Root Solar Beam him, so you may as well use it on the Mage and actually get more offensive pressure like that. Really nicely done there by Echo.
Yeah, they got some high value out of that, namely the map win, and of course that gives them the first point in this series. Of course, best of 5, they need 2 more to advance in the upper bracket, but Streamer Zone, hey, they're not done yet. They got some other options. We saw Kazu come in on the Devastation Evoker yesterday. But, Zico, I want to cut back to the start of Nagrand, because there is something you said. Feral Mage. Streamer Zone for you basically winning the blind pick there. But it didn't work out. Where's the issue? Was it really just Lontar playing better than the others?
I feel like they don't know how they want to approach these setups. And I feel like for Streamer Zone GG, I think they need Chastise. I actually think they need to play not the Chastise Stun, but the Chastise Incap and Chastise Incap Lontar into the setup, because getting a setup out of a sheep is just, it's really unreliable. It's either that or they have to Dragon's Breath sheep him, because getting like a sheep out of thin air as a mage, when you're trained by an Outlaw Rogue especially, and you don't have Shimmer, it's not going to happen. Like, Lontar's always going to line. He's always going to kick you when you're in the open. It's such an uphill battle for PMake. And the question remains here for Streamer Zone. Are they going to go with the FMP one more time? Or are they locking in the jungle here? And if they do lock in the jungle, are they going MM? Okay. Oh. There's also this option. We forgot about this one. This one I like a lot more. I feel like... This is a better option for sure.
What do we call this comp? Is this the primal jungle, the dinosaur jungle, or
the extinct jungle, Cleve? Yeah, I don't know about this one. We'll have to go to the drawing board. But
we'll get back to that.
Yeah. I don't think this is a great matchup, but I do think out of what Streamer Zone has available, this is probably their best choice. So I like that they're willing to kind of be a little bit more versatile here and switch it up, because we've already seen their jungle is getting farmed every time they play against Echo.
Yeah, they've had it rough against Echo. They've had it rough against Echo the last few weeks, especially in the Season 4 Cups. So a change is needed. I do agree very much so. I'm not quite sure how this is going to work out, but hey, yesterday, overall, I feel like this comp has had its really good moments. So I'm excited to see where we're going here on Ruins of Lordaeron. Kazu coming in on the Devastation Evoker. And I think we're going to keep an eye especially out for those time stops because they played around those beautifully yesterday. So, Zico, predictions. You think Echo is going to go up 2-0?
My prediction is Echo 3-0s this. Unless Streamer Zone right now completely surprises us. Casu on the Dev Evoker. We saw him yesterday, and I'm not going to lie, he surprised me. I kind of thought, where is this coming from? Like, I feel like Casu on the MM Hunter has been like the most important thing about Streamer Zone, but he really delivered the pain on that Evoker, and he's going to have to do it again. Backs against the wall against Echo. Upper bracket game here in the Dragonflight Season 4 Finals. And Casu is going to be the target of choice. Tony already in a Cyclone. Relza's already in a Sleepwalk. Echo are wasting no time here. Look at Waz going for the full gouge as well. He's going to have more crowd control for Relza here. This is not a good situation for Casu. The blind comes out there. He does trade one Obsidian Scale Charge. You get a kick there on to Casu, and even get a cheeky little sap at the end of that one. So big opener here, but they weren't able to force out any trinkets, just the Renewing Blaze and the Obsidian Scales. So not too bad here for Streamer Zone.
I'm actually impressed that Relza didn't have to trinket or anything along the lines in that opener. Very, very oppressive CC chain here from Echo, but the turnaround, Deep Breath from Casu, almost netted them something big as well. I mean, Channeman had to trinket in that situation. Tony looking for another Cyclone while he's getting blasted. Relza finds a Fear on to Waz. Casu with a big Eternity Surges is going to look for some damage, and Lonta still sitting in that Fear, now topping off his Rogue, getting Maim stunned on the follow-up though. They're swapping over on to Chanimal. This Druid is going to take a lot of punishment, and Lonta is getting in with the flight heals, and the time dilation is still Chanimal down to 10%. He might actually go down as the Living Flame just burn away his fur, but it's not quite enough yet as Lontar comes in once again with big heals. Emerald Communion and Reversal still available, and for the moment, few scary seconds survived by Echo.
Beautiful Cyclones here on to Relza to get the Quell there as well onto Tony. They're looking at to make a little bit of a switch there onto Casu, actually switching to Tony, but Waz does get caught up in the Cyclone onto his killing spree. Mind control coming out here by Relza. Who's he trying to control right now? Chan in a Cyclone. Waz, Lontar just kind of hovering up, around the pillar, and Casu is doing a great job so far with the damage, just keeping it up. Making sure that he's pumping, and Tony as well doing a good job. I feel like Streamer Zone can definitely win this on mana if it goes into a long game, and Relza is actually playing the Chastise Disorient there as well, not opting for the Chastise stun, so I kind of like that as well. Relza now sitting through a blind, into a gouge, into a DR Cyclone. Here comes damage onto Casu. Are they ready? They kick the triple DR Cyclone there, and that will give them some time to breathe. Beautiful double fear coming in from Relza. This could be an opportunity here for Streamer Zone to try to get some pressure, but doesn't look like they're going to be able to find too much. No, here we go. Onto Chanimal. Massive damage coming in. Casu channeling out the Eternity Surges, the Disintegrates, the Fire Breath, doing a lot of work there onto Chan, but Chan is just tanking it out in bear form with the Bark Skin, but Deep Breath connects. Emerald Communion trades out for Lontar. Is that going to be enough? Chan almost dying through the Communion, through the Renewing Blaze, through everything here. Still has his renewal, but that was a great push by Streamer Zone, and Casu on the Dragon here could be the secret recipe here. The ancient, the extinct Jungle Cleave, full fear onto Lontar. Chan forces right out Heart of the Wild. He can spam out some frenzied regions with that, but every single time they get these fears, they get these deep breaths, cooldowns are being forced from Echo.
Yeah, it's looking good. And Tony once again gets hit hard. Big Moon crashing down on him. Chanimal getting stunned up on the follow-up. Lontar looking for some damage of his own here. Casu coming in with the Disintegrates as well. Big Fire Breath. Going to purge some HOTS, but Chanimal gets a precog here. Going to land that Cyclone onto Tony. And Casu will be continuously the target. I mean, this small map definitely working in favor of Streamer Zone. Casu being able to cleave quite a lot here. And I'm pretty sure Tony has a lot of bleeds up as he's getting chunked down to half. Gets a precog from somewhere, just sitting in bear form here for a moment, finds a full Cyclone. At least that's what he was hoping for, and ultimately it's going to even out at least for another moment. Waz gets bashed up into a full clone. Chanimal inlined. Lontar in a full sleepwalk. Maybe a little bit of a setup here onto Chanimal as he's Maim stunned. The damage not quite there, although Casu is disintegrating him to his heart's content. Now, cheap shot into Relza. Waz with a full CC lineup, full of sleepwalk. Lontar doing this beautifully. Casu time stopping on 20%. Can Relza save his life coming out of this? It looks dire. The Cyclone still going. Casu KASU still low, but Relza free to heal. Tops of his dragon and should be fine for the moment. Scary moments here for Streamer Zone, but they survive.
Yeah, and they get Tony's Barkskin there as well at the tail end of that exchange. So Tony could be a target as well for Echo here, but I am worrying about their mana. If the damage keeps going like this, I think that Lontar is going to go for anybody else. Does manage to get off the nullifying shroud here. So Lontar is completely immune to crowd control, gets a full sleepwalk onto Relza. Tony, what are you going to do? He doesn't want to trade out his trinket. Nice rescue coming out from KASU. Gets a full cyclone. Big damage here onto Tony. Nice root there as well onto Relza. He's just going to force out his trinket. And that is going to be the void shift as well. Now the game is wide open. Relza could also be a target. Chan has solar beam. I think they might go onto Relza, honestly. He has no trinket. He has no guardian spirit. There's about a 10-second window where they might just solar beam him and send him. No, they're going to solar beam Tony, and they're looking to send it onto Tony. There's the cheap shot. Can they get the sleepwalk? Lontar's going for it. Gets interrupted there, I think. Goes for the fire breath. There's the time stop coming out. Full blind onto Relza. Into a 10-second sap. Good night, Tony.
Oh my god. That's disgusting. Whilst you can't do the man like that. Oh no. Echo up 2-0. What a beautiful execution of plays here. I mean, we talked about Waz. If you talk about one of the best DPS players in Europe, if you talk about one of the best rogues in the world, well, there you have it. If you were doubting him, doubt no more. Waz is here to play, and oh my god, is he looking good. What a beautiful turn of events. And Zico, just walk us through this once again, because that was clean.
So at the end there, I was really shocked that Lontar canceled his sleepwalk, because I thought, like, did he get kicked? But he canceled it to kick somebody else, and that's because they had blind and because they can sap out of blind. So if you cheap shot Relza like this, and you see Lontar interrupts his sleepwalk there, he didn't have to, but his sleepwalk might have Relza in combat. So if you cheap shot and then you blind out of the cheap shot, it doesn't put the target in combat. And he oppressing roared him at some point. I think he oppressing roared him as he got cheap shot, or right before the cheap shot. And that's why the sap is lasting forever there as well. So Lontar with the quick decision making there to cancel the cyclone or cancel the sleepwalk is absolutely huge. Of course, Lontar in this setup as well, getting the sleepwalk, they get the cyclones, they force out the trinket of Relza, they get the void shift, and this is just Echo having pressure in multiple places. They've been going after KASU. KASU has his trinket back up. Tony still doesn't have his survival instincts, doesn't have too much to work with. They know we have an opportunity here, and yeah, so he oppressing roared him there, cancels his sleepwalk, and then Wise gets the blind. And the blind obviously is longer duration, and blind also doesn't put you in combat, if you didn't know that. So rogues, they nerfed blind to a 4-second spell to nerf blind sap, but you can still just kidney or cheap shot into a blind sap because it doesn't refresh combat getting blinded. So unless you have like a totem down or like some pet or something that's keeping you in combat, that can happen. And Waz definitely is going to take advantage of that.
And advantage is what he took. My goodness. I don't think it gets much cleaner than that in terms of a rogue setup. That was just perfection. I mean, kind of watering your mouth a little bit. You just look at something this delicious, it's perfect. Anyway, map pick is in. We're going to Tolveron Arena. For me, that means Streamer Zone is probably going to change up the comp again. Large map kind of tells me we're most likely going to see this Hunter from KASU come in after all. I would be surprised if they'd run the large map with a dragon.
Yeah, I don't think we're seeing the dragon. I think there is one thing I kind of want to see from Streamer Zone, but I don't think it would happen. I kind of want to see Mage Hunter. I feel like that could be some...
okay.
Like with what they have, I feel like playing a double range on Tolvir is just it's just a recipe for success more often than not. So I think that it could work, but I think it's highly unlikely that we see it. Most likely they're just going to lock in the jungle because they already tried FMP, they already tried their dragon comp, and obviously in previous cups they have tried the jungle and gotten completely obliterated with it. So I feel like yeah, giving it a go on Tolvir, not a bad idea here for Streamer Zone. I feel like they're willing to test their options and see, kind of how they work. They know they're in the upper bracket. They came from the gauntlet. They're against, the #1 team in the region. Take your time, work, test each comp. And even if you go on 0-3 here, at least okay, the Dragon game felt a little bit better than the FMP game. Maybe next time if we run into them again, we will practice this comp more. So Streamer Zone are getting intel here, but of course Echo, they're happy to just be performing here on the day against Tony as well.
No, absolutely. I think they're pretty satisfied. I mean, I was talking about it top of the show a little bit, right? Echo, they come in with a lot of confidence. They don't really consider anyone their rival because it's more or less that everyone just wants to see them fall. Echo has been on top for so long, this expansion, and especially this year with the changes coming into the team, Lontar having to fill the shoes of Ma, and quite honestly, watching him play over the last couple months, performing excellently. I think Lontar smashed expectations out of the park, basically. He has been looking incredible, and Echo just really needs to find the last few steps back up to full form. I mean, they've won mid-season clash, right? That's already a massive victory. And even though the regular season has been looking a little bit mixed, Grand Finals come around, they're looking clean as hell. 2 games in a row taken off of Streamer Zone. They're not giving them a finger, an inch, whatever you want to call it.
Absolutely. Echo, and this is something that we've been discussing it a little bit, but about the Boomkin situation on Echo. A lot of the time, you know, like when they're playing like DH Boomkin, for example, they have a situation where, should we play Chan? Should we play Waz? Because they're both Boomkins. But when they play this particular comp here, it has to be Chan on the Boomkin. So I really like Chan's playstyle on the Boomkin. I feel like Chan he's just like, he just sees, you know, like he's like Doctor Strange, you know, he just sees infinite possibilities. He knows everything that can happen. And I feel like having Chan in the game in of itself it's so good for you. The man knows how to survive unlike anybody else. So I really hope that this is something that Echo is looking to continue, even when they play Demon Hunter Boomkin, because I just want to see Chan in that spellcaster role. Have Waz just be your melee expert. Let him focus on that. Remove some of that workload from him. And I think if they do that, it's going to be great.
I think so too. I mean, worst case, hey, we'll just put everyone on Boomy. We'll have Waz play Boomy. We'll have Raikou play Boomy. It's gonna be fine. Don't worry. It's gonna work out one way or another. But first and foremost, we got to talk about the match point going on right now in Tolvaron Arena. Streamer Zone, they really need to make something happen to keep their upper bracket life alive, basically. Yes, if they lose, well, it's just lower bracket from here on out for them, but that's, of course, still better than getting eliminated. But Lontar on the Dragon, they're taking it chill. Casu looking for a little bit of a Hunter's Mark application. Landslide not quite finding the Hunter. The Flare also not finding anyone in stealth. And we're just biding our time. Look at Relza just lying down in the middle of the map. I feel that, dude. I feel that.
Relza just taking a quick nap here, you know, power nap to recharge those reflexes. But here comes the opener. Waz is taking some damage there. Relza is playing the Chastise Stun, of course, with this jungle cleave. And Waz now pushing in for the setup. Is that an Oppressing Roar coming out there onto Relza? This is scary crowd control. Look at that blind duration. Oppressing Roar blind.
Wait, Tony's
for
playing
sure
Boomy.
It's going to be a sap. Yeah, Tony is playing Boomy, actually. Wait, we didn't actually catch that. That's good to see. It's actually something that we've been asking for a long time as well. So Tony is going to be bringing in the Moonkin here, and I feel like if Tony can keep up on damage, which right now he's top damage, ooh, almost channel eating that trap. That was a beautiful attempt there, but not going to be able to find it. Ducks around a corner, and Echo will survive, but I really like this because I feel like the main thing that holds Streamer Zone back is the fact that Tony does very low damage on that Feral Druid. So on the Boomy, I think if he can keep up with Chanimal, it's not a bad idea at all.
Yeah, but keeping up with Chanimal on the Boomy is not an easy feat. Let's see if Tony can manage first and foremost. He is sitting in a lot of CC. Lontar coming in with a deep breath as well. Massive damage actually going out on Tony. Trying to get the Cyclone and actually finds it onto Lontar. Maybe they can translate that into a little bit of pressure, but not quite able to as Waz and Chanimal are just dipping out for the moment. Waz keeping his team on lockdown. Tony really just watching his Hunter die in the meantime. Chanimal coming in with a big Star Surge is another Chastise Stun here onto Chanimal. Reza looking for a little bit of supportive CC as Tony is just recasting for the moment. Waz once again connecting onto him. Barkskin already in, but Lontar with a great knockback behind the pillar. Tony trying to maneuver back into Relza's arms, but the heals need to come in. Ultimately, they do. Relza has it under control, but Streamer Zone definitely not looking too comfortable here in the opening minutes.
Yeah, and we can see Tony still trying to hammer out the damage here, trying to get as much out as possible. I feel like if they manage to have a long game here, Streamer Zone actually can pull out ahead, playing double the ranged on Tvolvir. Not bad, but Casu, of course, is going to be the victim of many of these setups right now. Disarm coming out onto Casu. He's dropping very low. Rapid fire coming in. He's just getting offensive here. Turtle on 1% HP with True Shot active. Not a situation that you want to deal with if you are Casu. Relza still sitting through some crowd control. Mass Root coming out there from Tony, actually going for the Root Solar Beam there onto Lontar. Gets the Cyclone as well. Chanimal could be in trouble here. Tony gets defensively Kidney Shot. Waz is there with the cheap shots, trying to set up a counter go, and they do get a trinket out of Tony there with that Cyclone. Tony gets the Cyclone onto Chan before Chan can Cyclone Relza. So Tony did have to expend his trinket in that exchange, and they got the Turtle and the True Shot out of the way. So this is just more situations here for Echo where things are going great, but they do land a nice CC chain here onto Lontar and pull out the Emerald Communion.
Yeah, great work there with the trap, and Chanimal just getting hammered in the chest. I stun Relza, finding a nice lineup here. Tony getting inlined with the Solar Beam. Chanimal still suffering though. Tony bringing in as much damage as he can. Gets kicked by Lontar on the clone immediately. And Casu, once again, down to 20%. The Fury of Elune is in. The Star Searchers are hammering him, and down he goes just like that. 4 minutes is all Echo wrote on this one.
Yeah, this, I mean, like I said, I like that Streamer Zone are experimenting. They're willing to try some things that we haven't seen from them, but my goodness, Echo is just on fire, and really comes down to that previous moment before this one, of course, where they just get so many cooldowns. I think they got the Guardian in that setup as well, so just a lot of cooldowns that were kind of expended right before this moment here. You can see Casu has no True Shot, he's got no Exhilaration, he's got no Turtle, and they have no Guardian Spirit, so it was overlapped in this setup here as well, and it puts them in this situation where they really don't have too much to work with. They get the full Freezing Trap, they get the Emerald Communion, and they're doing decent offensive pressure here onto a Chanimal, get the half clone onto Lontar, and then now their go is over on the side of Streamer Zone. Now their mindset is survive and just try to live. They get a Cyclone onto Relza, into a full Cyclone, they get Kidney Shot into a full Cyclone with the Oppressing Roar, of course, and he Trinket Void Shifts, but they get the follow-up Cyclone still with the Oppressing Roar, and they just murder him through everything. Vaz tries to gouge him there before he can duck into Angel form, so Relza tries to avoid that by ducking into Angel form immediately out of that Cyclone. It's kind of a 50-50 depending on the batching, like who gets that, but Relza manages to get it off, but unfortunately the Divine Hymn is not enough to save Casu when he's in no man's land like that. So really, really clean work here from Echo, and I'm just impressed. This Rogue Boomkin, it looks like something they've been working on a lot, and it's looking solid for the finals.
I'm impressed with how clean Echo is actually playing. I mean, we had big expectations towards them. I think they have big expectations towards themselves, but this is another level. This is a proper finals form Echo that we're seeing here once again. And for Streamer Zone, that obviously means, well, that shot at the upper bracket that they've earned themselves through the gauntlet yesterday, well, that is runaway like sand through your fingers, isn't it, Aya?
Yeah. You know, I'm a little disappointed in Streamer Zone GG. I thought, you know, I knew it was going to be a difficult match for them. I didn't think Echo was going to be able to 3-0 them, but I mean, you guys kind of already said it. Echo they've stumbled a little bit this season, and it seems like they are back. They are super prepared for today, and I think if this series performance is indicative of how the rest of today is going to go, everybody better be looking out for Echo. So they are not in the lower bracket. It is now Streamer Zone that's going to be playing the loser of this next up series. It's either going to be Chibaku Tensei or Lava Lava Zico. Is there a team do you think that they're more scared of?
I don't know, actually. Specifically for Streamer, I would say, yeah, Chibaku Tensei for sure. I mean, Chibaku Tensei, they're my pick to win the whole thing right now. They are looking like they're on fire, but then I remembered Swapsy on LA Shaman and the fact that Lava Lava, I mean, they are Lava Lava, right? Like, it's in the name. And then I'm like, actually, maybe they're just as scared of that. Like, it sounds terrifying if you're Streamer Zone, no matter who you are going up against out of these two teams. Like, it's going to be a tough one for them for sure.
It's also what makes EU so much fun, right? Because on paper, yes, some teams look better than others. Yes, Chibaku is kind of on paper very dominant, Echo looking absolutely clean, but in practicality, I mean, everyone has been beating everyone over the last few weeks and months, basically, and I don't think that's going to be any different here. So, yeah, I also would think Echo is very worried about CHIBAKU Tensei, but they got to be worried about everyone. Literally everyone in this bracket.
Yeah, I think so too. I feel like I say it every day, but I'm going to say it again. They always ask us for our predictions, and just lately, I just throw a name out there. I'm like, I have no idea. You know, I can make the best guess possible, but it really could be anyone. You know, I expect Streamer Zone GG when we see them again to hopefully not fall to a 3-0. So we will be heading to a break. When we come back, it is CHIBAKU Tensei facing off against Lava Lava. See you in a bit. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in the European region, second match of the day. If you're just now tuning in, we saw Echo facing off against StreamerZone.gg. StreamerZone.gg, they, of course, were our gauntlet winners. Fortunately, StreamerZone did drop down to the lower bracket. Now we're going to be sending another team down there to face off against StreamerZone. It's going to be either CHIBAKU Tensei or Lava Lava Ven. We were talking about it before we went to break, and it's getting increasingly more difficult to predict these games. I feel like CHIBAKU Tensei might have the advantage in this one just based on their past performance, but I want to get your take.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like CHIBAKU Tensei, they really proved themselves to me. I think adding Blizzo onto the roster and obviously coming in with a lot of momentum off that final cup win, they are looking good. But Lava Lava, they have been kind of the new kids on the block. I mean, we can take a look at the roster here for CHIBAKU Tensei. You got Fuston, Blizzo, Mercy, Kuroto. A lot of these players like Blizzo and Mercy have been around the competitive scene for Europe for a really, really long time. Fuston is a super interesting one to me because he was a DPS player that's really stepped up in that healer position, going toe-to-toe on the Shaman with anyone, which is just, it's a joy to see. And then on the flip side, you have Lava Lava. And this is, these players, I think they have been around in Europe for a while, but not necessarily in the competitive scene and in the AWC, but they've come together and I think they've really proven themselves. The last 4 cups, they've been looking incredibly good. And the thing I really like about this team is they've been sticking to their guns. Dex playing the Restoration Druid when a lot of other people have just completely abandoned it. You have the Elemental Shaman, different cleave variants. They're a really interesting roster and they're super consistent too. So I think this is going to make for a very interesting matchup.
I think for sure too. I wonder if we could throw up the predictions real quick for the casters. Oh my gosh, look at that. That was so fast. Okay.
Wow.
I feel like we were going to be a little bit different. All right. Usually I have to quiz other people on weird predictions, but apparently I'm the one that's breaking the mold a little bit. But either way, we're going to get into the matchup here. Second match of the day. It's CHIBAKU Tensei versus Lava Lava.
I mean, it's just CHIBAKU and Echo. They've got the most meta compositions, I think, available. So it's really Lava Lava and StreamerZone that have to prove that they can either become the meta or beat it with their own style. And they're starting game number 1 with their own style, Guz, on that Elemental Shaman. And if he blasts even close to as hard as Swapsy did yesterday in the Gauntlet, they're definitely going to have some possibilities. CHIBAKU leading game number 1 with a Demon Hunter Death Knight. No balanced Druid pick for them in game 1. And they're just immediately slugging out in the midfield. This poor Elemental Shaman's going to have 2 melee DPS running at him the entire game. And Coffee's already immediately dropped Darkness in the opening stages to soak the first exchange of damage.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting match. Fuston in the middle of the map, though, taking quite a bit of damage. Going to drop the double Earthen Wall Totem, soak up a lot of those hits, just spamming out the Dispel on the Flame Shock, trying to keep Blizzo and Kuroto on target. Guz trades out his Astral Shift to try to just mitigate some of this early pressure, doing a good job. And I think for CHIBAKU Tensei, it's going to be one of those games where they have to win just through raw pressure. But I really like that they're going after Fuston. This is looking good! Fuston is in so much trouble. I mean, what a close call early on in the match. And I like this. Go after the Restoration Shaman, really punish him, especially for playing in the open the way he is.
Yeah, and it's also going to make it so you don't stack up and get cleaved by the Death Knight and the Demon Hunter. I really like this strategy as melee caster when you're fighting double melee like this, is to have your melee actually just run at the healer the entire game. They're not going to get cleaved, take any damage, and they can set up. But here comes a triple setup by CHIBAKU as they look to respond, and Dex almost can't save him with the Iron Bark, but now it looks like he's recovered. He's back onto Fuston, trying to push him over. Anti-Magic Zone comes down. I don't think they've got a knock for him at the moment. He's just rooted inside of it with Earthen Wall. He's not going to take any damage, so Coffee's going to switch to the Death Knight instead. I-Beam fully channeled. He's ramped up. He's ready to go. Big pressure coming through now onto Kuroto, though. Big Lava Burst. They're killing it right now. Lava are just exploding damage across the entire team of CHIBAKU as Fuston goes back behind the pillar, gets a healing surge on himself, gets back in line of sight. Now a big counter assault onto Coffee once again. CHIBAKU are playing very tactical with this, setting up stuns on the Druid and the Demon Hunter at the same time. And if they keep doing this, there's still no trinket for another 20-second window. They got pressure on Dex. Bit of a healer race between both sides. Blizzo forced into the Nether Walk, and these teams are certainly evenly matched.
Yeah, I mean, this is so back and forth. What an explosive game number 1.
Guz under fire right now as Blizzo and Croto trying to stick on target, but Dex has been healing through it quite nicely. Mana about even, which is surprising in this matchup. Houston's had to actually cast out a lot. The damage that Coffee and Guz are able to put out has been immense. Blizzo might just go down. He's in trouble. Might have to drop the darkness, and you end up will dropping the darkness and Spirit Link as well. So a big overlap there, but it was a panic moment. The cleave damage from Lava Lava, it might just completely overwhelm Houston. He drops the healing tide totem. Is that going to be enough? Blizzo going meta immune. He's got the blur as well if he needs it, opting to hold on to it for the time being, just really relying on that healing tide totem, and CHIBAKU TENSEI stabilize for the time being.
Yeah, but how much longer can they hold on here? It's looking like a rough ride, but now they're turning up the pressure. They're onto Guz. They're connecting. They imprison Blizzo defensively. Houston gets wind sheared by Guz. He's trying to push in possibly. No, now he's retreating away with Dex. Dex's mana about even. He gets gripped in. He pre-bear forms, but it's a triple blind. Triple stun by CHIBAKU. Houston likely setting up a stun. There's the cap totem into the lasso. Continuing to isolate Guz. He's got Burrow. He's got to be really careful with it here during this setup. Those death grip windows, there's a big win condition for CHIBAKU. And he's slowly but surely hovering at about 50%. Dex just wants to get this Nature Swiftness off. He manages to connect it at the end of the imprisonment. Now Coffee is just soloing Houston behind the pillar, forcing anti-magic zone from Croto just by himself there around the corner. Now he's ducking back into center field, looking to go after the Demon Hunter. Blizzo has no blur. They catch him in a full bash. They force his trinket. He doesn't have a lot to trade. They force anti-magic shield. Houston is actually now behind on mana. This is not very common to see the Shaman losing on mana. The strategy of Lava Lava is looking so good so far, but now they've got to swap onto Coffee as they grip him back into their clutches, forcing another Iron Park out from Dex. But Houston is almost totally tapped. I'm not sure how much longer he can keep up with this. The pressure is so high. Blizzo is critically low. CC onto Houston, and I think Blizzo is going down. This is an upset right now for Lava Lava to take game one against CHIBAKU.
Lava Lava proving all the haters wrong. I mean, they lock in this composition. Like I said, they stick to their mains, and they make it look good. Coffee, Guz, and Dex. I can't believe the pressure they're outputting in this matchup. They're getting Houston way behind on mana. He was falling behind on healing. So many opportunities in the match where they could have actually won, and they ended up getting a victory. I mean, that was a really impressive performance for me.
Okay. I mean, just looking at all of the metrics of that game, they definitely performed really well here in game number one. And this is the big question for the tournament: is are you going to play the meta comps, or are you going to play what your traditional comps, even if you don't consider them to be the best, and just overcome that deficit? Here in game number one, they overcome the deficit. They came up with a strategy, switching to Houston and then bouncing back to the DPS, catching them in setups with the double stun locks whenever Houston would play very passively and try to avoid the fight to keep him away from Dex. Dex just did an insane job to keep his mana so high in this game, because it's typical that if healers don't drink, the rest of Shaman will out-mana any other healer in the game. So this was really impressive for Dex to be able to maintain his mana like this. Love his positioning, staying far away, making sure he's never got too close to the action. These are those constant swap moments, and it really cost a lot of mana for Houston, likely because Coffee, when he's switching to the Shaman, is that he's actually killing the healing stream totems, which then makes Houston have to heal more. And this is the final setup. They catch Houston running in. Houston doesn't have any cooldowns anyways, but this imprison, it just absolutely secures the fact that Blizzo is going to be going down during that window of time. No Riptide's going to be sneaking in. And it does seem like Blizzo just didn't have a great game overall. I'm not sure if this is just Guz controlling him with the static fields and the roots too much, but I would say this is atypical. I feel like Blizzo is usually on the top of the meter. So maybe this is just a warm-up game as we move into game number two for him.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if this is the matchup that they wanted. I have to imagine this is what Houston, Blizzo, and Croto were looking to play into. So I think that's what their counter comp kind of was. And it makes me think, what are they going to do for game number two? Is there something else that they can run into this? Because I don't know. That matchup didn't seem very good. I think Guz and Dex did a really good job kind of diffusing the melee. Coffee did a really good job creating space for his Elemental Shaman by pressuring Houston so much in the match. We are going to be going to Ashamane's Fall, so CHIBAKU TENSEI, they lock in their map. Lava Lava, in response, immediately lock in the same composition, and now we get to see what else does CHIBAKU TENSEI have in store. I think most of us predicted them to win this entire thing, but Lava Lava might be proving us wrong. I mean, they are looking hot today.
It's kind of funny. CHIBAKU pick like Boomkin, Demon Hunter, Resto Shaman. Destro, look!
Warlock, let's
What?
go!
Where's the boot? Why is he not doing a Boomkin? What? We've been talking about Warlock being awful basically this entire season. Now in the grand finals, your big moment, your final chance to get all the way through
But is it awful?
He's going to pick a Warlock.
So you think it's like, here's the thing.
Coffee plays Dispel Immolation Aura. Immolates are gone. You don't have the rifts like last patch. You have a Demon Hunter at you the whole game. Guz is just going to chuck Lava Burst on everybody. I was expecting Moonkin. I thought for sure, and I was going to talk about how it's almost a mirror, except they're different specs. Like the Druid is healing rather than being Boomkin, and the Shaman's DPSing rather than healing. But I did not expect them to go to a Warlock here. They could absolutely surprise me, but I've got a little bit of doubt with this one.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Anytime we can see Mercy on Warlock, though, I feel like that is an exciting prospect. But yeah, I feel like Warlocks have kind of just fallen off the face of the earth. It's so rare where we do see it. I think of maybe a few times Demonology with like a mage, but that ends up losing often. So we'll have to see if Mercy, the Warlock hero, can tag in for his team and get a win here against Lava Lava. But this is certainly interesting and something I did not expect for the finals. So let's see what happens here in game number 2 on Ashvane's Fall.
I would say this is like their main bread and butter, in the previous season. So they have a lot of experience with it. That will definitely pay off, but I don't know, man. I feel like the pressure that Lava Lava are pushing out and the loss of the set bonuses are going to put the Destro Lock in a really tough position to be able to win this. They've got a big map for the late game, so they're likely going to try and play around the Druid's mana bar here. With that one, we can see both Demon Hunters charging in. Blizzo gets right onto Guz immediately. They actually intercept Blizzo, but the stack field comes down and pulls him off of him during that stun, so it was really well done by Fuston. Now they're stacking him up, double Infernal, double Shadow Fury into Imprisonment, isolating Guz for a moment here as they're looking to try to blast him down, but just not taking any damage with that Cenarian Ward ticking away. Just going through his rotation, Earthshock, Lava Burst. He's got to snipe that Observer in the sky before it gets too much damage. He gets it, but the double coil from Mercy comes through. The Observer is still alive, getting a couple more laser hits onto Guz. It's finally been dealt with. Coffee's just going after Fuston again, and what is this damage from Coffee? Anytime I see him go after Fuston, he's just almost immediately chomping half of his health.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure on the Restoration Shaman. I wonder if you pressured the healer too, so it's a lot more difficult for him to spam Dispel the Flame Shocks. Guz taking a big hit of damage here as they get a full Chaos Nova onto Dex. Both DPS are in trouble. Mercy and Guz are getting low on health, just tanking this Demon Hunter damage in the middle of a map. A little bit of a swap here onto Blizzo. Keep in mind, he was the one that went down in the last game, and he's already traded out his Trinket. There goes the Blur. Blizzo's going to be a very good target for them to go after in the future.
Yeah, they got Guz just blasting Blizzo while Coffee pressures Fuston. Hex coming through. They got a decurse for that. Good removal. Static Field pulls Coffee away for a moment. Guz is pushing in. He's getting on top of Fuston. There's that Primordial Wave, getting a big Ascendance proc with that Lava Burst. Fuston dispels the Flame Shock, and Coffee swaps to him. Anytime he dispels a Flame Shock, it seems like, Coffee switches targets. So when you dispel Flame Shock, you take a big hit of damage, and you get knocked up in the air. So they are trying to punish the Flame Shock dispels, making these swaps. Another Observer gets removed here by Guz. Nicely done to minimize the damage from that as it's percent health base. It's going to cost a lot of mana to heal it back. Mercy into the stun. Here comes the Essence Break. Big death sweep from Coffee onto Mercy. They stun Blizzo. He can't peel. I love that Earth Elemental stun. It's that he can't imprison or stun Coffee on his Essence Break. Now they've got Fuston into a Chaos Nova looking for the hunt. They've got triple pressure. Fuston has to trade the Astral Shift, and he's got Ascendance, but he's trying to be greedy, but Guz is almost going down. Is he going to? He manages to put Coffee behind the pillar. Netherwalk and Ironbark, and they get punished for their aggression in this position by CHIBAKU.
Look at Mercy's damage. He is ramped up. He almost one-shot both Guz and Coffee there. You cannot sleep on a Destruction Warlock. Those Chaos Bolts hit extremely hard right now. Mercy is going to be portaling away using his Unending Resolve, so trading out basically all of his defense to survive, and they're once again just going after Fuston. Fuston's really struggling right now with this split pressure. Drops down the Earthenwall Totem. Coffee immediately goes after Mercy once again. Guz under fire at the same time, though. Trading out his Astral Shift. Dex doing a great job just behind the pillar, just putting out heals onto Guz, fully keeping his team alive. And now once again, it's going to be CHIBAKU TENSEI on the back foot. The double Mortal Coil is going to be that really important moment for CHIBAKU TENSEI to get back in this game.
They're even on mana, and I'd say that's bad for CHIBAKU. You typically want to be ahead of the Druid by a significant margin. Blizzo into a Lightning Lasso with the double coils intercepted into a lasso onto Coffee. Coffee gets out of that and immediately looks to reconnect onto the Warlock, but he gets rooted. He dispels it. Blizzo trinkets a clone. They could punish Blizzo for that trinket with a lasso in the near future, but Coffee's pressuring the healer, trying to force him away from Blizzo. They got 2-target cleave right now. It's a lot of pressure onto CHIBAKU in game number 2. Are we actually going to go to match point? Everyone predicted CHIBAKU to win here in the European region. If they lose to Lava, that's the biggest upset ever. Big damage incoming. Blizzo gets caught in a bash into a Fell Eruption. They're trying to punish his aggressive trinket, and they force his Nether Walk. Now they immediately switch back to the Warlock, but they get static fielded away by Fuston. Houston. Coffee into Fear Spam. Mercy has been left open for some time here. How much pressure can he get out? He's got Nether Ward to free cast. He goes for Fears on Coffee, instantly dispelled by Dex in the backline. Coffee's going after the healer. Blizzo's going after the healer. Now we're going to possibly a healer race, as Blizzo's just trying to take down the rest of Drew. He's going to Iron Bark. He's trying to be greedy with his mana here, not overextend too much. He's still got Nature Swiftness for Guz on this swap back as well. He's likely going to have to use it very soon. They lasso Blizzo, but it gets disrupted. Here comes the hunt. This is going to be a big hit of damage. No Astral Shift for 4 more seconds for Guz. And now suddenly CHIBAKU are swinging the game in their favor. Chaos Bolt gets grounded by Guz. Nicely timed right before that stun, but here comes another Chaos Bolt. He's not able to get it. Guz burrows and negates the cast there, and he's managed to deny a lot of Chaos Bolts. Now a Windshare onto the third Chaos Bolt attempt. He needs to get back to a pillar pretty soon here. He's got not a lot of defense. Here comes an Essence Break. They imprison Blizzo with Guz at 30% health, just barely holding on, and now Houston has the advantage. They need to press it.
Yeah, Guz got so low in health. That was a really close call once again. CHIBAKU Tensei definitely not making this easy here for Lava Lava, but they are falling behind. A double stun comes in once again. Ooh, Sigil of Misery comes in with a stun on Blizzo. They're making a big setup. Lightning Lasso, but there's just no damage to follow it up. That seemed like a good attempt, but there was just not enough follow-through there for Lava Lava. They're going to stay alive, but a Lightning Lasso here on Coffee. Houston in the backline getting that stun, assisting his team, but falling a little bit behind on healing. Mercy gets a double coil, but unfortunately not able to get a single cast off, so going to be a bit lackluster on damage there as well. We have a full Hex now onto Coffee. That's going to break, as it looks like CHIBAKU Tensei, they want to keep up the aggression. Like you said, they have a mana lead, so this is their opportunity to get back in this game.
All right, Blizzo, though, needs to be careful. Hellstone gets popped. He's still just dying. It's massive damage out from Guz, forcing the darkness as well. Guz jumps away from it. Is Blizzo going to chase? He's chasing! He's going for the kill at such low health. Houston comes in with the Spirit Link Totem, but it only hits 2 players. Mercy can't get there, but they've still got pressure on Guz. Dex has absolutely 0 mana. He's caught into the imprisonment. Chaos Bolts, multiple Chaos Bolts incoming onto Guz. Darkness comes through, but he gets knocked out of it by Houston into a lasso. Insane play from Houston right here, but now Houston is kicked. Mercy is falling behind. Mercy's out of range of his bolt, but Guz could just die at any moment. Double Mortal Coil comes through, and Mercy is looking to carry with the fear onto Dex, and Chaos Bolt connects. CHIBAKU are back in it with a surprising Warlock pick.
I mean, look at Mercy. These Chaos Bolts are insane. You love to see it, and that's why I love the finals. These teams have been preparing all different compositions. Mercy's going to step up for his team. There was a few close calls, but when they're able to connect that damage, it was looking good, but this was an extremely close game. Look at this. Guz just almost going down there. Dex connecting a big heal. Panic moment there. Guz is also going to burrow underground. So that's the kind of overlap that you are looking for, but it was just a slow and steady lead. It was like CHIBAKU Tensei, they were barely holding on the entire game, but by barely holding on, they were slowly getting ahead, and as dampening got higher and higher, all the damage that Mercy and Blizzo were able to do, and these setups we're looking good. This is a really tense moment where Blizzo just decides to get crazy and get aggressive. It's going to force out Houston's Spirit Link, but this is where they kind of just overwhelm. They get the Imprison on Dex, and I think Mercy gets a really, really nice interrupt too. Some regrowth coming in here from Dex, but he manages to find the Spell Lock out of the Sigil of Misery. Houston's in trouble. Luckily, he has some defensive cooldowns, but after the Spell Lock, Dex does what he can to try to go for a bash, but the double Mortal Coil comes in. Mercy gets the game-winning Chaos Bolt, and that's going to be the game.
All right. Should never doubt Mercy on Warlock, I suppose. Even with the reductions in their set bonus, he's actually topping the meter here, able to survive long enough, keep the team in a favorable position to eventually win this one out on mana. But is the Warlock going to be like, you know, can you play this every time? Lava Lava have other comps as well. They have Cleaves at their disposal if they want to utilize that. It kind of feels like Lava Lava are likely going to rely on this comp, I think, for a majority of their games. It seems really good just overall. It has a lot of throughput, a lot of efficiency, so I wouldn't be surprised in that regard to see them do it. It seems like they tried to set up a drink, but it was like, as soon as you're trying to drink when you're it's kind of over at that point. You gotta sneak little sips, you know? You can't get like a giant gulp. You can't get a big gulp at one point when you're completely You got to do tiny sips throughout the game and try and find any opportunity to get those if you're going to maintain your mana based on drinks. It just seemed like they couldn't find those in this game specifically.
I think Destro Warlocks actually... So Destro Warlocks, obviously, they fell off a little bit. They lost their 4-set, but I think they did get some damage buffs. I think they weren't that significant, but a little bit of damage buffs. And I kind of wonder how Mercy is gearing his character, because some of these Chaos Bolts I'm seeing when I play online, they hit really hard. Like, you're talking 300,000-400,000. I've seen 500,000 Chaos Bolts. So I don't know what Warlocks are doing to get those numbers, but it's definitely threatening. So for Lava Lava, it's going to be about denying those moments I think Desper Warlocks aren't as much about the consistent damage with the portals and just spamming out Conflag and Shadow Burns. You kind of need those hard casts to finish the game. So there's opportunities for Lava Lava to stop it. It's going to be the exact same matchup. I wouldn't have guessed it for this particular series, but going to Maldraxxus Coliseum, a nice large map here. And I think this is like what you're saying. This is where Dex needs to get away and drink. And I think Maldraxxus Coliseum is kind of the perfect battleground for that.
All right. Now, Mercy, is this going to be like the comp they want to run for everything randomly? They just pull out the old meta from last season and say like, hey, this was actually still good, and we're just keeping this in our back pocket the whole time as a secret or something? Because I was expecting Boomkin DH and DHDK to be like the only comps they ran throughout this entire competition. So seeing the Warlock come out here is quite a big surprise. But the gates are open. Blizzo's immediately charging in onto the Elemental Shaman. Fuston's looking to back him up as well, but they catch Blizzo in a bash, and that is a big amount of damage incoming. Mercy gets a triple Shadow Fury in response to peel for Blizzo, now into a triple Chaos Nova, and they're really turning this around. They're going to imprison Blizzo to stop his assault, but he actually trinkets aggressively. Blizzo is just playing so aggressive in this series. I do think that it's something they can look to punish in the future.
Yeah, let's see. Guz trades out the Astral Shift. This looks like he will stay alive. Dex in the backline once again. He's just going to be hugging this pillar. We're going to be looking for him to use that Shadow Meld to secure a mana lead with drinking. For the time being, though, Guz gets topped off, and Mercy is under fire. He's just get a portal away, and I like what they do. This is something CHIBAKU TENSEI is really, really strong at. Mercy's going to be the target, and when he portals away, it's an opportunity for Fuston to find lightning lassos. And these setups, there's one on Coffee, doesn't amount to too much, but over the course of the game, that can really add up to a lot. If Coffee doesn't have a trinket, it's caught behind the pillar, into a lightning lasso, a coil, it can easily be the end of the game. So Coffee really has to be careful with overextending.
Yeah, let's see, where is he going to go right here? Static Field not getting huge value, unfortunately, just pinning Mercy. It seems like at the time being, Lava Burst coming through. Guz is baiting Blizzo into the backline, and Blizzo sees that bait. He's going to vengeful retreat away, but he vengeful retreats into a triple stun from Coffee. Nice little punish there between Guz and Coffee, and now Guz is going to go back to pulling Blizzo, I think, into the back line. If Houston has to keep up with him in this position. Observer is down. Lava Bursts are coming through. They need to get rid of that Observer. It's doing a lot of damage right now. Finally, they've gotten rid of it. They do have decent counter pressure on a Blizzo. They imprison Houston aggressively. Dex, is he going to look for a Cyclone? Lasso comes through. No trinket for Coffee.
Oh!
Insane damage coming
That's
out from
it!
CHIBAKU, and that is it. Oh my god. Okay, Warlocks are back. I've heard a lot of Warlocks QQing and stuff. I don't know what they're talking about. They're sandbagging, trying to make it seem like Warlocks are not good. I don't know what's going on here, but yeah, they're back. They're definitely back.
This is what we were talking about yesterday, right? Like, we do think there's some specializations and some comps that aren't being fully utilized. I think that's what makes it so awesome. And these are the setups that I was talking about on Coffee. It's these rinse repeat setups where he overextends, chasing Mercy when he portals away. They get the lightning lasso and they're able to take him down. So it's a really, really scary thing. And CHIBAKU TENSEI, I mean, this is a composition that they played a lot, right? Like, this is something that they're no stranger to. They know their win conditions, and Mercy on the Warlock is looking like an absolute menace. Here comes the Mortal Coil onto Coffee. Fuston gets out of the imprisonment. He trinkets out to get aggressive with the lightning lassos, and look at these Chaos Bolts. They are just deleting Coffee there, going from 40 to 10%, and they're eventually able to take him down. Dex really can't do much. He's pre-channeling Tranquility, but just not enough cooldowns, not enough throughput, and ultimately CHIBAKU TENSEI will get that game number 2 win.
All right, now Lava, they need to reconsider what they're doing here. I feel like some type of cleave could be really good for them. Like something like if they have like a Windwalker Demon Hunter, I think that could be insanely strong in this type of matchup. And if not, maybe this is just the best comp. Maybe they can play it a little better. Obviously, I think he got caught out in that position. You know, typically between these teams, not expecting the game to end that early. And yeah, so they're going to run it down. They're keeping the mains in. They're not veering off course. They're just going to look to try and outperform their opponents to go to another large map. But see, this is the problem with a large map, is that if you get pulled into a bad spot, it becomes really difficult to recover from it. So you get the advantage of, yeah, you can sit comfy and get drinks easier, but if your Demon Hunter gets baited, it can be really hard to get back in position to be able to save him in those specific moments. And Guz was pulling so far away from the game that he couldn't be there to stop these 2 Chaos Bolts that did 700,000 damage, basically soloed Coffee, even in the end with Dex using Tranquility. So Guz has this very difficult dance of, he has to be in range when they swap to Coffee, but he doesn't want to be in range to take damage from the Warlock the whole game. So he's got to skirt this little line between running away and not running too far away from the Warlock the entire game.
Game number 4, CHIBAKU Tensei. I'm so surprised to see it, but I guess they've been saving on this, like saving this composition for the finals, and that's the thing. It's looking good. I wonder how good it is going to be moving forward. Will it be able to beat the Balance Druids? We'll have to wait and see, but this is danger time for Lava Lava. They were looking good in game number 1. CHIBAKU Tensei made short work of them in game number 3. They are just one loss away from being down in that loser's bracket. Definitely not a place you want to be. CHIBAKU Tensei, though, going to be happy to get the reverse sweep if they can here.
Oh, double coil, double infernal. Oh, double chaos nova. So many doubles right now. I feel like I'm in a coffee shop ordering some coffee here. Let's see what they can get done. As a full fear now into coffee. Dex into the imprison. They're setting up damage onto Guz, getting him in center field, and now they turn it around with a double chaos nova static field, looking to stack them together. Mercy ports away from it. Hex gets immune with eventual retreat. Here comes the hunt. Big damage onto Houston. Once again, Coffee trying to pressure the healer, but he gets feared into the corner. Dex is out of range. He can't dispel, and in the meantime, Guz takes a huge hit. He has to trade Astral Shift before the 1 minute mark, but Coffee is still pressuring Houston, actually forcing a lot of pressure on Houston. They lasso him. They're swapping to him behind the pillar. Is he ready for the hit? Dex gets feared as he comes in, but Coffee doesn't care. He literally does not care. He's just sitting right on top of Houston, training the blue at the moment.
Feeling the healing stream totems just being as annoying as possible, but it could end up costing him. He still has a trinket, luckily, so hasn't had too big of a panic moment. Houston's just going to use the gateway to reposition and try to get away, but it is just so difficult to get away from a Demon Hunter in this position. He gets fully stunned up. Big lava burst incoming. Some peels coming in here from Blizzo with a stun onto Coffee, just allowing Houston just a moment to breathe in the match. Finally, the Demon Hunter's not on top of him. He can get out some heals. They have good pressure here onto Guz. And that's the thing. If Coffee focuses on Houston a little too much, then Mercy and Blizzo are going to be able to generate some pressure.
Oh, here comes the Primordial Wave. Houston's got big heals available. He's doing a good job so far, but Coffee is, pushing his way closer and closer. Mercy gets an interrupt there, but now he's looking to push. Guz has no Astral Shift, double Mortal Coils. Dex ready. Dex is trying to drink. His team fell a bit behind, but it is important that he's sipping throughout the game. So every time he gets one of those, he puts his team back in the fight, but he gets feared. Tremor Totem comes down from Guz just in the nick of time to break up that crowd control chain, but Mercy is lining up a lot of damage here in the near future, I think. He's looking for fears. They stun it. They intercept it. Massive pressure coming out from Coffee and Guz into Mercy. They're looking to take this to a game 5. They are not going down without a fight as they force the unending resolve of Mercy.
Yeah, getting those cooldowns out of the way. A full Cyclone now onto Blizzo, Coffee, and Guz, continuing this pain train here onto Mercy, who hasn't really been using his portal, so kind of just tanking a lot of this damage. Hasn't relocated just yet. Feeling confident with the heals coming in from Houston. Coffee's going to turn his attention now back onto the Restoration Shaman, who is just spam dispelling. Houston, if you're noticing, just spam dispelling the Flame Shocks incoming here from Guz, but he will get punished just a little bit and forced away. Earthenwall Totem drops down, but double Mortal Coil. Mercy looking for a fear. Lightning Lasso. Here comes the setup. Can they take him down? Do they get the Chaos Bolt? It doesn't look like they have the pressure. Unfortunately, that was a good attempt, but just not the damage to take Coffee down and really force too many more cooldowns.
Oh, Dex is falling behind at the moment, rotting to some pressure as he manages to recover with the Tree of Life. Houston in the backline with a Healing Tide Totem getting a ton of value. Chaos Bolts are flying through. Guz is going to tank one, but he Astral Shifts it to reduce its effect. They catch Houston around the corner here as Coffee is once again gunning down for the healer. Here comes the hunt. Big connect, but Houston's got a lot of healing, and now they're punishing Coffee for his overextension again. Fell Eruption into Infernal Stun, but Mercy is getting shut down. Guz is getting way better positioning this time on Mercy, so he's able to stop Mercy's damage when they make those swaps on Coffee. It's getting really difficult. If Guz can be stable and on top of the Warlock, it's going to be their main win condition, I think, as they use Static Field to pull him out of the darkness here from Coffee, as he is getting lower and lower. It seems like Dex's team is falling behind in terms of defense, but he is doing a good job on mana. They catch Blizzo. Can Houston get there in time? We got a couple Riptides. Coffee lands a double Fell Eruption, looking to cleave him down with those Glaive Tosses, hitting multiple members. Big Primordial Wave Lava Burst coming out from Guz. He is blasting. Look at that damage. Blast off, but he's actually forced into the burrow, and it is back and forth.
Yeah, this is a really tense game number 4. Mercy getting a little bit low, might have to portal away, but Houston connects a big heal. They are going for it. Double Mortal Coil incoming. Dex manages to sneak away and get a drink, though. He recovered a lot of mana. This puts Lava Lava in a great position. If they can just hold on, they might be able to win this just through pure attrition, but it is not going to be easy. Blizzo, Mercy, and Houston, they've been doing really good setups. Dex is getting really cheeky, moving in, getting a bash here onto Houston. The most aggressive we've seen him so far in this series. Realizing they have the mana lead, now can afford to actually try to put Houston behind. Maybe even looking for Cyclones. Blizzo is in trouble. Double Sun comes in, but Chaos Bolts are flying at the same time. Coffee's in trouble. Guz is getting low, and this is getting crazy, Sid.
Oh my god, Fuston's behind on mana, though. Dex is doing such a great job in this game. Much better on getting the sips and these little micro windows, and Guz's positioning is a lot better, but here come the Chaos Bolts 2 in a row. Guz's Astral Shift tanked a couple of those hits. Healing Tide Totem is down. They need to kill this Healing Tide Totem as soon as possible, but Grounding Totem protected it. Now Mercy is falling behind. He gates into range of the Healing Tide, but he might just die anyways. Spirit Link Totem comes down right before the Imprison, but I don't think it matters. Mercy has the Hellstone on top of it. He needs to survive for a few more seconds. Coils come out in desperation. His Unending Resolve is available, but he gets interrupted. He Dark Packs, but Fuston has almost basically no mana at this point, but there's a Full Fear on Dex with no Tremor Totem. They could turn this around onto Guz, but they're making another swap onto Fuston. No Spirit Link. He's in trouble. He's got Astral Shift. He immediately trades it. Now they swap back to the Warlock, looking to force that Unending Resolve. And even though Mercy is falling behind, even though his team is in shambles, he's still playing aggressive. He's still maintaining his positioning. He pops the Unending Resolve to go for the kill. Chaos Bolts are incoming onto Guz. It's match point. The healer is in prison, but Guz line of sights. Fuston gets kicked. Guz is going for the kill on Fuston. No, now they're hunting over onto Mercy. He ports away, but Fuston has no defense, and Guz sees that, but he's going to die.
Dead.
He's going to die before he can connect it, and now Coffee is looking for a 2v3. He's really close to it. Fuston has 0 mana in this position. Coils come through, but he's going to tap out. He's going to tap. I don't know about tapping out right there. I swear that they had a chance still here.
Yeah, that was a bit preemptive, I think. It seemed like they definitely could have won that position, but CHIBAKU Tensei, one thing's for sure, they're going to be happy about it, coming back 3-1 in this series. Mercy, the absolute hero on the Destruction Warlock, making it look really good. When everyone else is giving up on it, he's going to lock it in, and CHIBAKU Tensei showing why they are such an incredible team.
Okay, so what happened in these fights? Like, Guz really wanted to go for the kill on Fuston, but then Coffee went after the Warlock. And I'm just wondering, could they have coordinated on the same target? Was it? Did they just need to go all in on the Shaman at that moment in time? It was such a hard call to make, right? You just played out the series. You're on match point. It's been minutes into this game. There's a lot of pressure and stress. You don't have a lot of defense. Like, what is the best decision? So basically, there's no cooldowns for Guz at this point in the game. So it's kind of all or nothing. He line of sights the Warlock, and they go after Fuston, who doesn't have many defensives. So it makes a lot of sense here to go after Fuston. He's kicked. Guz can hit him. Mercy can't Chaos Bolt, but then he hunts the Warlock instead. They're both decent targets, but then Mercy ports away, and I think Coffee goes after the Warlock, and Guz goes after the Shaman. So they're kind of split, and then Guz is just in the middle of the map with no cooldowns. So it seemed like a little bit of a split in terms of attention where they wanted to allocate it. Maybe he should have stayed at the pillar, line of sighting the Warlock, and just kind of let Coffee do his thing for a few moments. But it was a long way away from another cooldown, so I'm not sure if it really would have mattered.
Yeah. Really back and forth game here, and once Dex got that mana lead, I really thought their team was in such a good position to actually close it out, but ultimately it was going to be Blizzo, his burst, that hunt, that is just the damage to send Guz over the top. These Chaos Bolts, scary, and that's one of the things about the Destruction Warlock. It's no longer, the big threat of the portals, but those bolts are actually absolutely horrifying. Mercy's going to port away in the final moments, and it's just overwhelming pressure. There's not enough healing there for Dex, and CHIBAKU Tensei, they are going to advance in that upper bracket, and they're going to get to go head-to-head with Echo.
Ooh, I am so excited for that matchup. That's going to be explosive for sure, Ben. Now that I'm back here talking to you guys, I'm curious. Lava, Supatees, moving forward, what can they take away from that series? Like, let's say if they end up playing CHIBAKU Tensei again, or even against Streamer Zone GG, what can we infer from that loss right there?
I mean, probably that this is the main comp that they're going to play and that they want to focus on. They didn't try anything else. And given that, Swapsy's team was seeing some success with it in the Gauntlet and looking good, I don't think that's surprising. It's just what they put the most amount of time into. I wonder if they were expecting a Warlock, because they do have Warrior as well, and a couple other Cleaves. So they could have thought or considered bringing that in at some point in the series. Against Streamer Zone, though, they have to be careful about using a Demon Hunter, because we saw Kasu's Hunter look really scary into Demon Hunter. So they definitely need to be aware of that.
All right, well, that's going to be the first round that we will see on Sunday. Lava versus Streamer Zone GG. We'll knock out our first player in the EU region. Now we're going to be here up in the upper bracket for the rest of the day. That goes the same for North America. So the last EU game of the day we've got now, Ven, is that Echo versus CHIBAKU Tensei series. And it seems like pretty much everyone was on the same page in terms of predictions as well with these teams. Except for me.
Just for myself, looking at these two teams, it just seems like they have all the answers, right? They've got all the compositions. They've got all the classes. If they need to cleave, they can cleave. If they need to play melee caster healer, they can do that. If they need a different melee caster healer, they can do that. If they need any healer, there's lots of different options. And the last time these two teams went head to head, it was CHIBAKU TENSEI who came out ahead. So I'm still going to give them a little bit of an edge. I'm not saying that Echo can't come up with something. I mean, they're some of the greatest to ever do it. But I don't think it's going to be easy for them. CHIBAKU TENSEI is looking like a very formidable opponent.
Yeah, they certainly are. That was very dominating performance for sure, and I think all of these teams for sure want to be very careful when planning the series that they have if they have to meet them here in the upper brackets. So that being said, we are going to head to a break. Before we do that, we're going to do a spell guessing segment. Yes. So guess along with us, chat. Let us know which spell you think that this is, and hopefully we'll try and get it right too.
I need my mage card back. I lost it.
Oh my gosh. He's excited too.
Okay, so it's a talent. Roar explosively. Blank to enemies within 12 yards. And blank 8 seconds.
No, Intimidating Shout doesn't last 8 seconds anymore. Piercing Howl?
Roar explosively.
That was...
Thunderous
you know what it
Roar, Piercing Howl. I'm just listing roar abilities, right? It's not Disorienting Roar because it doesn't last.
Incapacitating Roar could be it.
Doesn't last 8 seconds, bro. I think it's
Does
Thunderous
it in
Roar.
PvE, maybe?
Oh, it could be Stampeding Roar. I don't remember how long Stampeding Roar lasts.
I don't play any of these classes.
I don't know.
It's definitely not Savage Roar. It's definitely not Incapacitating Roar. Watch them show the screen now.
Definitely?
There's no way, because this is 8 seconds. It doesn't do anything for 8 seconds. It's Thunderous Roar or Stampeding Roar, and I don't remember how long Stampeding Roar lasts, and I don't remember how long Thunderous Roar lasts.
Enemy. Oh, it's an enemy, though. So it's Thunderous
Roar. Yeah, it has to be Thunderous.
Yeah. Yep, it's Thunderous. Lock it in. Final answer.
That's a good call, good sight. Good call. We're teamwork.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Wow.
Keep our cards.
I'm so proud of you, too. That was beautiful.
Yeah, maybe we need to start.
Amazing.
Oh, no.
Ooh.
What is this?
Is this what icon it
You're
looks like?
guessing the icon for
A.
Thunderous Roar. Okay, it's
A,
definitely...
yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah. 100% A.
I was
No
going to say
doubt
it's
in my
not
mind.
A.
Wait. Yeah,
No doubt in
it
my
is,
mind, Thunderous Roar is A. All the other ones are Druid ones.
Yep, I think you're right about that. Imagine we're wrong. Nah.
I'm not losing my Druid card. The 3 on the right are Druid ones, and A is the Warrior one.
Yeah, I trust you on this one. I'm going with A as well. All right.
It's like a monk ability.
We won. We got it.
I've never seen it zoomed in this close.
Yeah, freaking me out a little bit.
It's like a lizard, I think.
Okay, here's another one. Use a friendly target.
Okay, so our
Something
IQ test here, it's friendly. It has the word infuse, and it has power, and it has some actual number value.
Is it power infusion?
So power infusion could be, but I don't know 100%.
Power infusion. Yeah, I don't know. Well, let's see.
I think something like PI we would know. Something that we all fight over. We would know instantly.
It could be any of these. This is a hard one. Because they all infuse an ally. They all increase power.
Could be 30 minutes or what? Is it 30 minutes or... Where's that 3 coming from? That's what I want to know.
0 coming from at the end.
Do buffs last an hour or 30 minutes? I think an hour,
I think
right?
they last an hour.
That makes me feel like...
3 could be 3% versatility, which Mark of the Wild does.
Oh, that's a good call. I think Mark of the Wild.
It could be. That's what I'm
Versatility by 3%. Yeah, I think that's it for 60 minutes.
But Arcane Intellect is 3% Intellect, or no? Something else.
I don't know. I'm gonna lose
what is 0?
What does Arcane Intellect give you in this expansion?
I think it's 60 minutes. I think it's 60 minutes.
I think it's Mark of the Wild.
I'm going Mark of the Wild.
I think Power Infusion is bait. But then again, maybe Mark of the Wild is bait to bait my Druid card, and it's actually power.
We're gonna keep the Druid card. It's Mark of the Wild. I'm going for it.
All right.
Mark of the Wild.
You're locking in too. You're confident.
Should be powered.
I'm just doing power. I'm just doing PI. I'm just throwing that out there.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm gonna go. The chat's saying PI. I'm trusting them.
It says infuse and power. Chat's. Oh, there it is.
We
no! Yes.
Super tease. I like this. I like when we work together. It's nice. We can't lose when we work together. You know.
Our
I feel
knowledge
like a third
bank.
whole.
This is how
Power
we
of
can
teamwork
defeat
and friendship.
AI is by working together.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Just here for a good time. I'm the personality hire. It's fine. All right. Well, we're gonna head to a break. It's gonna be Echo versus Chibaku Tensei up next. Stick around. You don't want to miss this series. Welcome back. It is the last European series of the day before we hop on over to North American games. And these are two teams that have been the biggest name in Europe for potentially all of Dragonflight Lithy. It's Echo facing off against Chibaku Tensei.
It's honestly at this point a Dragonflight El Clasico, at least for this year, between Chibaku and Echo. They fought each other time and time again. Sometimes Echo wins. More often than not, Chibaku wins, and especially that last fourth cup, Chibaku just completely sweeping Echo 4-1. So they're definitely coming in with a good chunk of momentum, of confidence that they can take Echo down. But then again, hey, we saw them against Streamer Zone earlier. Echo looking absolutely clean today.
For sure. And you can see everyone but me. I think I'm starting to regret my decision after I saw Echo play today. Chose Chibaku Tensei as first and the runner-up being Echo. And I feel like those predictions, I feel like I'm going to get proven wrong here. Streamer Zone GG, I'm still holding out for them, Super Tees. But do you feel like Chibaku, for sure, now that we've seen some games today, Chibaku comes out of this one?
It really depends on what Echo's prepared, because the last time they went head-to-head, it felt like they were just throwing anything at the wall, trying to figure out what was going to stick, what could work for them, and they couldn't find an answer. And then it seemed like they kind of relied on Demon Hunter Boomkin by the end of the series, but if they lock Demon Hunter Boomkin blind, Chibaku, if they expect that, will play Demon Hunter Death Knight. And we saw, I think I ended the series going like, that was disgusting, vile, every single possible thesaurus version of that
syllabus,
word.
yeah, it was good.
Yeah, that's a hard matchup to win. So this is a mind game series for game 1, I think. And it's the blind pick could determine it all. If they get a Wizard Cleave composition into the Demon Hunter Death Knight, Echo might be able to win this series. But if they pick the wrong comp and CHIBAKU, read that in the blind pick, then CHIBAKU, I think, can take this.
I think so. There's certainly a lot of possibilities. I think Lithy, the thing that we know that Echo though is so good at is when a team figures out how to counter them, they're so good at taking what they learned, going back to the drawing board and just figuring something out the next time that those two teams have to play each other.
Yeah, CHIBAKU just comes in with it's not even a comp pool anymore, it's a comp ocean at this point, right? Mercy picking up so much, playing Boomkin the entire season out of nowhere, basically. Now he's back to his main, the Warlock, and looking absolutely incredible on it. He could play a Warrior if push comes to shove, and who knows what he can play other than that. And on the other side, well, Echo, they've definitely been struggling a little bit. Oh, and oh my god. The last time I saw was Red, he lived 17 seconds. So I'm very curious how long he's going to take this time around.
So CHIBAKU, we're going for the mirror, I think, with this and trying to full respect it. But Echo are like, nah, we're going Red Demon Hunter. We're going to train the Shaman, possibly. If they don't train the Shaman, I'm not sure how well this composition is going to work for them. And they're actually not. They're starting on the Boomkin for now. Maybe a swap with the Hammer of Justice as they catch Houston, but he gets out of it almost immediately there. And it looks like they're going to be totally fine. This is the first time we've seen this composition. I feel like typically Echo are not known for melee cleaves. So this feels like something that's completely new for them. Whereas CHIBAKU have been leveling up on this composition the entire season, getting better and better at the Boomkin Demon Hunter. But Mercy is on the back foot. And Houston finally gets him topped with the Healing Tide Totem.
Yeah, good pump coming in. Shaman versus Shaman. It's Lontar versus Houston here. And over the course of the season, Houston has been looking a little bit better overall, I want to say. But getting hodged up, Lontar takes some damage. But overall, Echo just continuously connecting onto Mercy. Heart of the Wild burned as well to improve that bear form a little bit more. But Lontar dipping around the corner, big heal on himself. Just tops himself off and should be more than fine for the moment at least. A little bit of a cross-CC setup here from Echo. Not quite finding the pressure off of it though. Raikou looking for a stun on Houston, gets cycloned by Mercy though, and in the meantime Was taking a lot of punishment. Nice static field totem coming in as well. Houston trying to reposition the competition here a little bit, and Lontar moving up slowly but surely towards Houston is getting swapped to now though. Massive damage coming through from Blizzo. He's back. He wants something, a big bite out of Echo to start with. Might be a good point.
Yeah, let's see. Can they stay on target here? Mercy's got Barkskin. He fakes an interrupt. Cyclone's coming through. Looks like he got grounding, though, by Lontar. Good grounding totem on that precognition. Nice win shear. Good stops by Lontar, but he's taking quite a bit of damage. He gets back on the pit with a couple Riptides. Refreshing the water shield is super important. If the enemy is kind of swapping to you, your water shield can fall off, and you lose a lot of mana regeneration if you forget to refresh it. But they are racing him down here. Bell Eruption, big pressure incoming. Do they have something to trade? Looks like he's stable at about 30%. But with that imprisoned onto Blizzo, but he finally gets the heal. He's back to full health. Houston into a Hammer of Justice. Waz is trying to lead the charge, but there's too many Cyclones coming up from Mercy right now. If he gets another, it could be devastating. They interrupt that one, but Houston gets pulled in with the Static Field Totem, setting up a lot of damage for Raikou here. He's cleaving a lot of targets. Now it looks like they're going after Lontar still in the back line, which is surprising. I expected Echo to go after the healer, not CHIBAKU. Lontar is being tested. Can he survive in this critical moment? He gets a big Nature Swiftness off, and now he's aggressive on top of Houston. Healing Tide Totem down for both Shamans. They're mirroring their cooldowns identically. The pressure is so high.
Yeah, Was burning spell warding and his whole barrage of walls on that little go there. In the meantime, Lontar down to half once again. Blizzo really aggressively trying to just tunnel down Lontar, even trinketing a lasso earlier. And meanwhile, Mercy going down to 20%. Raikou is just sending him at the moment. Big Essence Break is available in just a few seconds for both Demon Hunters, as Lontar is still suffering. Has the precog going for himself here, or rather the Spirit Walker's Grace, to just free cast, but another stun. There's the sack from Was to keep him safe at least a little bit longer. Nice safety tool coming in from the Red Paladin utility, and Mercy in the meantime still under fire. Houston has a lot of work to do here to keep his Boomkin running, but both Shamans need to pump the entire way through. Lontar looking a little bit better on mana, looking for a Hex, but Blizzo once again connecting onto him, not finding too much damage though as he gets rooted out and kited. Lontar doing a good game so far.
Yeah, good positioning, but Waz has used the spell warding, like you say, and the lay on hands now in that last attempt. So Waz doesn't have a lot of emergency measures to help Lontar with the next big attack. So it could be a Spirit Link Totem. There's no darkness either. So if they want to stay aggressive, they got to be aware of that. They can't leave Lontar alone too long. As Blizzo trinkets to go for the kill on Lontar. Is he ready for it? Big Hunt is going to connect with follow-up stuns. He's not panicking. He's being greedy. He tries to go for the root, but he's taking a lot of damage. Big Essence Break, and he's going to trade the Astral Shift. Is he going to die through it? Blizzo is absolutely slaughtering Lontar behind the pillar through every defense that he tries to activate. Earthen Wall Totem is down. He's still dying. Raikou gets rooted away. He's trying to help out with Blizzo. He Fel Erupts him, but Lontar is still not stabilized. He's into a cap stun from Fuston. He snipes him around the corner. Insane play, getting the Medallion and the Spirit Link, and he's still just dead. They kill the Spirit Link Totem. Mercy is trying to push in, but he can't stay too close. Healing Tide Totem is down. Can Lontar move it away here in time, or is it going to get sniped off? It's got a bit of value. It looks like he's trying to kill it. He finally kills the Healing Tide Totem, and now there's basically nothing left for Lontar to survive. They have to get Lontar into a safe spot right here. Nice counter pressure onto Mercy. He might just drop in the bear form. If Mercy can survive here, Lontar is surely going to die.
Yeah, that's a good darkness from Blizzo to keep his Boomkin alive. And Lontar, once again, the target. As you mentioned, Super, he is living dangerously right now. The Solar Beam onto the stun is massive. Lontar taking so much damage. Blizzo absolutely sending him. In the meantime, Mercy down to 20% as well. Echo striking back, trying to take the Boomkin down. Fuston pops the Ascendance, just tries to get the heals in. Lontar with a big NS onto himself, tops it off, and a good fear keeps himself a little bit tied up longer. Was already bubbled down to 20%, pops in the wall, but the damage is still overwhelming. Was almost dying. Lontar needs to heal, get some of those in there, but it's not quite enough. Cups Totem once again from Fuston. The man is playing aggressive like crazy. Does not quite find the Hex, but Was is still suffering. 20%. Shield of Vengeance finally coming back. The wings are available. He can burst like crazy in just a moment, but they need to stay alive. It's such a dire situation here for Echo, but they're managing right now, kiting away behind the pillar. Lontar stabilizing the team for the moment. Another Hodge on Blizzo. Not going to do too much here as it gets dispelled by Fuston. And Mercy down to half. Echo looking for another go. They got 20 seconds onto Essence Break. That might be the moment.
Oh, Darkness Force there by Raikou as he saves the team for now, but it's only buying them a couple more seconds on the clock as Waz's defenses have completely shattered. If they go on the Ret Paladin right here, he has nothing to block the kill. They need CC on Lontar and a go on Waz, but Blizzo gets intercepted by Lontar as he counter-aggresses. A double stun from Raikou, and they're turning it around. They force the Spirit Link Totem. Fuston is actually out of mana. He drops a Healing Tide Totem. He moves it away from Waz. They can't get to it. They're forced to run away. Heart of the Wild comes up for Mercy. Big heals coming out from him, but Blizzo pops the Essence Break. He's going for the kill, but they stun him behind the pillar. He trinkets to go for the win. Can Lontar keep Waz alive right now? The pressure is at its highest at this point. Raikou trinkets the bash to stay aggressive to finish Mercy. It is a race to the finish. Fuston wanted to drink, but he's falling too far behind. He has to come back to heal. Mercy could just go down as Raikou is moving in to finish him, and Mercy will fall to Waz. They pull it off. Lontar pulls it off. I cannot believe it. They were behind for so long in this game. They're still trying to win. Actually, a full Hex. No way! Fuston gets a full Hex. I can't believe it. They clap back in a 2v3. Insane play from CHIBAKU, but they have 0 mana, and Raikou is on top of them. It's a race. Which Demon Hunter can kill the Shaman first?
Fuston trying to kite away on half HP, has a little bit of mana to work with. The NS comes through on the other side of the map. Blizzo is hunting down Lontar, just continues onwards. 5%. Lontar about to die. The wall is popped in. He has some mana left in the tank. Earth Shield is up. Big heals coming through. Lontar is staying alive. Fuston stabilizes on the other side of the map. Fuston even has Burrow left. He has an immunity if he needs it. This is coming down to the wire. Both teams really playing their hearts out in this situation. Lontar with a good lasso, but he is coming down to the end of his lifeline. Another glaive toss to slow him down. Blizzo is going to reconnect in just a second. There's the hunt. Big double Chaos Nova. Blizzo's back. Blizzo is hungry, and he wants Echo for breakfast.
Oh my god, Lontar's got Spirit Link, but he might not have the mana to press it at any moment in the game here. Fuston into the stun. Raikou is trying to keep his pressure up. He gets knocked away for a moment. Lontar is repositioning. The mana is actually regenning. You know, in 2v2, dampening is usually a lot higher than this already. So the Shamans actually can have a big opportunity to recover in this position. And I'd say that's better for Fuston. His wall is coming up in 30 seconds. Lontar is trying to sneak away and escape from Blizzo. Blizzo sees him trying to make that escape. He's right on his heels. Fuston pushing in aggressively as well, hiding his Healing Tide Totem back behind the pillar, getting some big value for Fuston. Raiku's not killing that Healing Tide Totem. Huge heals from Fuston, keeping him alive in this instance. Now Lontar has his Healing Tide Totem down, but Fuston might just die first. Oh, big Nature Swiftness. He doesn't get purged on it. That was a close call if he was able to hit that Dispel. Static Field pulls him into a double stun from Blizzo. Is Houston ready? This is a lot of pressure on both Shamans at the moment. Either one of them could fall. Ascendance comes through. Link comes down for Lontar, and they manage to hold on once again.
It's so close. Both Shamans just doing everything they can. A little bit of mana to work with. Lontar gets in with another lasso. Massive damage onto Houston. Raikou trying to connect. 10 seconds on the Essence Break. Blizzo plops down another Darkness. Massive knockback. Lontar getting Houston out of the safety net here. This might be enough. Raikou has good damage. 3 seconds onto the Essence Break. Another I-beam coming in from Blizzo. Houston kites around the corner with 20%, but Raikou reconnects. Another Essence Break. Ready and available. Blizzo pops in the meta. This is the big go onto Lontar. But here comes the Essence Break. Can Raikou take down Houston? It doesn't quite look like it. He needs to peel for his own Shaman. The 2v2, an absolute nail biter as Houston finds another lasso. Lontar is trying to connect, just zooming around the corner. Good fear from Raikou once again, but Lontar has another wall. Blizzo is working away slowly but surely, chipping that blue health bar down, and Lontar might just be done. The cap totem from Houston is all important, but he is still kicking. Houston staying alive. The Link comes in just before the lasso, and suddenly Blizzo reconnects once again. Cap totem, static field totem is pulling him out. Lontar down to 20%. Super Tease, I think Lontar is gonna die right here, right now.
Oh, he tremors the Fury, imprisons Blizzo. He's escaping. Blizzo's trying to chase him down. He's got absolutely nothing. He knocks him back. He knocks him back on the Essence Break. Insane play into the Fell Eruption. It buys him another global. He roots him behind the pillar. Lontar is pulling out all the stops to try and secure this win. I thought that they had it in the bag, but Houston and Blizzo, they refuse to give up. Lontar is just running a Ghost Wolf, praying for mana. Healing Tide Totem. If Blizzo kills this, it's all of No, he doesn't move it away. He's able to kill the Healing Tide Totem, get right back onto Lontar, and I think this is lights out. Lontar trinkets out. He has to pray that just Ghost Wolf mobility can keep him alive. There's no healing left. There's no mana left. But will Houston die first? Lontar, he's getting crushed. Blizzo trinkets to go for the win, and CHIBAKU with the 2v3 turnaround, but maybe a 1v3. Wait a minute, Houston. Wait a minute, or Mastery. I think he should be good with the Burrow. He's got enough mana that I'd be really surprised if he goes down here, dodging the hunt around the corner in Ghost Wolf. Yeah, Raikou is going to tap out. Oh my god, insane game number one. Insane game number one. Okay, if the rest of the series is like this, bro, like this is only halfway point on the day.
Almost 11 minutes. And this, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between, this is the upper bracket final. The winner is going to move on towards the grand final early for tomorrow, and it looks like CHIBAKU has come to play. I mean, it was a scrappy victory, but oh my goodness. I think we went, 5 minutes in a 2v2? Absolutely insane performance from both healers.
Okay, Echo, I think why they crafted this comp is they wanted to come up with a composition that can beat Demon Hunter Boomkin and can beat Demon Hunter Death Knight. So the Ret Paladin Melee Cleave, it did kill. Technically, it killed first. It killed Mercy before they went down in the cross kill. So it can win this matchup. And if it can win against Demon Hunter Death Knight, then I think Echo may just play this composition possibly for the whole series, unless maybe we see like a Warlock pick maybe come out or something from Mercy into the near future. But this is the moment where you're thinking like, oh, Lontar pulled it off. He survived in all of those moments. He's going to win. But Houston, this guy is such a clutch player aggressively. Those 2 cap totems earlier in the game got all of the cooldowns. And then this Aura Mastery Hex. He's like, it's a 2v3. I'm out of mana in the middle of the map at half health. I'm casting Hex, bro. Like, I'm winning this game right now. And he actually wins with the Hex. And then Lontar with these miracle saves at the end as well. I think this is at the absolute end of the game. But the moment before this, with the knockback on the Essence Break, I was thinking, like, maybe he can do it. But he just couldn't keep pace here. Blizzo was able to scale up a little bit faster. I actually wonder if there might be a build difference possibly between them. Like Blizzo's running reverse magic, so he can get out of Earth Grab totems, whereas Raikou isn't, and that might have been a determining factor in the 2v2.
Most definitely, but what a game. Something sticks to my mind here, though, and as we see the map selection, I think this is exactly what I want to talk about, right? Of course, Hook Point coming in, Echo sticking to their new recipe. I mean, as you said, Super, it worked really well on a Grand. In theory, they've gotten the first kill, but can they continue that? How is CHIBAKU going to adapt just on the in-game level as they lock in just the same comp once again? How is this going to look like for Echo going through this series? Because swing match advantage has been such a massive deal in the AWC this season in general, and I think this is going to be a key example of this case.
Yeah, I definitely could be. I mean, I don't know. Echo could win this, but if they lose it, then what? Like, what are they going to do? Are they going to change their comp? Are they going to like try something else? This also feels a little bit like dire for Echo because we haven't seen Waz practicing a lot of ret. I feel like most of their time allocation has been to him on Boomkin or Rogue. So this is still kind of feels like a last minute trying to like figure out something in terms of theory crafting. So if the experience isn't there, if the games aren't there, if the reps aren't there, it might actually not be enough. This could be a case where CHIBAKU might be able to get away with this series 3-0, but this map will be way harder to survive. I actually think that maybe it's Echo that need to be more aggressive though on the Shaman. I was surprised that it was actually Blizzo going after Lontar. I thought it was going to be the reverse, where Houston is getting trained the whole game. And I think that could actually be better for them, and maybe they should try to hit Houston earlier and more often.
When in doubt, train the blue, or something I heard someone say at some point. Well, Blizzo definitely took that to heart. I mean, the amount of offensive trinkets he threw in just to get out of a lasso that Lontar popped in right into his face. Maybe he's going to repeat that. Maybe this is not something he can do on hook point, as he could be an easy swap target in a situation like that. Well, first and foremost, Echo are down 0-1 against CHIBAKU TENSEI here in the upper bracket. They need to come back. Hook point is their choice where they want to do it. Waz on the red belly. How good is this man really?
Okay, can he step up to the plate here? Can he fill the Vanguard's shoes for the Ret Paladin class and rep it for all the fans in the chat? Seemingly, you know, very few times I think that he's played Ret Paladin in competitive play, so this is a lot of pressure on him to perform, and they've got a lot of damage coming out on Mercy in the opener. They force his Bark Skin, and they force Guidance as well from Houston. That's a very early force. Actually, Lontar just matching him with that Guidance for Guidance on the Incarn and the Avenging Wrath, so they're lining those cooldowns up as they are 2-minute timers. I think that's going to be a fair lineup for them overall. Imprison onto Lontar into a Misery. Do they have the Sanctuary? It doesn't look like Waz is actually running Sanctuary, which could be very dangerous. He's taking a lot of damage right now around the corner. Has to use Lay on Hands, but I like the Lay on Hands early in a game when dampening isn't high. It also maybe gives you the chance to see two of them in a game.
Yeah, especially if you use it on someone with a decently low health. The cooldown is actually not that big. It's a 3-minute CD now for Waz, and he is just chugging away at Mercy's health bar here. Who Dude is trying to stay alive, but there is so much pressure onto him. He's used to it, but it's of course not easy to survive. In the meantime, though, Waz also taking a lot of punishment. Blizzo this time around really just sitting on the red poly, not relenting at all, and just sending it. Waz down to half once again, has no wall for another 5 seconds in a lasso. This could be the moment. They could be able to force the bubble. Another static field totem from Houston, just caging them all in. Oh my god! As Mercy's down to 20%. Where are the heals? Houston needs to do something. He's been so greedy on the mana side of things. Finally starts to pump, stabilizing his team. And for the moment, CHIBAKU is okay.
Oh, Darkness from Raikou. Now they're down Lay on Hands. They're down Darkness. That's a big cooldown. Luckily wanted to use it early so that he can see two of them in the game. But Houston is stunned by Lontar. Houston with a key lasso right there. Potentially putting Mercy down. As Waz is charging forward after the Boomkin. He's got Heart of the Wild. Is it going to be enough? They bash Raikou, but it's on diminishing return. A mistake by Mercy. Here comes the hunt following through onto Mercy as he jumps with Wild Charge. But Raikou and Waz are still all over him. Lontar gets a root on Blizzo. He gets dispelled out. He's looking to reconnect. Can they drop Mercy as Lontar repositions towards the fence line? Waz into a Fell Eruption. Big damage incoming. Is Lontar going to have the healing necessary here? It's so much damage across the entire team. He tries to Thunderstorm out of the darkness, but doesn't really get it. It doesn't land. And now they're getting big value on that push. He static fields them, but it's already over at that point. Raikou and Waz are still taking huge hits of damage. I'm not sure Spearling Totem's going to do a lot here. Lontar pre-tremors, anticipating a fear coming out, but now he's into a Chaos Nova. Waz has a Divine Shield. Everybody on the side of Echo is dying. This is scaling out of control for them fast.
Yeah, but Mercy's drying as well. Full hard jump to Houston. Actually, half DR a little bit reduced there as he pops in the tide. That's around the corner. No one can go for that. Lontar in the last gets out of that very quickly. And it's looking so dire. Lontar barely trinket links, and Raikou is still just melting away. Waz on 5%. The heals need to come through. Big ascendance in for Lontar. He's trying to bring the heals. Waz dipping away around the corner. Nagrand pictures painting themselves once again as they swap onto Blizzo. Maybe the miracle turn turn around with the lasso, not quite working out, but Houston pushing in, gets hodged by Waz, welcomed with a hammer to the face as Mercy is melting in the meantime.
Triple.
Houston looking for some heals, nice bash, the good CC setup here. Can Mercy get a clone off of that? He does not quite connect it in the way he wanted to, as Waz is down to 20%. Blizzo needs to dip out, overextending just a little bit too much in that situation. Mercy stunned up, but generally CHIBAKU looking strong. Lontar did stabilize his team in the meantime, but he left a lot of mana on the table.
Ooh, Raikou, no trinket, getting lower and lower. Lontar's got nature swiftness. Is he going to get off in time? A cap totem again from Houston here in game number 2. Really putting the pressure onto Lontar to heal his teammates up. He's 30 seconds away from Ascendance. Everybody is dying. A lasso now from Houston. A solar beam is down. His entire team is in dire straits. Imprison comes through from Blizzo. He's looking to secure the kill. Waz blocks it, but now they can swap to Raikou, likely forcing his blur. He's being greedy with the blur at the moment. Now he's going to trade it. This should give time for Lontar to recover and get to his Ascendance in 13 more seconds. And now actually they're ahead. A cap totem from Lontar. A triple, baby. Comes back in return into the Hammer of Justice. And Echo are still not out of it. Mercy on the back foot trying to escape. Raikou is chasing after him. Waz is trying to stay aggressive in Rep Paladin fashion, waddling towards his target. Lontar gets stunned up. Can Waz get there? He's scared to push. He uses the magic pop here to immune damage to make his push. This could be his final push if Houston is not ready for it.
Yeah, Crusaders pop. This is big damage moments as Raikou needs to pop in the darkness. Still has the Netherwalk available, and Lontar has a little bit of a pump going right now. Pops in the tide and immediately killed off by Blizzo. Mercy is down to 20%. Houston's Link just got killed off. It did nothing. Mercy on 10%. There's just training the bear down. He is trying to survive. Wild charges away. Houston trying to connect the heals. Finally gets it back up, but Rubas still sticking to the target. The wings just running out. He's trying to get more damage in, but for the moment, Houston is able to recover things. Wake of Ashes coming through. Mercy taking so much damage. Where are the heals? Houston needs to do something as Mercy goes down to 10%. Blizzo clutches it with the darkness. Root beam onto Lontar. Instant freedom from Waz, but he is also dying down to 20%. It's a nail biter, neck to neck game so far, and we're even at 25% dampening. Both healers nearing the state. Waz dropping further down to half, so is Mercy. Things are stabilizing, but the next go is coming soon. 10 seconds on Essence Break for Raikou.
Lontar has Link. Waz has Divine Shield. They should win this. Just stay aggressive. Go all in. Never get off the target. They swap to Blizzo. They catch Blizzo behind the wall here. Nice catch. They almost kill him. Oh my god. He escapes by the skin of his teeth with Netherwalk immuning the damage. I thought it was over for him right there. Nice catch by Raikou and Lontar. They still have more cooldowns. Just stay on target. Double blinding light from Waz. They're trying to get back on Mercy. He's in a bear form. He's got Thorns available. Nice Chaos Nova from Blizzo. Peeling the way into a double cap stun from Houston. Big damage coming out from Mercy in this position. Waz is going to wall and try and heal himself up here, but he's just struggling to recover. Lontar has absolutely zero mana. He can't even press the Link, I think, at this point. Raiku's got Blur. He's being greedy again. He trades it out, but he's below 50%. He might die to the Star Surge. A static field from Houston into a double solar beam onto the Ret, trying to keep them on their toes. But Netherwalk, Divine Shield, it's all or nothing. Echo need to win the game right now. There's nothing left for them. Spirit Link Totem comes out for Lontar. They have to drop Mercy. If they can't kill him here, there should be no way they can survive, but a Healing Tide Totem. Can they kill the Healing Tide? The Healing Tide Totem is getting so much value from Lontar, they can't kill it. It's in the back line. That Healing Tide Totem from Lontar is winning the game. Mercy is falling further and further behind. Heart of the Wild at the last second to try and stay alive. Lontar may have done it. That Healing Tide Totem got insane value into the guidance now. He's got more healing. Can they finish Mercy? Can they tie it 1-1 as Mercy is running for his life?
Oh my god, he's still alive. 20%. He wild charges away, trying to get around the corner. Raikou connecting once again. The blade dash is in, and the damage through. Waz is coming in. The verdict coming through, but the damage is not enough. House was alive. Lontar popping in the last bit of mana, but Waz is still kicking. Still kicking. The earthen wall keeps him alive. How are they doing this? Mercy on 5%, tipping around the corner. Houston needs to connect somehow. Gets the assist in, but Mercy goes down. Can they find the cross kill onto Waz once again? Is this going to come down to a 2v2 after all? Blizzo needs to look for some sort of damage. Double fear from Raikou. It's going to stabilize the situation, but Waz is all but safe here. Blizzo trying to dash after Blade Dance, not quite hitting. Houston down to half. Pops in the wall, has a Lincoln Burrow available, but Blizzo is trying to connect. For the moment, it's not quite enough. There's a Lightning Lasso onto Houston. This might be the end of the line for CHIBAKU Tensei, but it's not quite over yet. Blizzo once again connecting onto Lontar. This might come down to the wire once again. Super double stun when Blizzo goes
He's
for the
doing
kill.
it. Oh my god, he connects it. He got stunned on his Essence Break. Insane Hammer of Justice. Lone Star's looking for a Hex. Raikou is racing down Houston. He burrows away from the fight. They're not tapping out just yet, but he doesn't have mana to link. I think it's over for... Oh, he actually has enough mana. He got the link down. I can't believe it. But Waz has wall. Blizzo has to kill Lone Tar at this point, but Lone Tar has wall. There should be no chance for them. They've got cooldowns to block. Lone Tar's got Ascendance up. Darkness comes down, but they get pulled out of it. Houston's doing whatever he can to try and make this happen, fighting it out to the absolute bitter end, but really at this point, there should be too much defense for them to get through. They imprison Raikou. If Houston runs around the pillar, trying to line of sight. Healing Tide's down for Lone Tar. It should pick him up, and if Houston will go down, Echo tie it 1-1, but it is closer and closer every single game. Either side is really safe throughout this series.
And that was the small map. That was the map where we were expecting Echo to do so much better, but it's just still the same nail biter as Nagrand. It's just the map didn't change anything.
Okay. Well, I mean, we're going to a big map for sure here for game number 3, because look at Mercy. You just can't get away from anything. If he actually gets away on a large map as the Boomkin, and you just start getting Cyclones out, it becomes a lot easier for Houston to be able to restabilize. So I do think that's going to be the direction that we go. But could they have killed Waz here? Like Mercy, could he have Thorns himself? He's got Thorns this whole time, I think. If he had Thorns on himself, he wins the game. Literally, right? He won the game right here if he just had Thorns on himself. It says it's off cooldown, right? Unless that's wrong. But he had Thorns this entire time. Waz would have died. They actually won this game. Mercy just didn't press Thorns.
The fact that Waz there didn't die to dots because he was standing in the Earthen Wall Totem, absolutely illegal. That must have been single-digit HPs on Waz. Maybe production can find out for us how much HP Waz had left in that situation. That was insane.
Mercy could have won this game. I feel so bad now for him. He actually could have won this game. He had Thorns available this whole time. It does a lot of damage. There's no way. Waz would have either had to stop attacking him, and then Houston gets to heal him to full, or Waz would have died. So it does one of two things that would have saved him in this position. Because he can get Thorns damage in Bear. He can just Thorns and then tank in Bear form.
Yeah.
Like right here. Thorns, Bear. I mean, maybe you don't use the Dairy because he was one global easily right here. It would have won the game, man. They can still win this matchup. So, I would not be confident if I was Echo just because you won this game, that you've got this series by any means.
Yeah. It's not even a game of inches anymore. This is a game of millimeters at the very most. Waz was down to 21,000 HP at the lowest point there at the end. That's nothing. That's nothing. That's a single dot tick at this point in the expansion, basically. So absolutely on a razor's edge. But we gotta talk about the maps here, Super. We gotta talk about where this series is going, because yes, Echo evened it out on their map pick, but now CHIBAKU get to pick Ashermane's Fall. They get to run it back, and quite honestly, I'm not sure if we're gonna continue to see these two comps match up against each other, if Echo can keep this going.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we're going to see their preparation. Like, do they flip the switch and play something completely different on a big map? Or is it just they think Red Demon Hunter has the best chance into everything CHIBAKU has? I kind of think that that's how they're thinking. And I think I agree with them. I think the Red Demon Hunter overall probably has the highest % chance against any comp CHIBAKU has. Whereas if they pick Demon Hunter Boomkin, they're going to get countered by Death Knight Demon Hunter. And then if they pick Mage Lock, they're going to get countered by Boomkin Demon Hunter. So I really actually think that they actually have to play Red Demon Hunter. But we'll get to see how they're thinking here in a second when they lock in this composition, whether or not that's true. Because maybe it's possible. Maybe they practice the Mage Lock matchup on a big map and they can actually beat any comp with that on a big map. But yeah, no, they think that this is the highest % chance against any comp that CHIBAKU has. CHIBAKU, not known for caster comps, which typically, would be difficult for this comp that Echo is running. So it's smart by Echo, honestly. To see that hole, like, hey, this comp can actually just do well into everything they have, although it's really close. It can do well into everything that they have. So I think this is smart. And now CHIBAKU, do they try anything different? Because I mean, that was a misplay. They could have won that game. So it's likely that they're probably going to play the same thing.
It was definitely a really damn close, and honestly, hey, I'm here for it. That is a super entertaining series that is shaping up right here. But I also could see CHIBAKU try some other things, right? They have the swing map advantage, and no, they're going to stick to their guns here. I mean, it's been working decently, and especially with the map size being a little bit larger. As you mentioned, Super, maybe Mercy can get a little bit more room, can get a few more Cyclones out, shut down Echo as much as he wants to, and suddenly the pressure is not as insane. Houston is not going to bleed as much mana, Blizzo can put more pressure onto Lontar as he did on Nagrand, and the whole game might look a little bit different. And overall, I also think, especially when we think back to that blind pick game at this at the start of this series, right? A lot of offensive plays from Houston that might also border on the overextending that Echo might be able to punish.
Yeah, I definitely think that they're not really testing Houston a lot. They're basically just training the Boomkin. They tried to swap to Blizzo at one point. They actually almost caught him behind the pillar, so there's a little bit of flexibility there. It seems like they're very afraid to leave Mercy open and just clone. Which, I mean, to be fair, that is a big threat, especially considering the Demon Hunter and the Red are not exactly the most ranged classes in terms of stopping Cyclone cast. So I see where they're going with that specifically, but I do think Red Demon Hunter can absolutely slap a Shaman. So if Houston is ever in the wrong spot at the wrong time, like they should 100% capitalize on it here. But it's game 3. This is an important game. It's a swing match. So if Echo can turn it around here, they will have the advantage for the rest of the series. I can't believe that the swing match advantage was won by a 2v3. What a nail-biter situation in order to get to that, even in the first place. So crazy round, evenly matched teams. Interesting strategies here from both sides as they're trying to find a weakness on either side that they can exploit.
We wouldn't want anything less from the Dragonflight AWC Grand Finals. It's the upper bracket final. The winner is going to go on towards the Grand Finals tomorrow evening. And man, it's coming down to the wire. I have no idea who's going to take this. CHIBAKU looking strong. Echo looking even stronger on this new comp. Was on the Red Paladin, as they are sending it down their lane once again, trying to connect onto Raikou this time around, and Blizzo, of course, being the targets for the start, as Mercy pops out of stealth and was on top of the Boomkin immediately.
Ooh, Blizzo's just going immediately after Lontar. He's really being tested at the moment. He already used a Medallion and Astral Shift. He used a lot of cooldowns, but Mercy is now getting smacked. Double stun from Raikou, but Raikou gets swapped to at the same time. It is hectic for both sides as they are constantly switching targets. Healing Tide Totem around the corner from Lontar. Really good positioning on his Healing Tides. It won the game last time around if he didn't position that the way that he did. He kept his team alive for that final push, but Waz is actually outranging it, I think, and they catch him with a Lightning Lasso, a bash on Lontar, no Trinket. Raikou into a stun, into a Cyclone, insane setup by CHIBAKU. That gets Raiku's Trinket and even more pressure, but now they're on the back foot. They need to start working on recovery. Mercy is trying to kite away, but he gets static fielded in by Lontar. He gets static fielded on his Wild Charge as well. Really good value from Lontar in this position. Waz is going after Houston, being a bit aggressive on the Shaman, just kind of tabbing between the Moonkin and the Shaman. Now he's caught out in center field. He uses Freedom before the Solar Beam. Now likely, Lontar should be playing the Spirit Walk to get out of it, but if he's not, Mercy might be able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, it's all coming down to Waz and his reaction time on the Freedoms for Lontar with those Root Beams, and also CHIBAKU gaining Waz's human racial in that last go. In the meantime, Echo is just rotting down all across the board. Blizzo looking to connect onto Lontar in a second once again, I'm sure, but for the moment he's trying to peel for Mercy, trying to pressure Waz as much as possible. Lontar in-capped, forcing out the darkness from Blizzo actually, trying to keep Mercy safe, gets knocked back immediately. Houston hodged up, Waz connecting onto CHIBAKU's healer, pressuring him a little bit, but not too much. Gets lassoed on the way out, and Houston just looking peachy for the moment as Raikou is dying on the other side of the map. Blinding lights coming in from Waz. They swap over onto Mercy once again, and the Boomkin suffering half his HP, but dropping down further as Lontar is trying to play offensive. Nice static field totem. Was pumped around the corner, and immediately Blizzo is on top of him. Down to half, a Lontar bleeding mana overall. CHIBAKU moving forward with momentum, and Raiku's health bar down.
Lay on Hands comes out from Waz. He saves Raikou for the moment, but the entire team is getting shredded. Lontar procs and Ascendance with guidance. He's got big heals. They'll recover. Stun on Houston, setting up for some Pain Train onto Mercy, but Mercy clones Raikou and denies their advance. Healing Tide Totem from Lontar. He moves it away from Blizzo. Is Blizzo going to go and kill it? He's choosing not to. He's just attacking him, and he gets caught behind the pillar. Insane catch by Echo around the corner, forcing Blizzo's blur. And I love that they're looking for these opportunities to punish positioning. Houston's Healing Tide Totem is down. They're not even going after it. The hunt comes through, but Raikou is overextended. They catch him. He trinkets. He might just dive. He's not careful. He's got Netherwalk available. He's being really greedy with the blur. Waz is getting cracked as well. They get his Divine Shield. A crazy push from CHIBAKU has built a huge lead for them.
It's coming really down to the wire as Lontar is getting swapped down to 20%. Everyone on Echo is rotting down. Houston finds the full hex onto Lontar. He gets pumped out of it with the damage from the cleave that Blizzo is bringing in, but it's not recovering at all. Lontar gets cap totemed on top of that, trying to kite away, finds a lasso onto Blizzo as he drops out and swaps over onto Raikou. Everyone on Echo is bleeding defensives left, right, and center. Only Raikou having the darkness and Netherwalk left available, but other than that, they're almost dry. Maybe the spell warding from Waz, a full clone onto Raikou, Mercy and Houston looking to go onto the offensive, trying to find the Red Paladin, finds the wall for the moment at the very least. Lontar down to 20% mana, 25, while Houston is sitting PG on 40%. CHIBAKU Tensei, they have so much momentum and so much pressure on this map. Echo is not looking in a good state.
Ooh, full bash on Lontar. Nice Shield of Vengeance, but Raikou gets caught in a stun. No trinket. Blur available. Needs to pop it, I think. He's trying to be greedy again. It does trade out. Now Mercy is falling behind. He's got Bark Skin. Good Innervate. That's putting Houston really ahead on mana, but they actually stun him towards the tail end of it, but Raikou is still falling behind, and my eyes are just constantly ping-ponging back and forth. Is Mercy going to go down? Is Waz going to go down at any moment? It's so volatile here in Game 3. It's such an important game for Echo, but Raikou goes into a Hex, Lontar into a stun. They get the lasso. Houston styling on Echo once again, forcing the Trinket and Spirit Link Totem. These offensive plays from Houston. MVP for his side. Lontar's going to need to look to mix some in as well for his team in the near future if they want to turn this around, because Raikou is getting blasted down. Healing Tide Totem for Lontar. He's trying to play the safe game and trying to mediate a lot of damage with this Healing Tide, and it's getting tons of value around the corner, but now it's over, and Mercy is ramping. He's got Incarnation, multiple Star Surges incoming. Waz needs to be careful. He's got cooldowns, but Blizzo actually gets caught. Insane pressure onto Blizzo, but Waz goes down first, and it is so back and forth, but CHIBAKU maintained the swing match advantage.
Oh my god, I saw, he was dead on my screen. How did Blizzo not die there? No trinket. Echo can't quite do the last, probably like 20k damage that he had there. It's absolutely insane. This series is so back and forth. Yes, CHIBAKU find the swing match once again in favor of themselves, move up to match point, but you can't even realistically say they have an advantage. It's so back and forth.
It's very... I wonder, was Waz on Forbearance? Because he's got the spell warding this whole time. He can just go immune to damage, basically all the damage, and he can kind of just run them over. So I'm wondering if he just got like overexcited with how low Blizzo got in the stun. Maybe we didn't follow Waz in the last seconds to see if he's on Forbearance, but I can't see why he would be. His bubble and his hands are so far away. He shouldn't be on Forbearance. So did he get stunned? Like, what? He's got his human racial, so he should be able to human racial and use it. He's also got his wall, so he walls. He doesn't want to overlap it, possibly, and then this is where they crack down on Blizzo. But I'm just really surprised he doesn't... He gets really excited. I think he thinks Blizzo's going to die, and then he doesn't, and it's like, oops. And then Lontar gets kicked.
I think he just ticks down 2 dots there. After getting cleaved, basically.
I think he should have spell warded. I feel like it's such a last second thing where it's like maybe the extra global of damage wins you the game, but... He ends up, and the Solar Beam also is really key for Mercy. If he didn't land that Solar Beam right there, then Lontar gets a heal. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe Lontar was like, no, I got you. And then he's like, oh, Solar Beam. We'll watch Lontar this time on the replay, because that could have been what happened right there. Lontar could have been telling Waz, I've got you, you'll be fine. And then Mercy is like, no, you don't. Solar Beam comes down. So right here, he's around the corner, and he casts a lasso, and he gets kicked on the lasso. Mercy chases him. He was aggressive there. There's no way he was telling him he's fine. I feel like there's no way he could have been telling Waz that he was fine right there. So I think it was just a miscalculation.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't help if you get kicked as a healer there and you just literally are unable to throw any heals out. But I also don't think that Waz was quite expecting the amount of cleave damage. And I mean, we're going to see the death recap in just a second, what actually killed him there at the end. Because it must have been, yeah, it's Star Surge into Star Surge and Death Sweep from Blizzo, and top it off with Goldrin's proc at the very end from Mercy. So, yeah, just well played by CHIBAKU, honestly. Nothing else you can say there.
All right, really good plays there. And also, if Mercy didn't interrupt the lasso, Blizzo died. Right? Like, he was literally 0.1%. If that lasso didn't get kicked at the last, like, 0.3 seconds of it, he was dead. So that was actually really important. Dude, what if he magic bopped Lontar so he's immune to interrupts, so he gets the lasso guaranteed? This is like... I don't think there's any world where you would actually want to do that, but it would have been the most wild thing. It would have guaranteed that they kill him right in that instance. But we're going to Black Rock Hold, so I don't think Echo are going to change. I think it's going to be the Cleave comp again that we saw.
Okay, so Blizzo went down to 40k HP. So we had Waz on 20, Blizzo on 40k. I like where this is going. I like where this is going a lot. And man, what a series so far. And yeah, both. Wait. Oh, okay. Waz on the Boomy. Okay, I think we get to run back to the discussion we had earlier. Super. We bring in Waz on the Boomy instead of Chanimal.
Yeah, I mean they've got more practice together, I guess, with this. And Waz did play Moonkin in the past. He was like the Moonkin for Moonkin lock with Chanimal, so that's why he has it. And he's definitely capable. I'm not going to say that he's not capable. It's just that I feel like Chanimal has been on fire on the Moonkin. I would have liked to seen a game, but it's obvious that they've committed their practice with this comp with Waz. So I don't think that we're going to see it. But they're trying to use this to keep themselves alive in the tournament with a mirror, because if they blind lock this in game 5, I think it's going to be really hard for them to be able to beat the Demon Hunter Death Knight composition. So Echo might be able to win the mirror. That's also not guaranteed. But when they get to game 5, I don't know how confidently they can rely on this comp.
Well, to be fair, last cup they played against each other, the only map Echo won was exactly this mirror matchup. Yes, was a little bit of a different map. They went to Maldraxxus, but they did win a map on the Demon Hunter Boomkin mirror. So there is hope for Echo yet. I mean, there's always hope for Echo. These guys are just that good. But CHIBAKU definitely coming in with the momentum advantage into this 4th map of the series. And they just wanted to stamp their ticket to the Grand Final. They're done with this series. They just want to lock it in now.
Yeah. I mean, Echo, they have a lot to prove. They won the mid-season clash, but they haven't won a single cup. They've been 2nd or 3rd. Most of the time, and it's been a different team seemingly almost every time that's actually been beating them. So Echo really trying to lock in their dominance with their new pickup with Lontar coming in and Meh coming off the team. So trying to reestablish what their focus is going to be. It's going to be really exciting to see this come down to a Shaman showdown. You know, typically in Europe, it's not like this. Usually North America prefers Resto Shamans. Europe prefers Resto Druids. But seeing Houston and Lontar going head-to-head stylistically is a very entertaining matchup to get. It's one that you don't want to miss. This is an upper bracket round, so neither team is eliminated. I mean, I think it's likely that we're going to see them go head-to-head regardless of the result again in the grand final, given the level that they're playing at, the competitions that they have. They're playing out of their minds. Every single game is coming down to the absolute wire. But I think you can also tell that there's a little bit of nerves, right? Like no spell warding, no thorns. There's a couple cooldowns that they're leaving on the bench as well. So they're playing at the highest level, but nerves are there. Like this is the highest point of competition for them. And they got to keep a level head if they want to win it.
They need to indeed. And yes, these guys have the right idea. I hope you guys have the popcorn ready as well, because if there's a better series, I want to see it. That deserves some snacks. Off we go. Match point for CHIBAKU Tensei. Can they take down Echo once and for all?
Oh, Solar Beam on Waz right away to stop his first Cyclone. Mercy pumping out damage. Both Shamans in stun lock at the moment from each Demon Hunter, and the Boomkins are the main priority targets in this matchup. It's all about who can kick more Cyclones, as we see Cyclones coming out onto both Demon Hunters right here. And no stop there. They actually got Blizzo's trinket, so they could swap to him in a lasso if they catch him behind the pillar. Definitely something to keep your eye on, but Waz is starting to fall behind. It's match point. Lontar into an imprison. Waz trinkets out of the stun. Lontar trinkets an overlap of medallions on the side of Echo. That is a big opening, but they do get a Cyclone of Houston and a stun in return onto Mercy. He is getting absolutely destroyed by the Incarnation. Houston has Ascendance. He's got Nature Swiftness. He needs to try and line these up possibly in the near future, but Mercy gets cloned low health. Nice clone by Waz. Houston still gets the big heal. He's patient with the Nature Swiftness. Now Waz on the back foot. Waz is trying to wild charge away. He doesn't like this dance with Mercy playing right on top of him. He's looking for Cyclones. Waz is line of sighting, trying to find one in Houston. He can't get it. Blizzo charges over. Cyclone on Lontar. Stun onto Waz. They imprison Mercy at low health. Clutch imprison here from Raikou. To make it difficult for... No, I say difficult, but Houston immediately heals him back to Vol.
Yeah, big heals from Fusen, but Mercy immediately down again. Yes, he's standing in Earthen, that's going to help, but Fusen still has a lot to pump. Waz, he gets inlined with the Solar Beam as well. Mercy on point here to stop the Cyclones, and the follow-up damage is there. Fusen pushing in aggressively, trying to make something happen, but overall, both healers looking fine in mana. Lontar winning out for the moment, but that's going to change pretty quickly, I am sure about that. A nice kick here from Blizzo onto Waz. The Cyclone, Mercy getting trained down, gets inlined, down to 20%. Fusen needs to do something. The Link not quite required, but he is sitting in a clone. Full Lightning Lasso onto Mercy as well. Fusen just greeting that trinket. Mercy is fine with the renewal popped in. Doesn't even pop the Heart of the Wild, as Waz is the next target. Gets a precog, off-fields himself after putting Blizzo in a Cyclone, and should be fine for the moment. Chibaku looking clean, but Echo also just really chilling on this map as Mercy is down to 20% once again. The damage is insane on these Boomkins.
Okay, but look at the damage meter. Raikou has got a big lead. Waz just got passed by Mercy, though, as he's looking to try and close that gap and get an advantage. Cyclone onto Lontar. He can't heal for a moment. Solar Beam on Waz. He's in trouble. He's into bear form. Raikou will protect him with the darkness, but another Cyclone slips through from Mercy. He Cyclones Waz in the darkness. Mercy is popping off right now with these Cyclones, denying a huge recovery, and now they've got an imprisoned. Waz could be in trouble if he's not careful. He's trying to go for Cyclones. He's going to Bark Skin before getting interrupted. I think that's wise. And now Mercy's having it turned around. Incarnation, big punch of damage. They pull him out of the Spearlink Totem. Insane pull right there by Echo, and Mercy is looking to go down in the next couple of seconds. He Heart of the Wilds at the last possible moment. Frenzied regens are coming through, and he manages to stay alive for another moment. He Bark Skins the Essence Break. He's trying to get clones, but Raikou shuts him down. Star Surges are coming out from Waz in this position. He's still got Incarn up. A Hex onto Fusten, and Lontar is trying to clap back with crowd control of his own, saying that not only you can play aggressive in this type of matchup, Houston.
It's crazy back and forth. Waz with an insane knockback, but now he's taking the punishment for it, down to half. Blizzo just connecting and sticking to him. Gets a precog though, might be able to land a Cyclone here. Finds it for the moment though. Lontar sitting in a lasso. Waz getting pressured like crazy. Incap followed up. Blizzo really putting the screws to Echo right now. But overall, on the CD advantage, it's definitely Echo in favor right now. Waz trying to position himself around the pillar, doing a good job with the line of sight so far this game. Nice setup here on Blizzo with the Cyclone. Fusen and UCC. Nice cap totem. The offensive plays from Fusen coming in once again. The back-to-back stun from the cap totem, and Mercy in the meantime is suffering as Fusen is sitting in another bash into a root beam. This is going to be dire. He doesn't have a trinket. Gets out of the root finally and can heal his Boomkin. But CHIBAKU is suffering big and has tops of Mercy, and for the moment CHIBAKU is okay. But Waz on the counter pressure is taking damage. Look at Lontar's mana though. The man is like 30% ahead of Fusen, and that's a comfortable pillow for Echo to have.
Nice low Cyclones from Waz here. He tries to go for another one. Full stun onto Fusen. Big opportunity to finish off Mercy. Healing Tide Totem from Fusen. They can kill the Healing Tide. Raikou sees it. He's punching down that Healing Tide Totem. Incarnations are up for Mercy and almost for Waz, but Waz needs to be careful for the next couple of seconds. He's going to line of sight in bear form, get Blizzo rooted behind the pillar, try and fake some kicks. He fakes it. He's going to regrowth himself, rebuff, make sure that he's as tanky as possible for this Incarnation from Mercy as stuns come through onto Raikou, clone onto Lontar. Waz is alone. He Heart of the Wilds. He knocks Mercy away. He charges to him to try and escape from Blizzo, but Blizzo reconnects almost immediately, and Waz is still on the back foot. Nice low clone on Waz. He actually has to trinket a Cyclone, which means he could get stunned and die in the next couple seconds, but he's got Incarnation. He's going for the win right now, looking to take this to a game 5. Big lasso. Is he going to get destroyed or not? It's a full clone on Houston with no way out for one more second. Can Waz get more CC? He's trying to find another Cyclone. He's not finding it. He gets kicked, but they overlap kicks. Lontar's looking for a Hex, but Blizzo immunes it with Metamorphosis. Waz tries to go for a clone. Blizzo immunes it with Vengeful Retreat. He's still staying on target. I-Beam fully channeled, ramping up for big damage. Raikou has Essence Break. Blizzo's in a clone. Blizzo cannot assist Mercy at this moment. Fusten's in the stun, and Mercy is on the back foot. And Fusen is somehow, someway keeping him alive. Double Fear from Blizzo. They turn it around. They stun up Waz, and it's match point for Echo. They can afford no mistakes.
Darkness coming in from Raikou to peel for his Boomkin. Fusen has his Link back available. Lontar trying to push aggressively onto the enemy Shaman, but Mercy for the moment just dips out. Star Surges whipping back and forth. Waz taking a good chunk of damage, but so is Mercy. No Barkskin for another 10 seconds. Waz sitting peachy on that cooldown. Fusen in-capped. Mercy into bear form, gets stunned up. Double Chaos Nova into a Cyclone. Fusen trinketing that immediately, not even thinking about it for a moment, as Mercy's trying to land the Cyclone. Raikou inlining him, and Waz down to 20%. Lontar is stunned up. Can they find the damage? The last few moments. Renewal is available. Doesn't need to use it. He pops it in, and Mercy just drops deleted by Raikou.
Okay, Echo. Okay, Echo. Taking us to a game 5 here in the mirror match. But what composition are you going to use? Because if you lock in this Boomkin Demon Hunter, you had better bet your bottom dollar that Croto is waiting in the wings on that Death Knight. And the last time Croto and Waz met, it looked disgusting for Waz in order to survive. So there's a lot of questions on the table. But Echo are putting up a fight. They're showing that if they can win the mirror, that they can definitely win a series here against them. But we're going to catch those final moments because it was looking like they were overwhelming Waz, but Raikou just turned it around. And Raikou, look at that damage. This is why Raikou was able to get the kill on the Mercy. He is just absolutely destroying everybody on the damage meter this game. He's absolutely popping off. Like this is like 30,000 overall DPS in like a 7-minute game. That's a massive lead that you're forcing Houston to do way more healing on. He can't be as cheeky and aggressive, and that's why his mana was getting cut down a lot faster. So Raikou's overall pressure and momentum in this game looks to be very important in terms of their success. But this is where your tunnel visioning Waz, because it's like he's dying. He's on the back foot. Lone turns in CC. You're really thinking Waz is the one that's going to die, but Raikou's like, no, look at me. I'm the one in control right now. I'm the captain now. And he just takes the game into his own hands right there.
Yeah, and you can see Houston also was not ready for Mercy to die there. He was lassoing Lontar, and then realized that Mercy is actually getting murdered in the meantime. The inline from Waz with the solar beam did not help, of course, but ultimately just the burst damage that Raikou was able to send here with the Essence Break, just disgusting. And well, that's all she wrote for Blackrock Hold. Series evened out, match point averted by Echo. And as you mentioned, Super, we are going back to the drawing board. Echo has to pick the comp first, and yeah, Croto might be waiting in the wings.
You know what's crazy about this is if you're Mercy's team, you want to pick a small map so you can play Demon Hunter Boomkin or Demon Hunter DK.
Oh, yeah.
But if Echo lock in Ret Demon Hunter, then they take your map advantage from you.
Oh, no.
You can actually
the
flip
mind
this.
games.
You can pick Ret Demon Hunter here because now you have the small map. You have Runes Lord on. This is perfect. You can't like I didn't think the series would get better, but it's gonna actually get better here. But you can actually flip the map advantage to your team by locking in Ret Demon Hunter. They won on hook point, and it looks a lot more confident there too.
And what if CHIBAKU then brings in Red Warrior? Does that work out?
Can they do that?
I mean,
have they done
Croto
that?
plays Red. Mercy and Blizzo are insane warrior players, so I think that's very possible.
Ret Warrior and a Ret Demon Hunter. I just feel like I haven't seen the matchup enough to say 100% for sure. It could make sense on paper. Typically, Ret Warrior is like the dominant, top dog melee cleave when it comes to mirrors like that. But Echo are not instantly locking. I thought for sure they would just do Ret Demon Hunter here because it's a small map. It's going to give them the edge, but maybe they think they can beat Demon Hunter or Death Knight in the mirror because they just won the mirror pretty confidently, right? Like Raikou's performing so well on the Demon Hunter, so they might just be thinking like we can beat their Demon Hunter Death Knight today. Like we're playing good enough that we can actually play that matchup and win it. Or they're thinking it's a small map, we can take the map advantage actually for ourselves and play Ret Demon Hunter, but they're really talking it out, man. They want to just secure that spot because who knows what comes out of the lower bracket. There's so much chaos down there as far as like comp variety, and you don't want to have to play any extra series. You want to guarantee that nice little comfy spot, Championship Sunday. You're just watching everybody exhaust themselves playing series after series while you're just chilling, eating your popcorn and sipping on your soda. You really want to be in that comfy seat. So Echo are taking the full breath of this. And yeah, they're trying to flip the map advantage. They're saying, we don't think we can beat the Demon Hunter Death Knight. We're going to flip the map advantage. You pick a small map. We're going to try and take that edge against you. And now CHIBAKU will play Boomkin Demon Hunter 100%. Unless, like you say, I mean, maybe Ret Warrior could be good. Who knows? I mean, oh my God, if they actually pull out a different cleave that counters this cleave, okay, they're not. I thought maybe they would. I thought maybe they would, but yeah.
Damn. I mean, that would have been the most CHIBAKU Tensei thing ever, but hey, we're going back to Game 1, Game 2, Game 3. We're running it back once again, and CHIBAKU, they want to show them who is the big dog in this lobby. But Echo, those were, I mean, Nagrand, Hook Point, those were damn close matches. And Ashermane's looked better for CHIBAKU, but I think that was just really the map size and Mercy being able to kite, which I don't think is a thing on Ruins of Lordaeron, right? And, of course, Echo, they're taking the delay timer here. They're just gonna take a breather, let the nerves settle, let the adrenaline settle down a little bit before they're heading into this all-deciding 5th map here. And I think that's the most ideal thing you can do in this scenario.
Okay, the comms are locked. Got the map. It's game 5. It's been tight the entire series, and I'm sure this is probably going to be one of the most hectic games we're probably going to see of the day. I mean, we still have North America after this game, but this series, these teams going head to head is a matchup that you can absolutely not miss. So if you know anybody that's into WoW PvP at all and they're not in here, you should definitely let them know to make sure they don't miss this matchup, because this is where we really start to decide. Have Echo solidified their position as the #1 European team, or is CHIBAKU about to usurp the throne and take that title away from them?
It's the final season of Dragonflight, the last opportunity. We had so many questions about these teams throughout the season. All the way back to the start of the year, Lontar coming in for Echo. Stepping into the shoes of, I think, one of the most legendary healers in the AWC, at least who we've had in the game recently, retiring for the time. Lontar stepping up to the plate, doing a fantastic, fantastic job, really outperforming expectations, I think. Raikou, someone we had concerns about, a few off days here and there, but ultimately, when it really counted, he was back on the Demon Hunter, carrying the mid-season clash for Echo. Now, once again, sitting on that Demon Hunter, outperforming CHIBAKU all the way to the bank, and pulling them back to the 5th map, and on the other side, CHIBAKU kind of the new blood, the new guys, and to an extent, I mean, you can't even call them that, right? The big thing, Houston re-rolling from DPS onto healer and outperforming some of the best shamans in the business in the meantime. Just absolutely incredible storylines coming through the season, and it's been such a joy to watch all these teams compete, and especially Echo and CHIBAKU match up against each other again and again. It's just gonna come down to one final map. Ruins of Lordaeron is locked in. We're gonna head into it in just a moment, and the winner is gonna move on to the grand final.
Oh, my favorite loading screen for a game number 5, Ruins of Lordaeron. It would be a fitting final resting place, as it is a cemetery, and I sure hope nobody redeemed that before I could say it. You guys in chat would steal my line, and I would be very upset about it, but here we go. We are looking at the arena. We're ready to start this one, and Wazret could actually prove to be the most important component for Echo here and now. He's got to step up in this final 5th game to get into the grand finals for Europe on Sunday. Can they do it?
Gates are open. Waz actually playing Judgment of the Pure for the Judgment Dispel here, just to get all the Boomkin HOTS off himself, as well as some of the roots and other stuff that is thrown around here as he connects onto Houston. Early Hodge coming in. Raikou gets bashed up in the meantime. Nice stun onto Waz here. Blizzard immediately peeling, popping in the meta, but getting blinded on top of it. Mercy trying to get the damage in, but is under fire from Raikou. Earthen Wall Totems are down from both sides. And Mercy is just trying to kite away here for the second, trying to get some space, trying to get some Cyclones in, but it's not really working out. Echo opening seconds, lots of pressure onto Mercy, actually down to 20% as Houston is pulling back into the room, trying to stabilize his Boomkin. Nice precog here for Mercy, but can't quite find the Cyclone as Raikou dodges it.
Yeah, that Shadow Meld was key from Raikou right there to avoid that one, but now they're double stunned. Mercy goes for another Cyclone, but he can't fake the wind shear of Lontar. Nice wind shear into an interrupt from Raikou. They're chaining their kicks excellently. Mercy, though, now finally through the kicks, gets a Cyclone, denying Waz's aggression, and they're swapping to Raikou, looking to bait out his blur, but Houston's in prison. Mercy is repositioning, running long lines across the map here, but they're still connecting and absolutely cracking him. He gets pulled into the corner by Lontar. Raikou is jumping right on top of him, but he gets bashed up. He trinkets it. He's going for the kill. He gets feared away by Blizzo, and Mercy is desperately trying to get back in line of sight of Houston at that moment. Now Houston static fielding Waz and Raikou away, but they snipe that immediately as they look to reconnect. Lontar positioned at the center pillar. He's got really good positional advantage here. He can hide his totems behind the wall, whereas Houston will expose his totems out in the open if Waz wants to judgment them from range and kill them, and he can get Hammer of Justice really easily, but Raiku's falling behind. Lontar is still struggling to heal the damage, but Mercy gets lowered in this moment. Houston gets the Nature Swiftness. And nice CC chain from CHIBAKU, imprisoned into clone, double stun onto Waz. Massive pressure coming through. Shield of Vengeance comes up for him. It needs to be enough. It looks like it's going to be, at least for now, as Lontar is trying to pick him up. Healing Stream totems are down. He's got Primordial Wave. He's getting aggressive. Lontar is pushing into the middle of the map. Curious to see what he's trying to do here. Is he trying to get a Hex? He's getting really close to Houston, but not going for any CC at the moment. He's trying to find it now, but he's right on top of Mercy. He might regret this. Waz gets Cyclone. Lontar gets knocked back to the pillar, and he's not going to be able to make that offensive play. Raikou now with no blur is a vulnerable target. He gets stunned, and Lontar has Nature's Swiftness. He gets static fielded into the corner. Mercy's looking for Cyclones. He's not able to find one onto Lontar, but he finds one onto Raikou, denying his recovery. Lontar gets rooted by Houston in the open. Healing Tide Totem is exposed out in the open. Mercy might be able to kill it, and Houston actually is getting aggressive. He's pushed onto Lontar's tomb.
Yeah, he's taking over the middle of the map here, but it's a few more scary seconds here for CHIBAKU. Double stun with the hot shot to Houston.
that
No
Hex!
trinket available. Mercy down to 5%, and down he goes! Just like that! The trinket gone, and so are CHIBAKU's hopes at an early ticket to the finals. Echo flipped the map. They outplay CHIBAKU.
Oh, I bet Houston regrets that push, man. I really bet he regrets that. He got hexed up by Lontar. Lontar's like, yo, this is my tomb, dude. Like, get off my tomb, bro. Like, he gets the hex. That's what he wanted to get earlier, but because he was so far away earlier, Lontar couldn't spend a lot of time to actually get it. But by Houston taking the tomb, Lontar's like, hey, thanks. I can get the hex now. Appreciate that. And he can get
you want
hex.
the tomb? Here, get in.
He can get the hex that wins the game, and Echo turn it around, even despite all of our predictions. Of course, the tournament's not over. We still do have the grand finals, but if the grand finals is a repeat of this, Echo could absolutely upset all the predictions there, and it's off the back of Waz's Ret Paladin. The whole time, Ret Paladin was the secret weapon. Just nobody could get it to the level that Waz did. And look at this hex at the end of the game that Lontar gets. Hammer of Justice. Houston has no trinket. He hides behind the pillar. Full hex. Ribbit, ribbit. There ain't no Prince Charming coming to kiss you out of that hex, and he can't do nothing. He thunderstorms him out of the darkness, too. Oh my god, that was so dirty. That was so dirty by Lontar. Oh my god, actually. That was insane. Wait, this moment needs to be clipped for any doubters in the chat on Lontar. Like, he actually wins the entire game for his team right here. He gets a hex out of the stun, and then he preemptively knows he's going to darkness. So he runs to him to thunderstorm. Watch this. He's low health. His team is dying. Doesn't care. He goes for the game-winning play. Line of sight out of all the kicks. Full hex, and then he preemptively runs in. Because he knows darkness is going to come down from Blizzo. And darkness does. I think at like the last second or something here. Darkness at the last second. Thunderstorm just in case. Like, he would have got knocked out if he didn't die right there. And he would have died immediately. So that was a crazy moment for Lontar.
Silencing all the doubters, silencing Mercy, and sending CHIBAKU down to the lowers. I need a shower after this one, man.
Yeah, that game got a little sweaty, Lithy. I'm sure they do as well. Actually, I heard that's a ritual that they do before their finals. I know last time they were in a finals, they literally took a delay timer so the whole team could take a shower. Echo. So maybe that's the secret. Just lots of showers. You heard that, World of Warcraft players. All right, well, Echo, moving forward here. We're going to see them once again. I'm sorry. I had to. We've all been to BlizzCon. But EU finals with Echo. They're waiting on an opponent here. And they're going to sit nice and comfy into Championship Sunday. That's going to wrap off the day pretty nicely for Europe. Of course, we'll be moving into North America a little bit later. But they're going to get an opponent somewhere from this lower bracket. It's going to be Lava Lava, Streamer Zone, or CHIBAKU Tensei. If our predictions are correct, Stupities, it's going to be CHIBAKU. But Streamer Zone, Lava Lava, certainly not teams that you want to be counting out.
Yeah, I wouldn't count them out. They're wild cards. Lava Lava is very well practiced on the Ellie Shaman, Demon Hunter, Resto Druid, so it is entirely possible that they could overcome the composition disadvantages that they've currently got in the meta. And StreamerZone.gg, they're the best at jungle, like the absolute best. Now, they didn't play jungle today, though, so they were really trying to throw curveballs, and none of the curveballs worked. So does that mean that they're just going to run it back and play jungle all through the lower bracket, do it their own way? Because that's the big question I've got for them.
That certainly is going to look like a spicy lower bracket run. I mean, the big thing also is the fact that it's an entire day, right? If you're Lava Lava or Streamer Zone, you want to make it to the grand final, you got to win 3 matches in a row. And if that's not a grueling day, I don't know either. Certainly, I mean, I'm super excited for it. It's going to be an absolute banger. And latest point, that grand final, Echo waiting for someone to challenge them once again.
Streamer Zone, they're basically in another gauntlet. They came out of a gauntlet into another gauntlet where they've got to make some sort of run here. against a bunch of compositions that are very challenging for them overall. So I'm curious to see if there's some way that they can somehow overcome that adversity and be able to pull it off. It would be really exciting. I feel like they're one of the most entertaining teams to see just because they're just that one trick, that staple, trying to make it work. Almost like a European The Move, where it's not RPS, but it's jungle. And they build fans around that as well. So always a very entertaining team to see.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, I'm certainly looking forward to that series. But that being said, we are now in North America. Not sure you guys already hit that or not, but we can take a look at the bracket right now. It's Team Liquid versus La Pump for the first round of the day. La Pump, of course, that's the team that made it out of the gauntlet yesterday. They beat Power Frogs to get here. They barely even had to go to the gauntlet at all. It was just like the smallest point differential between them and the move. So they are back here. They're here to prove themselves. Their first up against Team Liquid could prove to be a pretty difficult series, though, Lithy.
I mean, difficult is saying is very lightly, right? La Pump has been absolutely dominating in the recent weeks, and especially the fourth cup. So Liquid, they have a big task ahead, but hey, it's still Team Liquid, and they're good for a surprise. We get the Liquid facility games, the cams, maybe Sidu punching another chair. Who knows what's up? And A is going to be an absolute banger, that's for sure, though.
You could put body armor on the chairs just for seating.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, we might need that. Well, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, we're going to get to that series up next. It is round 1 here of the North American Finals. Team Liquid versus La Pump coming up after this break. Hello, everyone. We are heading on over to North America. We've got 4 teams in this region, but only one can be crowned the North American champion tomorrow for championship Sunday. It's Team Liquid versus La Pump for the first round of the day. I'm curious what our predictions were for this one because EU, we were like mostly in agreement. Is it going to be the same for North America? Zico, what were your predictions?
My predictions are very spicy. I actually predicted La Pump to win.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I thought you were being sarcastic because your predictions were supposed to be spicy for you, and then you ended up going along with the rest of everyone. But La Pump coming out of North America.
I thought you guys were gonna go from go and vote for Echo. That's why I thought my EU pick was spicy. But yeah, La Pump for US, and I think I put Liquid in second. So yeah, this is maybe a preview of a potential grand finals. I feel like La Pump has been one of those teams, like they peaked very late, but like when they did, they won a cup. They had like some really deep performances. They looked dominant in the gauntlet. These guys are locked in. They are entering as the 4th seed, but I would argue that they are probably maybe 2nd strongest right now in NA. Like them and Void, I would say. I would say the Move is the actual real 4th team. Like they got some work to do in this tournament for sure.
Yeah, it's unfortunate the Move. I think everyone expected that they picked up Ceralium as their 4th. We thought they haven't had a bad season by any means. They placed 3rd out of the region. They made it into the finals. They're here. They're facing VOIDGG for the first game of the day. But it's just I feel like they've underperformed as to where a lot of people expected them to be with that Ceralium pickup.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for the Move was really that it turned out that the meta just shifted a little bit too fast for them. They couldn't quite keep up. They brought in Peekaboo and the Demon Hunter a little bit too late to really find massive impact towards the higher seeds of the top 3, right? But ultimately, it's the Move. It's a team you can never count out. They have a lot of work to do, but honestly, I think it's work that is gonna get done. I mean, who else but the Move is gonna do it? And hey, that's why I'm picking them for my prediction. I think the Move is gonna take it all.
Really? Okay. Well, who was your second?
Hey, El Clasico. It's Liquid 2nd, Move 1st. What else in NA?
Totally fair. All right, well, we got to talk about this series. We got Team Liquid versus La Pump. It is the first one that we'll be seeing here. The loser of this one, we'll only see them Championship Sunday down in that lower bracket. Winner will be moving forward, and it's Team Liquid versus La Pump, game number 1. Here we go.
All right, let's see what are we going to see out of these teams. I feel like Team Liquid is going to be spicy here in the blind pick, and we are going to see Trill on the Hunter versus Zhang, Existence, and Dippy. So this is the matchup that Team Liquid wanted. They've been opting in for that Trill Hunter and melting demons with it.
This is the big question that La Pump needs to answer. Yes, the last time Liquid ran this, it was into Existence's Warrior, but with the Demon Hunter, this might look like a very different matchup. Let's open the gates. Let's get into NA. It is Dragonflight Grand Finals upper bracket round 1. Liquid versus La Pump, and Sam, the Precog King, immediately getting targeted.
All right, let's see. What can the Precog King do? Full trap secured onto Zhang. Existence already getting blasted. Forced to use the Shadow Meld there, but trying to hold on to that Nether Walk. Zhang is sitting through a lot of crowd control. The Death Chakrams are doing work. That is not the opener that you want on your first game here on the day for La Pump, but Existence manages to hold on to his very important Trinket and Nether Walk, and now he can just get offensive here onto Trill.
Yeah, I see the beautiful grip there on the I-Beam as well. Essence Break is coming through. Trill taking still a lot of damage, but with the Angel Form, Sido able to just pump away. Ooh, Static Field Totem. Zhang getting spicy early on, a minute in, and he is already popping off on the Shaman. Trill around the corner, just getting blasted by Existence right now. Massive damage coming through. Sido needs to get something done, but he's sitting in a full clone. Trill suffering, might have to pop something here. The wall is out. He can hold onto the turtle, but Sido still sitting in CC. The root beam not quite connecting. Sam has his available as Zhang is sitting in a full fear. Maybe they can make something work off the back of that.
All right, let's see. Can I get any follow-up onto that? Doesn't look like they're going to find it just yet, Trill. trying to get aggressive here with the rapid fire, big damage onto Existence, sitting through that bash. Trill gets disarmed. Sidu though in a Cyclone. Dippy has been doing a phenomenal job here with these Cyclones. Finally, Samayam shuts him down with Solar Beam, gets a Cyclone onto Dippy, and that should alleviate some of the pressure onto Trill here, but still a lot of damage. Nice nice Diamond Eyes there onto Existence. That's going to pause his health and keep him crowd control there for a second as he does get back onto Trill. Sidu now in a bash. Dippy gets scattershot though, so we can't follow that up with the Cyclone as he would have wanted to. Existence in a stun himself, and Trill actually getting low Cyclone. Dippy is still fishing for it, but it's going to be Zhang in a full fear. Dippy could actually be in big trouble here to get the Cyclone follow up. There's the stun onto Dippy. Big aim shots coming in here, but now Existence is going to be free and raining terror here onto Trill.
Yeah, Sidu actually doing a good chunk of damage, 40k DPS, pumping it in, but Trill suffering for it as Sam is dropping low as well. All over the place, Dippy just blasting Star Surges out and making Liquid pay with health for it. Trill down to half, gets Cyclone, Sam sitting in a Solar Beam, gets kicked, and Sidu just trying to pump 4 seconds onto the Spirit of Redemption. Should be able to top off his team in just a moment here, has the him available as well, as Trill is suffering even more. Sam pops in the Incar, and they're trying to swap over onto Dippy. Zhang has everything under control for the moment, gets a little bit of a star knock up here for the second, but Zhang sitting in another full clone. Should be fine, should be able to stabilize Existence, looking for the Essence Break, and Sidu just dipping into that Angel form. Should be able to pump Trill through with this.
Oh, Dippy actually trinketing the Cyclone there aggressively to keep up the pressure, but it's actually his own team that's falling behind. Dippy has 50% HP. They missed the fear there onto Trill. Nice dodge on that from Existence, but now Existence is going to come back to his target. I-Beam connects. There's a Fell Eruption. Here comes the damage. They're actually going to start a Cyclone Trill out of that instead and just try to look to recover here. A lot of pressure in this game number 1 here for Team Liquid, and so far this MM Hunter has really been just doing a lot of work for them, but Existence does get Cyclone here on 50% HP. Trill looking for an offensive setup. Dippy actually fake casted the Solar Beam there, but Existence now in a trap. Dippy low Cyclone. Zhang has a lot of healing that he needs to do here to recover his team as Trill gets disarmed and moves in. Sidu with a beautiful dispel there, and now finally to try to set something up onto Trill here. There's the Chaos Nova, but not able to find the follow-up Cyclone. Samayam trying to find his own Cyclone there onto Zhang. He gets Typhoon, but it gets Cycloned, and he gets the Cyclone at the exact same time there. Beautifully done by Sam, getting a little bit lucky there with the timing on that one, but Trill dropping very low, gets Cyclone on his Guardian. This is a lot of pressure here for Dippy. Dippy is just looking for the CC here onto Sidu. Nice Diamond Eyes there onto Dippy. Is gonna just shut that down and allow Sidu to recover.
Yeah, overall, this game is slow-paced in terms of the mana, but the health bars certainly to betray that image a little bit. Trill getting in-capped low, Zhang taking a lot of punishment. Nice swap over onto the Shaman. Trill taking even more damage, and he needs to turtle actually. Sidu got CC'd off to the side just a little bit. Existence finding another stun onto Sidu, trying to reconnect onto Trill. Has the Essence Break in a few seconds, might be able to absolutely send the Hunter in this moment, but it's going to be the Shadow Meld that's coming in, trying to dodge this stun as Trill gets feared up into a full clone. Dippy trying to connect, dipping away as Zhang gets CC'd up, fearing for his life. Nice defensive play. POMP overall very calm and controlled. I think they're playing the long con, the mana game here, and I'm not sure how that's going to turn out as Trill gets blasted.
I feel like an Incarnation here could swing this game into anyone's side, but Trill with no turtle here is going to be a very exposed target. Sidu's in Angel form, spamming out the heals. He cancels it, comes out with the Pyro Infusion. Existence is in a lot of trouble here, almost going down while Zhang is sitting through that Cyclone. That Nether Walk, is that going to be enough? If they can chain it with a trap, they get the trap. Huge damage onto Existence. How is he going to survive this? Nice darkness, nice iframe with the glimpse, and Existence manages to pull himself back there. That was
Dippy
looking absolutely scary, but Dippy now getting swapped to, and you can see Team Liquid are firing on the damage here, but still they can't get too offensive because Trill is an exposed target here. Sidu stuck in a clone. Trill could go down right now. Guardian Angel is active for Trill, doing a lot of work here for Sidu at 27% dampening, but still a lot of damage available with this Incarnation popped for Dippy. Still has a couple of seconds left, could get some more CC as he does get that Cyclone onto Trill and starts sending it here over onto Sam. Sidu manages to pick Sam up for the most part, but now it's going to be Existence in a lot of trouble. trouble here in a stun, but manages to survive for now. Gets a nice trap there onto Existence, trying to slow down his HP, trying to slow down his damage, but he will make it back to Trill. He manages to imprison the rapid fire there, and it looks like they want to go after Samayam here in this position. They fear Trill. Huge damage onto Sam, but again, the Precognition King is ready.
Yeah, Sam pops the Barks in, but I think they were mostly baiting for any CDs from Sidu here. They immediately swapped over onto Trill once again. Sidu with a double Chaos Nova getting stunned up. Existence really trying to hammer it home now. The Raw of Sacrifices in. Trill trying to stay alive, but Sidu is still sitting in the Cyclone. Trill down to 10%. Sidu goes for the swap. Dippy bashed up. Sam trying to play defensive, but it's coming down to the wire here. Both teams just suffering. Sam gets kicked on the clone. Zhang on the offensive trying to make something happen. Trill in another Cyclone. Sidu just pumping heals left, right, and center, but he's going slowly but surely. Cross CC setup once again. Sidu is trying to do something, but he gets cloned up. Dippy just has everyone under control right now. It's really heckin' windy out here, man. It's wild as Sam slowly but surely gets stabilized. Trill might as well catch another big heal from Sidu here with the Symbol of Hope. He is stabilizing, but man, he left a lot of mana on the table.
Yeah, he got Exhilaration back. Will he even have time to use it, though? The Lightning Lasso comes out of the Chaos Nova. Big damage here onto Trill. Rapid fire in response, trying to get some suppression fire back onto his target, but he's dropping dangerously low. He's going to pop the Exhilaration heal. Sidu in Angel form, spamming out the heals. Dippy manages to fake cast yet another beam here from Samayam, and he's looking for the low Cyclone onto Trill. He manages to find it, but the swap into Zhang. Huge damage onto Zhang. Stun into stun. Can they take him down? He's got the Spirit Link Totem. He trades the Astral Shift and the Trinket, and that will be it. They get the Cyclone onto Zhang, switching it over to Dippy. Existence trying to take out Trill, but he has the Diamond Dice ready to swap it to Sidu. Sidu fears up Existence. No Dispel available here for Zhang as he does make his way back onto Trill, but he's got Aspect of the Turtle. He's got Roar of Sacrifice. They're swapping to Zhang. He's in the middle field, tanking up this damage, and he will drop the Spirit Link, but now he gets stunned. He's got nothing. There's no darkness, but the offense is keeping him alive. Trill forced into that Aspect of the Turtle, but he does cancel it. Looks for the killing blow. Can he find it? The trap comes out onto Existence, but the Cyclone in response from Dippy. Le Pump trying to push for the win here. Zhang's got nothing, though. He's scared to push in. He knows he could be a target. He gets Cyclone. Existence is going to be the target. Dippy in a scatter shot. Trill on the Hunter, doing some masterful moves right now to stay alive in this match, to keep the pressure going. They get the Cyclone. They get the Cyclone onto Existence. Trill in a Lightning Lasso, and I think this could be it. Sidu in the backline with barely any mana left, spamming out the heals. The Static Totem comes in, pulls them both in. That's a full Cyclone, and I don't think Trill can survive this one. Samayam gets beamed, and that is going to be it. The imprisonment comes out, and Le Pump comes out swinging from the gauntlet.
Another 8 minutes it takes a Liquid to get a Zhang's link. This man is made of steel, most literally. What a nail biter. Le Pump find the answer to the Hunter comp, and Liquid are on the canvas. First down, 2 more to go.
Whew, what a game number 1 here, and this is exactly the pick that Team Liquid wanted in this matchup. This is their kind of counter pick to a lot of these Demon Hunter plays, but Existence, man, like by the skin of his teeth, that was disgusting.
Actually, what's even more toxic is the fact that Zhang just doesn't link there.
They just know.
It's like
he just knows that the damage is done. Like, he's not gonna die anymore. I'm holding on to it. But most people are just gonna panic. My Demon Hunter's dead. Like, spamming the button, you know.
Yeah. Oh my god. Really, really close. But we gotta talk about this Hunter Zico, because as you mentioned, this is supposed to be Liquid's counter pick to the DH Boomy. This is supposed to just win them the game, more or less. Yes, of course, you still need to play it clean. But I don't feel like Liquid really made too many mistakes on this map.
I feel like, yeah, I think this is just kind of, honestly, it's Le Pump just playing a great defense. I feel like it's a lot about the Boomkins as well, because both Boomkins are like fairly free casting in the matchup, and I feel like Dippy got a little bit more control onto Samayam, and if he can control Samayam, that's going to open him up to, getting control on the rest of the team. It all starts with taking out the other Boomkin, taking out the threat of getting Cycloned yourself. And I feel like Dippy did just a phenomenal job with that. I really like the swaps coming out from Liquid as well onto Zhang. I would have loved to see that a little bit earlier, though, before, the game got so hectic. But Liquid are locking in Hook Point. I don't think they're running an MM Hunter on Hook Point. So the question is, what are Liquid cooking right now?
Survival Hunter?
Survival Hunter. That would be very spicy.
Imagine-
It's like going to like a Thai restaurant and taking like the triple chili option.
Yeah, no, that it certainly is. Le Pomp, they're going to stick to their guns. I mean, as you mentioned, Dippy just an absolute monster. It's not even playing clean anymore. That's just playing unreal. So Dippy really prepared and locked in for this final, and I'm very curious what Liquid's answer is going to be. Hook Point. I mean, Walking Dead? No! The DK Rogue, once again! Lord Mez makes an appearance.
This is Assassination Rogue. This is what we've been kind of discussing a little bit, me and the casters. Asa Rogue, we think it's kind of back. It's really interesting to see it actually being locked in, because we have seen some teams try. There's been a lot of talk about like Asa Fire, but I really think a cleave like this, like if I'm Dippy, I am terrified of this. Like if I'm Zhang, I'm like Hook Point, Trill, probably the highest damage dealing rogue in the game, and Mez, DK Asa. Yeah.
Especially now that Unholy DK is like actually pretty decent. The burst damage Maz can bring in with those big apocalypses is going to be nasty to deal with, and we've seen them play this comp before in one or two of the cups, and it's just such an oppressive rot comp basically. You get all those rogue bleeds, the rogue poisons, the DK dots on there, and they're just gonna unrelenting run you down. And Hook Point, perfect map for that. So Le Pomp, they gotta have an answer for this, otherwise it's all about the swing matches in this series.
Oh yeah, this could definitely be kind of back and forth territory here. Team Liquid bringing out yet another surprise, and that's why I said in that last game that the blind pick could be very spicy. And Team Liquid, they are one of those teams that really excel at kind of experimenting. Even when they have like a really strong meta comp, they don't just settle for that. They keep looking for other options. We'll see if this one works out here against Le Pomp. Game has started. The slappy hands are out for Maz. He target acquired Moonkin, and already Sidu in Angel form spamming out the heals. And here comes the blender. Triple blinding sleet into potentially a triple Garrot. Oh my god.
Oh, no.
Trill gets bashed, but I think he actually got all three Garrots there. So Trill is going to be doing a lot of damage. He's got Death Mark available. He's going to be packing a punch with that Chib as well.
Oh my god, it's starting right now. Mez has the Dark Sim as well, so we got to watch for those clones. Taking a lot of damage, but Sidu is more than ready for it. Has the Apoth pop, little swap over onto Trill. The Rogue taking quite a bit of punishment, but he still hasn't brought in any really devastating goes here for the moment. At least another chunk out of Trill's health bar as Zhang gets feared off. Sidu rooted for the moment. Has the racial in case he gets beamed by Dippy, but he's holding on to that for the moment. Is Mez dropping down to have Liquid. Will be playing on knife's edge this entire series through, I feel like, but Dippy for now is the one who needs to fear for his life as Zhang gets chastised, stuns, Trill almost dying in the process. This is going to be such an absolute just nail-biter of a game, watching Trill and Mez's health bars go up and down.
Yeah, Zhang sitting at full blind. The Death Mark is active onto Dippy. This could be very scary. Immediate darkness gets dropped here by Existence. The gouge onto Zhang, but he has a lot of work to do here. And the problem with Moonkins is that most of their defense is that frenzied region, but Trill has Chib, and right now Dippy forced to trigger a kidney shot. There's a triple blinding sleep from Lord Mez as they continue to get these dots up. They continue to get these bleeds up. Trill spamming out the fan of knives here as well, just maximizing his DPS right now on the Assassination Rogue, doing 160k DPS, which is extremely high for a rogue. And right now Trill, he's gonna have so much damage. He's got the exsanguate as well, which basically makes his bleeds more bursty, and he's gonna drop to about 50% HP. The hunt comes in from Existence, big damage, but here comes the smoke bomb up to Dippy. Kidney shot, big damage. Trill comes in with the cheap shot as well, into the cheap shot, into the Garrots, into the big damage here onto everyone. Zhang drops the Spirit Link, drops the Astral Shift, but I don't know if he's going to be able to heal this. Everyone's just dead. It's just a triple kill for Team Liquid.
Oh my god. Trill and Maz kick in the door and take their lunch money. Liquid is back. Sirius evened out. And what an oppressive run this was. So much damage. Zhang's Spirit Link basically not even helping his team, but rather helping Liquid kill everyone.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one. And you know, the worst thing about Asa Rogue is if you play on top of the healer. Like if Zhang, Dippy, and Existence are all stacked up like this, it is a huge, huge issue for Zhang because he's going to get garroted. He's going to get cleaved alongside with everyone. The Fan of Knives are going to be hitting him. And that's what's so great about this DK pick. You have the double blinding sleets, and then you just grip Zhang in as well. And now you have 3 targets here ready to go. But this smoke bomb was absolutely phenomenal here by Trill. Immediately trinkets out, trades the Cloak of Shadow so he can't get re-CC'd. Gets the follow-up cheap shot on that. Gets the Garrots out, and there's the Fan of Knives as well. Existence trades out the Netherwalk. Dippy trades out the Bark Skin, pops the Incarnation. But like, what can you do? It's just like everything is just rotting down. So really big moves here from Liquid, bringing this out when everyone thought that basically Boomkins are unkillable.
Yeah. The fact that Zhang has to go in for the Link and Trill just lands a triple Crimson Tempest, just getting those bleeds on everyone for free. It hurts my soul for Zhang. The guy has so much to do in this lineup, and it's just impossible. There's so much healing that not even Zhang can manage. But hey, Liquid had this prepared. They've played it before. The Pomp needs to have an answer if they want to win. And with that, I think, Zico, we can bring it back to the discussion before this map. Is it all about the swing map advantage here? Le Pomp took the blind pick. I mean, they just got to find an answer to DK Rogue, right?
That looked miserable for the Pomp for sure, but I mean, Team Liquid could blind lock it. It definitely could be a game 5 here on our hands, back and forth, but this is the swing match, of course, for Team Liquid, so they have to win here. And I mean, with Mez damage, like, you could tell, like, he had, I think, 22 million damage done in that short game. You can tell, like, that was a triple chili, extra spicy pad Thai.
I mean, I could go for some spicy food right now. Actually, we need to stop talking about food, Zico. I'm getting hungry here, man. Better serve us up a next matchup here that would be absolutely lovely as Liquid locks in Rogue DK blind once again. Looks like they're saying, hey, we know what we can do, and you have nothing to beat us with.
Well, they're basically saying, get Dippy out of here, because he's just basically free points at this point. So we'll see what does Le Pomp do, and I think this is smart by Liquid. Just blind lock it and force Le Pomp to show their answer if they have one, or take the win.
Bring in KZ Fox. I mean, you got it, right?
I think that's what we're looking at. But the question is, what are they going to play with KZ Fox? They're going to play Red Warrior, they're going to play Red D-Edge, probably Red D-Edge, but I don't know. This might be a competent Team Liquid that can win that as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of... I think Red is good into this, but is it enough? That's kind of the big question for me. I think Zhang is going to continue to struggle with the Shaman just keeping up. Yes, Shaman is pretty good into Rogue, especially when you can run Poison Cleansing Totem and stuff like that, but still the rot damage is going to drain your mana bar really quickly. And then there's always the question, what's the assistant to the Red Pally? Because Red Pally is kind of notorious. If you run the Red Pally down, oh yeah, that's what I wanted to see. We get some Red Warrior with the Zhang on the Fistweaver. Oh yes, this day is getting better every map, Zico.
You know, it's so funny, because I'm sitting here in my head, I'm thinking, has Zhang played Prez Evoker? Prez Evoker would be fantastic. He could sit back, he could dispel the death marks, you know. It's a pretty strong pick. But then the Pump are just like, wait, why don't we just pump harder, and we just like out heal them and just out.
Why don't we go back to comfort? Why don't we go back to our mains? You know.
And one of the main weaknesses for the Assassination Rogue, of course, is the fact that they are a lot more squishy than, say, an Outlaw Rogue, for example. So
yeah,
you know, Liquid, Sea-Doo, they have their work cut out for them. But at the same time, I don't think this is a super terrible matchup for Liquid. I could see a world where they just get a lot of momentum, can like mass dispel a bubble and take somebody down, or swap to Zhang when he has no trinket and just like 100 OM. I think there is some win conditions on the side of Liquid, so it's going to be interesting. The Pump needs to win here to maintain their kind of lead. And for the Pump, I mean, what an amazing thing it would be for them to win this series, because they came from 4th place. They came from the Gauntlet, and they managed to advance, and sending down the #1 team in North America to the lower bracket. And just knowing, like, we're in the upper bracket, they're down there, just taking care of business for us. We don't need to worry about them move. We're not going to need to worry about anyone who potentially comes down there who's like a scary team. So I feel like for the Pump, they gotta make it count here. KZ Fox has a lot of pressure.
Yeah, of course. I mean, always on KZ Fox, because he's usually kind of the clutch player that comes in, kind of the pinch hitter, so to say, that LePomps brings to the table when Dippy just gets counter comp, basically, right? And so far, whenever KZ Fox has entered the arena, it usually, at least in the last few weeks, has gone very, very well for LePomp. And in this case, hey, who knows? KZ Fox is no stranger to the pressure, that at the very least. So we'll just have to wait and see who gets this on Tiger's Peak. I mean, lovely map for this matchup, honestly. I'm very excited. A little bit of a Pandaria vibes, very fitting for this week. And hey, Fistweaver, I think, is the big question for me. How well is that going to work out? Because that's kind of the one big goal you have playing against a Fistweaver in a comp like this, right? You want to lock him down as much as you possibly can during your goals.
Yeah, they have a lot of good things, though, about this comp. So they got, obviously the Fistweaver's going to have just an easier time kind of AoE healing while also putting pressure on the Rogue. They have KZ Fox as well with the Sanctuary, who can remove a lot of those kidney shots, Existence, if he runs Safeguard, can have that as well. So there is a lot of kind of like micro defense that they can throw in on every kidney shot. And that's potentially how they want to stay alive and just kind of have this blender that doesn't, lose too much HP and just stays on target, win them the game. So for the Pump, I mean, one incap on Sea-Doo can be enough for them to, like, one incap on Sea-Doo, one Stormbolt. I swear, I've seen Rogues go down in one Stormbolt on the healer. Like, we had a War Stomp kill yesterday. So this is definitely a composition that can deal the damage. But we'll see if they can kind of take down Liquid here, or if Liquid can get the swing match for them. It would be just as important, of course.
So I'm just looking at the last few cups, and in Cup 4, there was a single map that KZ Fox was brought out. That was for the blind pick in the opening game alongside Existence's Demon Hunter. That didn't work out, but Liquid was running the Rogue Boomkin in that case. And since then, kind of very little presence from KZ Fox in general. But LePomp has been winning anyway, so I'm very, very curious to see how this one is going to turn out. I don't think we've actually seen Red Warrior Fistweaver in quite a while. I want to say even like all the way back to Cup 1 or 2 Season 3, right?
Something like that. It's been definitely kind of out of the meta for a while. But it is one of those comps that it's incredibly good into certain specific things. And I feel like this could be one of those matchups where it's good. And I really like that Zhang is he's willing to bench the Shaman immediately when they need to. And this is definitely one of those situations where they have to, because the Shaman is going to get gripped in and be a liability. But the Fistweaver, he gets gripped in, perfect. That's where he wants to be.
Indeed. Right up there in the melee. Bringing in the leg sweeps, bringing in the kicks, the damage, of course, that's going to contribute as well. As you mentioned, Asaro, generally a little bit more on the squishy side, but all the discussion aside, Zico, why don't we just witness what is going to happen here? Liquid and LePomp both on 1 each, and it is LePomp's map pick, rather. Let's go get it.
That's right. LePomp right now looking to take the lead here in the series. Liquid looking to do the same here. Of course, 1-1 apiece. First NA match of the day. We got plenty to come. We got Sea-Doo, the man, the myth, the legend, right there on the screen, ready to punch shares or punch monks in this situation. And they're basically just biding their time. They don't want to go in and kind of engage. It's a bit of a standoff right now. Is Mez DC?
It's a bit of the
Oh, no, he's there.
Neo versus Smith situation, right? You stretch out your hand and you wave him over, and whoever strikes first, well, it's gonna be KZ Fox. Zhang actually getting zapped up as Trill is looking for the resap and the opener. Sido getting hodged, and the Stormbolt onto Mez. Big Dam coming in. Of course, the Death Ball is trying to spin its way all the way through, but Mez answers with a triple blinding sleet, and Trill obviously is gonna set up all the bleeds he can. Defensive Fear from Existence here as he's starting to cleave with a little bit of sharpened blade action for the moment. Well, we're just gonna see where the health bars go. Trill's definitely going down.
Yeah, Existence though caught up in a chastised stun. Trill gets some bleeds on him, and Trill is just building up his bleeds right now, getting some Fan of Knives out, getting some ruptures, making sure to spread it, but he gets caught up in a Stormbolt, he gets caught up in some stuns here. Sido immediately comes out of that stun right there, or out of that fear right there. It actually broke, and Sido is going to be able to keep his team alive, but gets blinded by KZ Fox. Do they have any follow-up? Sido ascends to the sky, and Trill almost ascends to the grave. Mez catching strays right now as well, as Existence is starting to blend with this Blade Storm.
It is going wild, that's for sure, but Mez also taking some punishment on the other side already. The first Zank going out by KZ Fox here, or might have actually be the second already. Triple Fear from Sido as he's pushing. Trill looking for more bleeds. Fan of Knife span once again. The Crimson Tempest just dotting up everyone. The Garrots are in, but Trill still dying. Has the cloak available. Might need to pop his GS in, but Trill still dying. He is so low. Sido in a hot Trill just chilling there, just baiting the clone, just greening it. Now popping in the Deathmark, going on the offensive. They're trying to swap over onto Zhang with the full kidney shot, but it's not quite working out. The freedom is there. KZ Fox keeping him safe, and the Death Ball of the Pomp spinning up to tempo. Slowly but surely, Trill to 5%. Cheat Death procced.
Cheat Death might not even be enough. He might just go down. Might be a double kill, a triple kill in reverse from La Pompe. And they will take Trill down and say, you want to cleave? You want to take down our Boomkin? Well, guess what? We got KZ Fox ready to lay down the law here. And I mean, this is definitely interesting, because at least Liquid sees, okay, this is not something we want to blind. This is definitely, kind of a spicy, kind of holiday angle with this DK robe. We cannot be bringing it out for everyday occasions. And La Pompe will remain in the lead. And I really like what La Pompe does here as well with their race picks. So you got Zhang, of course, on the Night Elf. Wants to use that racial, avoid CC, avoid stuns, etc. But you got KZ Fox and, of course, Existence, both playing Dark Iron Dwarfs. Because a big reason why he doesn't use his Deathmark the entire game is because it will get dwarfed. Trill needs to find a situation there where he can actually pop it, and this is just like too late, too little, too late to pop it, to try to get some pressure with it, but not enough. There's so many answers as well still on the side of the pump as well, having things like Bop, having a lot of healing for this moment.
Yeah.
And then Trill gets stunned on his Trinket. Sido is leg swept as well. Zhang actually with a beautiful leg sweep there, extremely long legs on that Night Elf Monk. Is going to be able to catch both of them, and yeah, they're able to finish the job.
Finish the job indeed. La Pompe now up 2-1 on match point. They just need one more win, but obviously this is going to be a Liquid's map pick. They get to have the comp pick advantage. They don't need to blind lock anything. And what is the answer to whatever La Pompe brings to the table? This is honestly reminding me a little bit of Echo versus CHIBAKU, right? Both teams have a lot of comps available to them, to each other, kind of the counters to the counters to the counters that they can play. And it really comes down to the swing match. Yes, of course, Liquid now needs to win their map pick, but then they need to win the follow-up as well if they want to proceed in the upper bracket and not want to go down early to the lowers. And especially La Pompe is looking more than spicy enough to do the job. Dalaran Suez is going to be the lock-in. Let's see what La Pompe wants to run with.
Let's see. Dalaran is the map of choice here. So Liquid picking a small map, telling La Pompe, hey, if you guys blind pick the Boomkin, we're ready to go here. But I don't think La Pompe is going to blind lock the Boomkin. This is a tough situation. I think they might blind lock like Ret DH or something. I feel like it's hard, right? Because if La Pompe blind locks Dippy here, it's gonna be extremely rough for him. You blind lock Dippy, you got Dippy on Dalaran Sewers into that same cleave. It's basically going to be hook point repeat here that Team Liquid are setting up. And if you blind lock the ret, well, it's also going to open up a bunch of different options here for Team Liquid with Sam on the Boomkin. So you kind of have to pick your poison here, LePump. What do you want to go up against? What's a more winnable bad matchup for you? And okay, they got red DH. I called it.
Okay.
I called it.
Okay. Yeah, good call, Zico. And with that locked in, I mean, I think for Liquid the answer then is kind of obvious. You go over to the Boomy DH, right? You've beaten LePomp convincingly with this exact comp quite a few times already. So why not? And I think for LePomp it all comes down to that last map where they can have the swing map advantage after winning this blind pick game and take it all for themselves. The question is, how is Liquid going to react to that? Of course, hey, assuming they win Dalaran Sewers, but if we kind of look at how the series has been going so far, I don't think that's unlikely, because Liquid has been looking really, really strong. It's really just the comps that really decide the game so far.
I think for Liquid, they have two options here. They could go Boomy, and I mean, the map is not going to be great, but it's a decent matchup for that. Or they could go Rogue, Outlaw Rogue Boomy, and like maybe Prez Evoker. I think they should go Rogue Outlaw. Yeah. 2 for 2. And this makes perfect sense because Sea-Doo, this is a matchup where there isn't a lot of ranged kicks for Sea-Doo. So Sea-Doo, he doesn't have to worry about Solar Beam, which is, you know, the main reason why he doesn't lock in the Prez Evoker, because you just get root beamed. Of course, the fact that you don't have to deal with those ranged kicks means Sea-Doo, he is a damage lord, and he is going to be blasting the damage. You got Sam with the root solar beams as well. Just make sure that the ret is covered, of course, because he can throw a freedom on the healer and remove him. They can even root solar beam the ret and swap to the healer to deny the sank. So it's just a lot of playmaking potential here for Team Liquid. The one thing that I will say has gone in favor of the Pump in this draft is the fact that it's Dalaran Sewers. So I think Team Liquid should have locked in a medium-sized map. That's the one criticism I will give them for this draft.
Yeah, you think this map actually might play in LePomp's favor with just the walls, the ledges. That's the word I was looking for. English is a hard language. The ledges and boxes and general, just the layout of this map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that the fact that basically the distance being so small for LePomp to get on top of Sam-I-Am and then get back to safety behind a pillar is going to be, you know, something that's very important for them. But it is still, going to be a bad matchup for them here. But I think that the map is definitely a huge asset. And I think that this is Team Liquid, right? So when they're locking it in, they're like, okay, you go to small map. If they blind lock Moonkin, we have the Asa DK ready as a threat. So this is the worst possible scenario. But I'm not sure they blind lock Dippy if it was like, a medium-sized map. I don't know. But it's more risky, I guess. It depends for Team Liquid what they rather play into.
I think the question around Dippy is really, do you think Dippy can beat the Rogue DK? And quite honestly, I'm not quite sure. Maybe the best angle there would be to set Zhang on a different healer. Maybe the Evoker can deal with just the sheer throughput a little bit better than the Shaman. But it's certainly a question we need to answer if Liquid manages to grab Dalaran Sewers for themselves. And it's the swing match, right? You gotta even out the series, otherwise the thing is done and you're going down to the lower bracket. Of course, still not eliminated from the tournament, but it also means you're in lower bracket round 1, and tomorrow you gotta win 3 series in a row if you want to take it all.
Yeah, it's going to be really rough. Tomorrow is do or die for all of these teams. Tomorrow will be only eliminations. Today, though, we are settling the score here in the upper bracket. Right now, Team Liquid on match point against LePomp. And LePomp are looking ready to flush them here out of the sewers with their hose. And Team Liquid, of course, going to be trying to take a stand against it, bringing in the Precog King himself, Mr. Sam-I-Am, against the cleave of LePomp. But KZ Fox, this is his moment to really, really make a big play for his team. He's been on the bench for a long time, doesn't get to play too often. He's kind of the X factor, the way you kind of worded it, for the team. When Dippy gets kind of forced out, he is the man who steps in, and so far he's been doing a great job. He's going to need to do it one more time, though, against Team Liquid to send them to the lower bracket.
Yeah. We're coming off an absolutely insane series between Echo and CHIBAKU TENSEI. We slot right into NA and get a follow-up between Liquid and POMP that has the potential to go to the same level, right? And on the one side, you have the now officially longest standing roster in the AWC, right? Liquid has been around for forever. They've won BlizzCon. They've done so much with this lineup. And on the other side, POMP, fresh blood, new players. Yes, some of them have been around. Some of them have been playing for a while, but in terms of the AWC, no major successes you can bank, right? Yeah, KZ Fox, he won the NA Solo Shuffle tournament, so these are really damn good players. Rightfully, I think you can claim, as you said earlier, Zico, number 2 in NA to an extent, but let's see how far they can take it, how good they really are. Can they grab a match point off of Liquid? We're in Dalaran, we're in the sewers, we're getting down and dirty here.
Yeah, it's time. It's match point here for Team Liquid. They need to get something going here. Who is going to be the target to get a Cyclone onto KZ Fox? Sam takes a big chunk of damage, but the Existence appears to be the target. Incarnation is rolling. Sidu adding in a lot of pressure there in the back line. Going for the Sleepwalk here onto Zank. Gets the gouge into Sleepwalk, but nice shutdown there by KZ Fox. Nice fear there as well by Existence, kind of pre-peeling himself there from the future. Sidu gets knocked away, gets rooted by Zhang, but still going for the Sleepwalk. Can he find it? He gets wind sheared by Zhang, and I think Zhang has been able to avoid that CC chain altogether. Well played here in the opening stage by POMP. Blind coming out onto Trill, and a lot of damage onto Sam I Am. Sidu gets kicked here, and it's going to be the Healing Tide Totem getting dropped there by Zhang. Trill, it looks like he moves over to kill it, but still manages to recover entire POMP, and it's going to be Liquid, and of course, the rest of Sidu here trying to find the setups. They get the Cyclone onto Zhang, kidney shot onto KZ Fox. They cover it with the beam as well, and that is the Divine Shield. Great setup there to make sure that he can't help his healer with any of those crowd control removal tools that the Red has.
Yeah, beautifully done. Double Chaos Nova. Existence coming in with a hand. Lots of damage onto Troll, forcing out the Cloak. Sidu is going to be able to stabilize that. Actually playing without time dilation once again, going for his DPS build. As Sam is dropping down to 2%. Almost getting killed off. Zhang pops in behind the pillar. Sidu tries to get the Shroud in, actually finishes the cast and connects with his team. Finds the Sleepwalk. Zhang in a full clone. KZ Fox under fire, but Sam getting stunned up and trained down. Sidu coming in once again with big heals and another clone coming through. Sam is just a god of casts and just taking them all to the cleanest, it looks like at the moment. But Zhang trying to stay up and personal and connected to the game right now, but this melee cleave is certainly going to cause some trouble for Liquid, as Sidu is only on half mana. How is he bleeding that much blue? This is looking disastrously for Liquid.
Yeah, if you take a look at damage done, you will see exactly how much of that blue and where it's going. KZ Fox right now doing insane damage together with Existence, but KZ Fox needs to be careful. Zhang forced to trade out the Spirit Link Totem right there, as well as getting Cyclone on top of it, but KZ Fox making a push. They are running low on cooldowns. They need to try to get something out of Team Liquid. Still Sidu with big cooldowns remaining. Existence almost going down there. Sam I Am is finally taking a lot of pressure. Can they force the Communion? Can they force Sidu's Trinket? Can they force anything? The only thing they've got enough of Sidu is the Rewind so far, and Existence could be falling here. KZ Fox in a Cyclone. Nice Chaos Nova coming out there for Existence, as Zhang is sitting through a Quell into a full Sleepwalk. Sidu trying to take POMP to game 5 with the offensive Evoker place. Can he do it, Lithi?
That's a good question for the moment. It looks like things are going to stabilize. Sido gets the Shroud in once again, and Sam is going to be healed up in no time. Another full kidney into existence. They're starting to send the damage on the Demon Hunter, but it's not quite coming through. Sam looking for the clones. Oh my god, triple fake cast. Finally gets the precog, and now puts Zhang into a little bit of a breeze as KZ Fox gets cheap shotted up. They have the tools. They have the go. Can they finish him off? Zhang in another CC. He is trinketed already. The cheap shot follow-up. KZ Fox might just die. Pops himself in the last possible second. Can Sido even purge it possibly? No, they can't quite get it. KZ Fox survives. Zhang gets out. And the red put into a cyclone for the moment. Liquid keeping the momentum up, but they are on a timer, Zico. Sido is on 20% mana. They gotta make something happen soon because KZ Fox's bubble is rotating up in 40 seconds. And once that window closes, this game might be over. Sam on 20%. The hunt is coming in. Sido with big heals, stabilizing things. Here's the next kidney. Trill sending it. Is it enough? The wall popped in. Shield of Vengeance is available. Zhang in another cheap shot. The damage is good. Oh! KZ Fox gets the shield and Existence pops in the darkness.
Beautiful save there coming out. Existence did have to trade out, I think, his trinket there as well with that darkness, but now they truly have nothing. That Divine Shield is coming up in 15 seconds. They need to hold on. They get the beautiful Emerald Communion there out of Sido with their pressure here onto Sam, but Existence sitting through a cyclone. There's a kidney shot onto KZ Fox. No, Divine Shield for 5 seconds. Can he take him down before that? Sam is taking a lot of damage. 1 second left. KZ Fox is going to have that Divine Shield. He's even going to have to use it, though. They got a lot of pressure here onto Sam. Existence trying to put the team on his back and take them all the way to Championship Sunday. Existence sitting through a cheap shot. He's caught up behind enemy lines. He gets knocked even further deep and almost goes down, but he does manage to get off the nether walk. And now Sam is in big trouble. KZ Fox is all over him with Divine Shield ready, looking aggressive. Sido spamming out the damage. Here's a big Fire Breath connecting. There's the wings. He's just going to bubble that kidney shot. Not even going to waste any time. Immediate Sanctuary there onto Zhang as well as they look to make a push here onto Existence. They might take him down. Team Liquid pushing for the win. Can they get it? Cheap shots after cheap shots, and they will take Existence down. Liffy, we are going to Game 5.
If there's one thing for sure, it's that legends never die, and Liquid are not done yet. A match point averted, series evened out. We're going to Game 5, and my goodness, even the mana recovered in the end. What a performance here from Liquid. They definitely have an answer to the Red Demon Hunter. What do we do now? What is La Pomp's game plan here? Because honestly, Zico, for me, they're kind of with the backs against the wall now.
Yeah, for La Pomp, I mean, they have a lot of options here. The most important thing, of course, is going to be to see what Team Liquid actually blinds, because I feel like La Pomp has a lot of answers here. But if you take a look at the kill, they get a nice blind there into the cheap shot. KZ Fox miraculously survives this setup here, and they manage to turn it around. And things are not looking too good here for Team Liquid, but then Existence gets caught here. And look at Sido with a beautiful little punt there. Almost manages to get the kill onto Existence. And this is Zhang, Healing Tide Totem. He has to heal Existence with it. He has to heal KZ Fox with it. Dampening is ramping up, and his team is running low on cooldowns, and these chains of crowd control just keeps hitting him, and that's the problem. You can't really shut it down. Bash comes out, KZ Fox cleanses it with the Divine Shield Sanctuary, but then they just swap to Existence, and before Zhang can get his Spirit Link, look at that Spirit Link cooldown. That is so sad for Zhang. He had it in 3 seconds when Existence died right there. That is so unfortunate. That defensive cooldown rotation not able to come back up there for the pump, but still they have the blind pick advantage and the counter pick advantage. Or sorry, they have the counter pick advantage and the map advantage. So for the pump, this next game is probably gonna be looking a lot more in their favor, and they're going with Blackrook Hold.
Okay,
very interesting.
Honestly, I like Blackrook Hold because it kind of works for everything they want to play, right? It's not a perfect map for really most of their comps, but it's a pretty average good map for almost everything. So, depending on what happens here, what Liquid picks, I think La Pomp is trying to get at least a net neutral to positive for themselves. And yes, they have their backs against the wall, Liquid looking really damn strong, but this is also very much a stacked deck for La Pomp, right? As you mentioned, they got the map pick, they don't have to blind pick their comp. It's just a really good position to be in for a Game 5 after winning the blind pick.
Absolutely. And I think they did a good job with the map pick here, because this is a map where they can play Dippy, but they can also play Cleaves. So it's that's kind of the balance they have to hit, right? If they lock in, like a really big map, oh, that's going to be great for Dippy. But then, like, oh, well, what if Team Liquid is saying, hey, we're going to play Asa Rogue and DK. Are you still going to lock in Dippy? No, now you're playing a melee cleave on Tolvir. So for Le Pump, I think they did a good job with the map pick. You want a small map, but you don't want a map where the Boomkin is going to be cornered. And Team Liquid, clock's ticking. What are they going to blind lock? I feel like Rogue Holy Priest Boomkin is probably their overall safest bet in this matchup.
I'm very much with you there. It's just, there's a reason it's been one of the main meta comms in the past few weeks, right? Okay, well, a little twist. We get the Boomy Hunter. I mean, there's some good damage in there on whatever target, really, right? They can take out the Demon Hunter if they wanted to, so gives them maybe a little bit of an angle in case Le Pump actually goes for the KZ Fox Existence Cleave.
This is where this is smart by Liquid. I really like that they're doing this, because they're daring Le Pump. Lock it in. Send a DH, Boomkin again. That game was not, that game could have gone. Zhang could have died. Anybody could have died, like, on a blind pick or, like, on a counter pick. We will definitely take our odds with that. So I think this is smart by Liquid, but the question is if Le Pump has something else that they might want to run in this type of situation. Or if I feel like the DH Boomkin, it could be solid, but I feel like that could also, that's kind of what Liquid are hoping for right now. So I don't know. What do you do here, Le Pump? This is a tough one. This is a really tough one.
I was about to say I'm a big enjoyer of melee cleaves, so I would just love to see them run in the Red Warrior, even if it's probably not the most ideal. But we're getting Dippy back on the docket. We're getting Existence in. It's just comfort versus, well, honestly, at this point, anything Liquid plays is comfort for these guys, I think. So it's going to be a good match, that's for sure. But Dippy, once again, he comes in. He has been the gatekeeper, basically, for an Ace top 3, top 4 the entire season. He's looking to gatekeep Liquid once again.
Yeah, can he do it, though, is the question, man. Le Pump, what a journey. What a team. Coming in from the bottom of the standings, winning cups, getting finals finishes, winning in the gauntlet. And now they have the map, they have the, everything locked in, everything set up here to knock Liquid down. What an insane upset that would be. But Team Liquid, they have a real chance here as well to send down just a massive threat down to the lower portion of the bracket. So both of these teams, they're taking their time to lock things in, make sure that they have everything set up, and we'll get into that game very shortly. But yeah, it's time for the predictions, Lithy. Who do you got right now?
Oh my god. Honestly, I think Liquid will take it. I wouldn't be surprised if Le Pump does it, but I think Liquid will take it.
It's a tough one to call for sure.
Where are you sitting, Zico? What's your angle here?
I'm actually with Le Pump. So
okay,
but I could see Liquid taking it as well. So it's like,
okay,
I'm not 100% on either side, but I'm like leaning a little bit more towards Le Pump.
Actually, do we have the caster predictions? Because I'm really curious if there was just a general favor for one team over the other. Oh, I see how it is, Zico. I see what's up here. Okay.
Right, I'm the only one who predicted Le Pump to win. I'm just saying, my predictions in the cross-region tournament, I was also the only one who had a certain prediction for, I believe it was Echo winning, and I do believe it was Liquid second, and I do believe that's exactly what happened. So I'm just saying this could be history repeating itself. I could also be completely wrong. Le Pump and Liquid both have looked absolutely phenomenal. And you're actually with the spiciest pick out of everyone, I think. Picking the move to win. That is, that's also
it's the move, man. It's the move. I am a believer in the move. They're gonna do it. I am sure of it. But hey, first they gotta go through Void. They gotta go through the winner of this matchup afterwards. It's not gonna be easy because both Liquid and Le Pump, I mean, they look like they could just take the entire tournament for themselves.
Absolutely. NA looks so stacked. Like it's I feel like Void as well. Like we haven't even mentioned Void yet, but I feel like Van's prediction with Void as well could easily happen.
It's a good one.
NA is so hard to call right now. Void last weekend went 16-0. Like he destroyed everyone. So it's also you know that's coming up after this, by the way, guys. We got Void versus the Move. So if we do have any members of the Move, make sure to be letting it known in the chat later on after this match. But yeah, Liquid Le Pomp. I don't know. I just want to get into game here. I just want to see what is going to happen. I feel like we've analyzed everything, every angle, all the compositions, and it is up to the players now to show us who is going to kind of emerge victorious here from this just bloodbath that we've been having so far.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, we can get a chat involved here a little bit. Let us know your prediction. Who is going to grab this series for themselves? Are you going to stick to your choice from the start, or are you flip-flopping on this one? Will the other team actually take it? We're into game Zico. 15 seconds is our timer, and then the gates are open to the match point game to decide it all. Who moves on in the upper bracket? Is this going to be Liquid or Le Pomp?
All right. This is it. This is the game that decides it all between these two teams right now. Le Pomp going to be leading the charge. Existence looking for his target, of course, has locked in onto Trill, manages to pull him out of stealth. There's the Fell Eruption and immediate I-Beam coming out for Existence. The Earthen Wall gets dropped by Zhang, anticipating a lot of damage to come in here, but they're going after Dippy right away. They might even swap to Zhang here. They bash Zhang and they're going to swap to him. Huge damage onto Zhang. He's going to trinket. Instantaneous wall coming out as they swap over to Dippy. And Team Liquid are not messing around right now with this opener, getting major defensives out of the way.
Yeah, but Zhang managed to reposition his Tide Totem. That's going to get a lot of value for himself. And look at Existence. He's just put on ice the entire game, basically. The dude just doesn't get to do any damage. Have you ever seen a Demon Hunter 1 minute into the game do 50k DPS? Yeah, neither have I. It's absolutely insane how clean Liquid is playing this first minute, and they're putting so much pressure onto Dippy. Of course, the swap potential is there. Trill now getting stunned up. His Existence finally unlocked, getting in the hunt. But it's not doing too much. Sido has everything under control for the moment. Trill trying to kite away another ice trap, and this is the game plan for Liquid. They just wanna get away from the Demon Hunter and just remove him from the game.
Oh, they're swapping to him, though, right now. Existence has the blur. Is he going to trade it? He's trying to be greedy with it just so he can use it to stay offensive. Nice Solar Beam coming out there onto Samayam. There's going to be a Cyclone coming out from Dippy. Not able to find it. They're actually switching to Samayam and into a bash here onto Cedar. Dippy's trying to line of sight the Solar Beam, but not able to. Samayam shuts down the Cyclone there. Full fear here onto Zhang. They could go onto Zhang. Zhang has nothing. This could be the darkness from Existence if they have a stun. They're loading up the damage, but Trill gets Cyclone. Nicely done there by Dippy, realizing what was about to happen there to his healer. They're still going to go for it, though. There's the bash. Huge damage potentially onto Zhang here, but he is in the Earthen Wall Totem, and they read the swap beautifully, and now actually Trill could be in a little bit of trouble, leaving Existence free, and that's really the name of the game here. Make sure that you steel trap the Demon Hunter, get the Diamond Dice, get the Fears, get the Cyclones, just root him, annoy him as much as possible, and then stun him and switch to him. Make sure Existence is not getting that damage off, because right now he's starting to climb up to the top.
Slowly but surely making his way back into the game, whacking people left, right, and center, but Trill is doing so much damage onto Dippy. The man is basically sitting in bear form 24/7. Hunt coming in on top of the stun here. Trill under pressure and another ice trap. Existence just doesn't get to go through with the damage. Nice disarm here though from Dippy. Trill getting gripped in, trying to stay offensive. Double fear from Existence. Massive pressure onto the Hunter. They might just overwhelm them right here, right now as Sido pops into angel form. Him is in, but Trill is still dying through it. Gets cloned low. That's a massive from Dippy, trying to get more momentum going here for the Pomp, and they just pressure Liquid all the way. Lasso onto Sam, no peels for Trill. He's trying to get the aim shots in. Good damage onto Dippy. Zhang around the other side of the pillar, getting cloned up. Bash onto Dippy, 20%. Trinket Link from Zhang is going to save the game, at least for the moment, but Trill is in danger, and Existence is not to be outdone. 10 seconds on Essence Break. Zico, Trill needs to be scared for his life here.
Yeah, I think Trill might have to use something. They get a full Cyclone onto Cedar. They get a nice trap there onto Existence. And Sam I Am gets the Cyclone onto Dippy. I gotta say, Sam I Am in this match has been getting the better hand so far over Dippy. It's been beautiful to see that last exchange that they did behind the pillar there, forcing out the Trinket Spirit Link. And now Zhang is feared out in the open. If they have a stun for him, they could drop him. There's the arrow. There's the wall hack arrow coming out for Trill, trying to do a lot of damage through the pillar, but not able to connect too much here as Dippy does manage to recover. It's going to be Sam I Am behind here, taking a lot of damage, but still Dippy getting focus fire from Trill as he looks to make his way around that pillar. They get a stun onto Zhang. Do they have any follow-up? Did they find the trap? They find the Diamond Eyes. Mind Games connects. Darkness, they knock him out of the darkness beautifully down. They go for the Cyclone. Sam I Am gets the Cyclone, gets knocked back though on his jump, and Dippy manages to shut down the situation, gets the Cyclone onto Sam I Am. Now Trill in trouble, but Sidu not in crowd control, should be able to keep him alive, and so far Team Liquid are looking absolutely in the driver's seat in this match. The Pomp just trying to hold on. They need some offensive pressure. Beautiful static field pulling Sam I Am back. They get Trill to about half HP, but still no crowd control. Lightning Lasso there onto Sam I Am. They get the low Cyclone onto Trill. Can they find a Cyclone onto Sidu? Existence tries to set it up there, but Sidu is dodging and ducking around the corner, but they do finally connect the full Cyclone. Sidu has the Trinket, has the Void Shift, but looks like Sam I Am is going to recover with the renewal with his own Bark Skin, and Trill now is going to be the target for the Pomp.
Yeah, Liquid seems to have gotten out of the car in the last few minutes. They're losing momentum steadily as Le Pomp is pressuring forwards. Dippy getting in line with the Solar Beam. Sam is trying to stay oppressive here. Nice backflip here from Existence to dodge the Cyclone. Dippy getting trapped up. Sam taking so much more damage. The swap over onto the Druid. Sido is CC'd up. Where's the heals? He barely saves his Druids alive, and Sam is in the game. Existence getting healed up massively by Zhang, but now put in a Cyclone. Dippy looking for more damage onto Sam. It's coming down to the wire. Liquid under so much pressure right now, but they're looking for swaps. Zhang has no wall and no trinket. This is a shaman on a silver platter. They just need to set it up properly, but in the meantime, keep Trill alive. He has the turtle in case it gets dire, and Sidu with the Apoth really doing work right now. Existence doesn't play reverse magic, so he needs to struggle. Zhang sitting in a full clone. Existence dropping lower and lower. Ascendance procced in immediately, but overlapped with the Nether Walk. Liquid really got back into the car, and they're putting the pedal to the metal right now. Trill down to 20%. The turtle might come in, accelerate in 1 second. Is ready now. Sacrificial Roar as well. Sidu popping in the GS. They're trying to pressure forward, but for the moment, everything is chilling. Dippy disarms Trill as he's dropping down to 20% once again. Sidu has the big heals. One more Serenity Charge. Now gone. Big damage onto Dippy. Zhang in a full clone. It might be all over. Ice Trap. Where's the follow-up CC onto Zhang? Can he do anything for his team? Gets rooted. Trill trying to find the damage. Sidu in the meantime pops in the Symbol of Hope all over the place this match right now as Zhang's Trinket is rotating back up 20 seconds for that lifeline. Trill in a lasso, and I think for the moment, Le Pomp is going to stabilize.
The Pomp, and they are getting offensive right now. Zhang with massive offensive plays here. Beautiful static field totem onto Trill, isolating him there for a minute, and gets the Lightning Lasso off there as well. Nice low Cyclone coming out from Dippy, who is looking to get the game-winning Cyclone here. Potentially onto Sidu. Can he find it? No. He gets shut down by a stun. Mind Games connect. They're looking to make a little bit of a switch there onto Dippy, but Existence 0.1 seconds imprisonment on the rapid fire of the Trill, and then he swaps back over to Trill. He gets scattershot though. Trill looking for the steel trap here potentially as well onto Existence, but Existence manages to get back onto his target, and Trill feign deafening there for just a second, trying to avoid some damage, but here comes the meta jump, here comes the damage. Existence looking to dig in, but Trill gets cycloned. A little bit of a maybe miscommunication there between him and Dippy, but now Dippy's in a cyclone. Trill still in a lot of trouble here. Beautiful Chaos Nova by Existence, shutting down the fear of Sidu, but Zhang wasn't able to get the Tremor Totem there. I feel like he had time to drop it there, potentially not going to be using that for now, maybe saving it for later, but Trill still taking a lot of damage here, and I don't know how long Sidu's going to be able to keep him up. He's got the Apotheosis running, spamming out the heals. Finally, a Diamond Dice comes out, but every time Existence gets Diamond Dice, look what Dippy does. He just Cyclones Trill. He's like, okay, you're out of the game, he's out of the game, get back to the target. It's like it's like your game gets paused for 5 seconds, but Trill might just go down right here. It's match point, dropping so low, he gets grip, but the static field pulls him back into the open field. He gets disarmed, has the turtle, pops the Exil and the Roar of Sacrifice, and now looks to get aggressive here onto Existence, Litty.
Yeah, Dippy cycloning him up for the moment. The swap over into Sam. Cyclone gets repositioned. Trill once again the target. Now has the Trinket Turtle back available, but Sido is sitting on 10% mana at most. This is gonna get dire for Liquid very soon. Another Essence Break coming through. Massive damage onto Trill. Big heals, but are not big enough. Trill still sitting on 20%. Gets cloned low. Where's the setup onto Sido? Sam is trying to make something happen. Dippy finding the clone onto Sido. This surely has to be Trill's Turtle. No, he stays alive with the disarm. And once again, they're just living through it. They're just pumping through it. Existence in a low clone. The darkness avoided. Dippy just getting into the dark mist here for a moment as Trill is staying alive. Sido pushing in, trying to look for defensive fears where necessary. Actually finds Zhang with the tide going. Can Liquid turn this one around? They need a miracle to make this happen right now as Dippy is down to half. Dips around the corner and gets out. Existence has another walk, but no Trinket. A nice setup could make something work. Trill gets stunned up. Trinket, no Turtle though. He still has that immunity available while Sido is suffering. Angel Form now available again. He just needs to pop that in. There we go. And of course the Turtle needs to come in as well as the pressure is just a little bit too overwhelming. Zhang comes in with the Lightning Lasso onto Sam. Full clone from Dippy. Liquid really on the back foot. They're reeling. They're struggling. The car is just wobbling back and forth, but they can still find some opportunities. Zhang in a full clone. Now they go on to Dippy. Half HP is line of sighting around the pillar. And for the moment, everything just comes to a standstill as Trill is once again stunned up. He has Exil and the Roar of Sacrifice available. It's coming down to the wire. Zico, I don't think Liquid is going to last much longer.
Yeah, I don't know how Seed is going to keep them going for much longer here, but they have a lot of pressure potentially here onto Dippy. They go for the Miracle Stun, full CC onto Zhang. He trinkets out instantaneously, drops the Spirit Link, manages to recover all of his teammates, but now Trill in a lot of trouble. No Guardian Spirit, no Spirit of the Redeemer, nothing for Trill, no Turtle as well. Existence just needs to push down the gas pedal here and run him over. He's got everything he needs. He trinkets out of the Cyclone. No, the low Cyclone comes out from Dippy. Sam I am trying to save the day. They get the Cyclone onto Zhang. They could take down Existence. He still has Blur though. They're going for Dippy instead because of that. And still, Sidu, no mana left. Trill, 20% HP. Match point, 54% dampening. Trill going for the aim shot. Trying to take down Dippy, but he ducks back in bear form with the Earthen Wall Totem. The Void Shift comes out onto Trill. Sidu's last line of defense. Is it going to be enough? The Solar Beam comes out from Sam I am trying to shut down Dippy for just one more second. Sidu on 1% HP. Everybody on Team Liquid dying right now. Trill gets Cyclone. Existence though could fall. He's got nothing left except that Nether Walk, but if he gets stunned, he could easily fall. But right now, Sidu gets Offensive Fear onto Zhang with basically no mana left. This is their final stand. They have to take down Existence right here, right now, but I don't think they're going to get there. Existence pushing in. There's the bash onto Trill. Here's the hunt. Here comes the damage. And the pump take down Team Liquid.
What a game! The Pomp flex their muscles and barrel all the way through the upper bracket into the next round. What a performance from both teams. It took 11 minutes, but they take down the Kings of NA. The Gauntlet team from the depths. They strike at the beautiful, just plain beautiful.
From the Gauntlet to the top of the bracket, La Pomp are looking ready for this tournament. They showed versatility, they showed flexibility, they showed passion, they showed heart in this match, and that's what it took to take down Team Liquid. Absolutely insane match, 60% dampening between Zhang and Sidu. Just a battle of the giants there, but ultimately it is Trill who falls, and Dippy here just so low, but manages to hold on. The Earthen Wall Totem doing a lot of work right there, going into bear form, ducking around the corner, just healing and avoiding damage. Gets the Cyclones here onto Trill, shutting down the damage onto Existence, looking for the Cyclones here onto Sam I am as well, finds it, and that kind of enables Existence to feel confident to push in. Meanwhile, Sidu, with basically no mana left, needs to end this match. He knows that, so he goes for the Fear, goes for the Holy Fire, but Existence just pops the Nether Walk, and at that point, Zhang is out of crowd control. He still has a little bit left to go with, and Existence is going to, of course, have a lot of leech healing as well. The Hunt connects, and that is it. The Pomp, what a journey it's been for these guys, and these guys are definitely not done yet.
Man, I think we gotta promote Dippy somewhere up from Gatekeeper. This guy is too good for gatekeeping.
What do you promote that to? What is the next step? I don't even know.
I don't know, judge, jury, and executioner or something?
Yeah, all those things. I either way, we're gonna have to figure some sort of title for this man, because this team is taking North America by storm. I mean, y'all already stressed the journey of this team, where they came from. We didn't even know what their team name. They were unknown essentially in the beginning of Dragonflight, and here they are in the finals, going toe to toe with the longest standing currently team in AWC right now, Team Liquid. 3-2, and it was just a nail biter all the way to the very end, all the way into a game 5, and that means that we are going to see them play another game today. They're going to be playing the winner of the last match of the day. They're going to playing the last match of the day, and the winner of this next up series is going to be either VOIDGG or the Move. And I can't help but feel like both of these teams, they have a strong chance, Zico. I mean, I feel like that Team Liquid's going to be their most difficult matchup of the day. VOIDGG, the Move, also incredible teams, of course, but it seems like Team Liquid is on a high right now, and they still sent them to the lower bracket.
I mean, I don't know. Like, what I think is going to happen is, like, it's hard to call, right? Because the Move, historically, just such an insane team, and adding Surradium into the mix. But usually when you add a new player, there are some growing pains. So I feel like the Move right now, they're dealing with a little bit of growing pains, and then they're going to peak later. I feel like VOIDGG, they are starting to peak. We've been talking about these guys, the young guys coming in. They got the reflexes, they got the speed, and honestly, they have not been living up to the expectations. But last weekend, I don't know, something happened in the Void. I don't know, like Nazoth came there and like snapped his finger or something. But all of a sudden, VOIDGG went 16-0. So I don't know if I want to count them out. I don't know if I want to count the Move out. Like, just looking at this bracket, like, it's just, yeah, I'm just happy to be looking at it and not actually dealing with that, because all of these teams look absolutely scary, but especially VOIDGG as well.
Hey, just saying, right? The last time Void and Move played against each other, the Move kind of 4-0'd them. Yes, that was Cup 3, but who cares about the details, you know? So I'm confident the guys are gonna take this.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, we're gonna have to find out soon enough. We will be going to a break. When we come back, it's gonna be yet another banger of a series. VOIDGG facing off against the Move in just a bit after this break. Welcome back, everyone. We are on our second to last series of the day. Here in the North American region, it is VOIDGG versus The Move. Then, you seem to think VOIDGG is looking pretty solid going into this series.
I think everyone is in tip-top shape. But yeah, VOIDGG, I think they finally had that breakout performance in Cup number 4, what I've been waiting for. I've been saying it for such a long time. VOIDGG, all of them are insanely talented players. So I actually have them as my first place pick for the whole thing overall. It's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out. But I feel like if VOIDGG shows up the same way they did last week, they are looking like an incredibly scary team.
That's kind of the question, though. I mean, are they at that level yet? Like, I definitely don't want to say that it was a fluke or lucky on VOIDGG part. Certainly not that. They're an incredible team, but are they going to be able to repeat that success, Zico?
Well, I feel like yes, but also I am a little bit skeptical because that was on Mother's Day and they all wrote like these nice messages to their moms. You could tell like they had like mother's buff that day. And that's the question, right? Have they called their moms before this tournament? Because then it could be the Void of last weekend that shows up and just dominates. If they forgot, well, I don't know. Maybe the Move can, walk away with this one. So, yeah, I feel like Void, they are hitting their peaks, though, for sure. They are hitting kind of that potential that we've been preaching about these guys. And this is, of course, a big test going up against a team such as the Move. They're going to need to show some dominance here. And we are loading into game right away. We got Absturge, Peekaboo, and WizKay on the RPS. You guessed it, RPS is back. And then we got, of course, VOIDGG running that Munkin Rogue with Calvish and Nick. And honestly, this is a matchup that has gone both ways in the past.
Oh, wow. All right. The Move, they're locking it in with the RPS, putting everything on the line here. Their series against Void. Void was literally undefeated last week. They went through an absolute terror run all the way to the Grand Finals and did not drop a single game. Let's see if they can continue that kind of dominance. Calvish is just going to move in right away. Gets a sap onto Absurge and opens up onto WizKay, getting a little bit of pressure rolling, but Peekaboo diffuses the situation. Good counter push here by the Move. Kidney shot on Kearney, fear on Calvish, and they're all over Nick.
Yeah, Nick right now going for the Bash Cyclone onto Peekaboo, trying to reverse the pressure. WizKay's there with the Master Spell. He gets it off, actually. Beautifully done there. Absturge gets caught by the fear. Fortunately, wasn't able to get that that grip in time, but Nick still under heavy fire here, taking a lot of pressure. So far, a lot of crowd control coming out here onto Kearney. Gouge actually ducks into Angel form there before he gets stunned, so nicely done there by Kearney, trying to avoid that CC chain altogether, kind of shutting down Peekaboo, but a kidney shot onto Nick, taking a lot of damage here from WizKay and Peekaboo. Peekaboo now going for the cheap shot onto Kearney. Do they have any follow-up? There's the silence coming out from Wiz. Do they have anything else? Absurge looking for the Hex. Can he find it? He finds it! No, Kearney. Oh, Kearney got the decurse there, actually, by Nick. I thought he deffed it for a second, but no, wasn't able to do that, but he does get the fear onto Absturge, and it looks like both teams so far has recovered. Looks like WizKay potentially slightly further back. Absturge put in CC chain. Nick going for the Cyclone, finds it onto Peekaboo. They find a kidney shot onto Absturge. If they can find a Cyclone out of this, Nick is going for it, and he gets it, but it's still on diminishing return, unfortunately. They do get the Desperate Prayer out of WizKay, but they wanted that dispersion.
Oh, WizKay is looking like a monster on the Shadow Priest. Kearney is forced to trade out the Guardian Spirit. That was Nick's trinket as well, so a lot of defensives traded out here for Void as they make a swap on Calvish. Look at WizKay's damage. It is fully ramped up. Mind Spike's coming in, doing devastating amounts of pressure. Solar Beam coming in from Nick just to try to slow down the terror that is WizKay on Shadow Priest. Double Fear Cyclone. Huge setup here for Void. And this could be the dispersion for WizKay. He's being greedy, just camping it out right now in that Earthen Wall Totem from Absurge, feeling confident, and now getting pressure onto Nick.
Nick right now, though, with a beautiful precognition, is going to be able to get a Cyclone onto Wiz, ducking back around the corner. Kearney sitting through crowd control, so Nick does not want to be in line of sight of Wiz here and basically just tanking free damage. But now it's going to go out towards the end of that exchange because Calvish is the target of choice here. Nice fake cast by Nick. He's going to get the precognition once again. Look for some Cyclones. think he will get it there onto Peekaboo. Full kidney shot onto Absters. Nick is pushing in. Can they find? Actually, Kearney's going in for the fear. He gets a double, and that is going to be the dispersion here coming out from Peekaboo as they stun Peekaboo. Look to swap to him as well. Double Star Surge coming in. Big damn onto Peekaboo as he gets low Cyclone. Nick is going to flap over to the other side, and then he pre-bear forms the kidney shot. Nick on the balance druid right now, just in the matrix, but beautiful swap onto Kearney is going to force out his trinket, and of course he just used his guardian onto Calvish, so this is a real opportunity in the next kidney shot to take down Kearney.
Yeah, definitely opportunities here for the side of the move. Their RPS is looking solid, but both teams are doing great crowd control, great setups. Kidney shot on Absurge. It looks like Calvish is trying to set up in a WizK, but he immediately fears. Big setup here on Kearney. Can they take him down? He's in a kidney shot. Do they have the damage to follow through? He gets out of the stun lock for a moment. Can he live? It's a close call. Gouge coming in from Peekaboo, trying to just slow him down. Silence once again, but they do not have the damage to take him down. Good backup there by Calvish and Nick, helping keep him alive. Gouge on Absurge, clone on Peekaboo. Now it's going to be WizK under fire. The Chastise comes in from Kearney, who's trying to just line of sight the fight. Might actually go for a cross here, trying to get to the other side of the map. Needs to create some space from WizK. I love that Kearney is realizing that, has the presence of mind to reposition. I think that's a really good move.
Yeah, absolutely. Staying far away from Peekaboo as well, so he can't get kidney shot and cheap shot as easily. And the move, we're going to have to move on to the other side of the map here to try to catch up with Kearney. Or he's just going to be able to free heal in the back line and just allow Nick to continue to get these Cyclones. But right now, Peekaboo pushing over to Kearney. He gets gripped back to his target. Calvish could just fall right now. Huge swap right there as they do get the silence to follow it up. But Kearney does get the Guardian Angel in time there. But really nice reads here from the move. That was a beautiful play. They get a sap here onto Kearney as well. Peekaboo is getting really fancy right now with these cheap shots into the grip swaps, and Peekaboo is rightfully so deserving a timeout right there in the Cyclone.
Yeah, to slow him down a little bit, but a full fear lands. Kearney pushes in. No Tremor Totem going to be available. Absurge gets caught in the stun. They're going after Peekaboo, and that's going to be a Spirit Link. Really respecting the incarnation there from Nick. Nick has a lot of damage available. They force out the Spirit Link. What else can they get? WizK gets interrupted. Nick's just going on a solo mission. Calvish just isn't even there. He might just fall down to the Balance Druid alone. WizK still under fire. Absurge really struggling to keep him alive. Nature Swiftness comes in into the full kidney shot. They force out the dispersion. Tons of pressure. Peekaboo getting low. Void Shift. Everything has been traded out by the move. VOIDGG there going for it. Gouge on Absurge. It is never-ending crowd control. Cyclone on Peekaboo. This is an absolute beautiful push. How is Absurge going to recover?
That is a great question. Nick right now is pushing in for the win. He's got 15 seconds on Solar Beam, but still, it's going to be all about Calvish. Can he shut down Absurge? He gets the kidney shot. There's the cheap shot onto Wiz. Can he get one onto Peekaboo as well? No, Peekaboo clears out the Cloak of Shadows, shuts down the Cyclone. Very important, as there was no way for Absurge to get out of that one, but still, he's not out of the woods yet. The Healing Tide is down. Do they kill it off? I think they did kill it off there in the back line. Peekaboo still very low. WizK also very low. Kearney pushing in. There's no Tremor Totem. Full Fear Connect. Wiz with no dispersion. Pika with no cloak, with no vanish. Who are they going to go after to get the DR Cyclone onto Absurge? With Calvish in a DR blind, beautifully done by Peekaboo, saving the day here as the move are crumbling around this pillar.
Yeah, they're really struggling. Absurge needs to find some cooldowns. Nature Swiftness is rotating back up. WizK has 30 seconds on his dispersion, so I think the move's going to have to play a little bit defensive. Peekaboo trying to set up his team, though, going after Kearney a little bit. He's just going to dispel off some of the damage over time effects that WizK has available. They're making a swap onto the healer. Kearney might be in danger. Trades out the Guardian Spirit, still has his trinket. I think VOIDGG, they have the cooldowns to trade, but somehow the move fully recovers. Absurge doing a great job. As soon as he does, though, in crowd control once again, kidney shot into a fear. Great setup here by Void once again, but Peekaboo doing a great job slowing them down with a counter kidney shot onto Calvish, a dismantle out of that. Great defensive moves here by Peekaboo.
Yeah, I gotta say, Peekaboo, the boy wonder right now, definitely doing a lot for his team, shutting down a lot of these setups. That defensive blind earlier, definitely the only reason why his team is still in the fight, but they need to get some offensive pressure. They're going for it onto Calvish. Kidney shot comes out, but he gets Cycloned as soon as he leaves. Oh my god, Kearney deffing the Shadow Death, the fear of WizK right there. Just beautiful place, and now he can just run over to Absurge. Doesn't have to worry about getting feared by Wiz. Shouldn't have an easy time landing that fear. Nick is taking a little bit of damage, but it's going to be Wiz on the back foot. Incarnation popped. Here comes to that. Wiz insta disperse that. He knows. Doesn't want to be messing around with that cooldown, but here is a swap on the Peekaboo. He gets cheap shot on the trinket. They might be able to take him down. So much damage. 1% HP. Cheat that procs, and he will fall behind the pillar. VOIDGG making these incarnation pushes, just get basically the whole spell book from the move and just putting them in the dirt.
Oh my goodness, what a close game. Honestly, the move was looking really good at the beginning of that one. Their setups were consistent, but it's those incarnation windows, like you said, for VOIDGG. It's just such an overwhelming amount of damage. Peekaboo and Absurge had some cooldowns at the end, but not enough. Like, they both had their medallion, but nothing to really pair it with. So Peekaboo gets himself out of crowd control, he gets restunned. And then Absurge gets himself out of crowd control, but he has no throughput cooldowns to really stay alive. So this is that incarnation here for Nick. It's about 6.5 minutes into the game, and I think this is where they go after VOIDGG. So heals coming in here from Peekaboo. They make a setup onto Calvish. Nick lands a Cyclone. Kearney lands the Shadow Word Death on VOIDGG's Fear, and that kind of sets them up. So this is where they go after VOIDGG. Nick just pulls the trigger with his incarnation, and this is going to force VOIDGG back to the pillar immediately. Nick tries to push, but VOIDGG is going to respect it. He's going to trade out the dispersion, and that's when they just decide, let's go after Peekaboo. No vanish, no cloak, nothing he can really do after his trinket, and they're able to just take him down.
Absolute nature swiftness. I just didn't heal him enough. The grip as well is a little bit awkward because he grips him away from him.
Did it actually heal him?
Yeah, I don't actually know.
Didn't look like it healed him.
Yeah, it didn't look like his HP move. I guess we'll see it on the death log. If we see a big nature swiftness heal, we'll know if it got dispelled or not. And yeah, healing wave from Absurge. So
the thing is, like,
I think he got it off there. Yeah.
I've been playing a little bit of Shaman, as maybe some people know. If your nature swiftness doesn't do much unless you can like unleash it and primordial wave it. That's when it's like you get the primordial wave and you get the unleash. That's when your healing wave is gonna heal for 700 million. But if you don't get those off and you just have to kind of panic and use it, it's like it barely does anything. So I think that's what happened there. It's like a desperation for Absurge, and it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, as a fellow healer player, I can relate to that. With Resto Druid, and I have to get Soul of the Forest up. I have to buff the NS to make it extra large. Yeah, I know there's something about healing, Benruki. You're not the only healer on this desk. That's right. I hit 2K on my priest 2 days ago, so watch out. But somebody who doesn't need to watch out is, of course, Kearney. This man, I mean, you could tell. He must have. There's no way he forgot to call his mother. Like, he has the blessing for sure. Deafing the fear, getting the game-winning setup, and the route as well from Nick to keep Peekaboo kind of nice in the open, stuck there, giving them a second viable target. It's nice, but I don't know. What do you think about the matchup here? Because I feel like if I'm on the move, I don't mind locking RPS into this. I feel like they lock in RPS to way worse things than what VOIDGG are bringing right now. It felt like, especially in the start of the game, that they were the team in the driver's seat. And I feel like if Wiz gets to pop off, the move has a really solid win condition later on in the match. It's actually a lot closer than I was anticipating originally, and they're sticking with it.
I just think at a certain level, the move kind of realizes, well, I don't think they think they're going to be able to go toe-to-toe. Like, you know what I mean? It's like the move is not going to beat VOIDGG at their own game. They have to play their game. And their game is at RPS. And this is a matchup that they can win. VOIDGG putting out a lot of damage on that Shadow Priest. I've talked to Absurge as well. Like, why? Like, I asked him, I was having a conversation with Absurge, and I was asking him, what is it about RPS? Like, why do you guys like in tournaments so much? And one of the things he was telling me about RPS is it's a good way to kind of flip the script on people. Like, it's one of those comps where you can go after anyone. You have pressure all over the place. You can set up on anyone, with all the crowd control that you have, all the stuns that you have. So you can really get people out of their comfort zone. So that's one of the reasons why they like this composition. And one of the reasons why I think this composition has done well for such a long time. So they're definitely not out of it yet. But VOIDGG still, undefeated. Who's going to make them lose their first game since Cup number 4?
Yeah, that's a good point. And also, it also helps, of course, if you have VOIDGG, just the undisputed Shadow Priest GOAT on your team. This man is just making it work in any meta. And VOIDGG, you're absolutely right about that. 17-0 record right now, if you count last weekend's Cup. So they are definitely on a tear. Can they do it, though, against a team of the move's caliber? They definitely want to fight back. They got Ashamans here for their disposal, so they're gonna have lots of room to move around on. And Peekaboo and WizK, they're gonna need to find some offensive pressure. I think that this is gonna be a pretty deep dampening game, just because these hybrid classes do offer a lot of kind of utility and a lot of self-healing. So I think you're gonna need a little bit of dampening to grab a win on either side, but anybody who gets that pressure and dampening, as we saw in that last game, can take a win if you can just snowball your momentum when you have cooldowns up. And Kearney immediately is feeling the heat here in the opener, but Nick is not a crowd control, going for the nice beam there, just shutting down WizK there around the corner, and just playing it defensive, making sure that Kearney won't have to use too much to get a full fear onto Upsurge as well. And actually a lot of damage here. Nice Cyclone coming out onto Upsurge as VOIDGG looking to pounce back, but Wiz is going to hold on to his own cooldowns as well.
Yeah, full kidney shot here onto Nick right now. Absurge in the backline throwing in some purges, trying to get aggressive. And both of these healers, both Kearney and Absurge, are so good at assisting their teams offensively. Definitely going to be looking to them to make some plays. Kearney in a little bit of trouble. Nick's just going to trade out his trinket and go for a counter bash there on Peekaboo. Just doesn't want Kearney to have to make too many trades. Trying to save his trinket because he didn't have the Guardian Spirit, and I think that was a really intelligent move. Nick doing a great job. Full Cyclone on Peekaboo. Fear on Absurge. Now Cyclone on Absurge. WizK in a lot of trouble. Trying to tank it out with Vampiric Embrace, getting the dots loaded up, and I think the move have weathered the storm as both teams just kind of exchanging blows in the early game.
Yeah, for now, but still plenty of options here as Wiz is going for a nice double fear setup on the Kearney. Big damage with the silence to follow it up as well. Nick also rotting down at the same time. And that's what's so genius about these healer swaps is everyone is ticking down with those dots while the healer is locked down and you're focusing fire there. And the Kearney tops himself, but then Nick is still low. So it just makes Kearney's life very stressful. And you can see it on the healing done, having to do double Absturge's healing basically at this point to keep his team alive. Another fear connects onto Absturge. You get the gouge there as well. Kearney, though, in a cheap shot. Wiz is in a Cyclone. And Calvish kind of wanted to go offensive there, but wasn't able to because of that Cyclone. And now Nick is in a kidney shot. And the move are definitely finding their footing in this matchup. Swapping back and forth like this is making it very difficult for Void. And you're absolutely right. They are 100% flipping the script right now.
Look at WizK's damage on details. Like, it's just insane the amount of pressure he's putting out on that Shadow Priest. But let's see if they can push through all the defense of VOIDGG. Void looking for a setup here. Stun's coming in. Peekaboo trades out his trinket to try to get some peels going. They're just going after Nick. They're getting aggressive. Flipping the script. Kearney right now into a fear, and Nick is on the run, but in bear form, I think he's going to be okay. He gets the Guardian Spirit at the very least, but I really like that push there by the move. Peekaboo had enough. Wanted to start getting some pressure rolling onto Nick. And it looks like they're going to continue this push. WizK is now into a full Cyclone. They're going after Calvish just a little bit. Good rot pressure here from the side of the move. They have a lot of momentum, and going after the healer has worked out quite nicely for them so far. Just allows them to get rot all over the place and just presents a lot of opportunities for them to swap around.
Yeah, Kearney still having to play catch up here. Getting some heals onto himself, but trying to stay away from Peekaboo. He knows that Peekaboo's trying to get a restuff here. He does manage to find it. Looks like he wants to set it up, but Kearney shuts it down with a nice chastise stun, and then he ducks into angel form right as it ends. Peekaboo wanted to sheep shot him there, shadow step over and stun him, but as soon as Kearney lands out of this, he is definitely getting met with a kidney shot. There it is. Full hex onto Calvish. He gets decurred there by Nick, but he gets caught up in the lightning lasso. There's the silence onto Kearney. The setup is looking pretty good here from the move. Nick taking a lot of damage. Forced to just trade out Barkskin here, basically on air, which is not what you want to see if you are a fan of Void, but still a lot of pressure coming out. Now a counter setup, beautiful grip right there on the fear of Kearney. WizK making sure that Absturge does stay out of crowd control, but they do find the Cyclone, and WizK still in a lot of trouble. Trades out the Void Shift, trades out the Desperate Prayer, not the Void Shift. Absturge, however, does trade out his trinket, so they do net themselves some nice cooldowns there on the side of Void.
Yeah, Incarnation, such a scary cooldown. Whenever Nick has that available, it is going to get spicy. And it looks like that cooldown will subside, though, but they did get the trinket from Absturge, so some opportunities opening up. The move right now, getting aggressive onto Nick. He's stuck behind the pillar. He's forced to trade out his trinket. Almost out of line of sight of Kearney there, so that was a bit of a scary moment. Calvish also kind of rotting down. WizK still just putting out impressive damage numbers on that Shadow Priest. I mean, he's just so good at this class. In the meantime, though, Kearney gets the double fear onto Peekaboo on Absturge. WizK is in trouble and forced into the dispersion. Now there's big opportunities for the side of Void. You've got no trinket on WizK, no trinket on Absturge, no dispersion. They're one good setup from potentially closing out this game, but the move is not going to make it easy. They're going after Kearney, continuing the pressure onto the Priest.
and dampening is ramping up. But look at Kearney once again repositioning away from Absturge and Wiz. But they get a kidney shot into a blind onto Absturge. Where is the damage though? It looks like she's going to be nobody taking damage. They get a sap there to follow it up, and now finally they find Peekaboo with the chastise. They get a double fear onto him and Wiz, and they do connect, but Absturge had a CC here. He's had a 20-second CC before they were actually able to connect to Wiz there, and VOIDGG kind of not looking too clean in that go, and it's going to be the move now, moving in to punish Kearney here behind the pillar. They get a nice double fear. They're going to let it sit too. Nicely done. Beautiful solar beam there onto Wiz on the mind games, and Nick is going to go back into bear form here. Nick really playing the situation out beautifully. Kearney in angel form, spamming out heals as well, and keeping his team nice and healthy. Nick looking for the Cyclone out of that bash, finds it. Absturge again in a full fear. Wiz is in a lot of trouble. Can they get the DR Cyclone onto Absturge? They find it. Can they push out the void shift? Still 15 seconds left on that dispersion. Desperate Prayer is back for Wiz. He gets Cyclone, and he's going to be able to hold on to that ever important void shift.
Yeah, good cooldowns available. Dampening getting really high, though. Kearney is going to start really struggling here, but Incarnation once again available for Nick. Peekaboo rolling over, getting the cheap shot. They're making a setup onto the Balance Druid. Let's see what he's going to be able to do. A Hex lands on Calvish. It gets decursed. Silence on Kearney. Nick is still rotting down, but counter setup here. Here comes the Incarnation once again. Can they take down WizK? Blind coming in from Peekaboo, just wanting to slow down the damage. It breaks. The gouge breaks as well, and Nick now is just going to be an absolute terror, able to push forward and get the damage rolling. You get the stun onto Calvish. Peekaboo doing everything he can to peel up VOIDGG and not allow them to get cooldowns with this Incarnation. And so far, I feel like it's working out nicely. I love these defensive plays from Peekaboo.
Yeah, and Peekaboo does, however, get Cyclone there by Nick. Another Solar Beam snuck through behind the pillar. And it looks like Nick now is going to be in trouble. Double fear coming out for WizK. Actually, there's going to be Kearney. They get the silence into a kidney onto Kearney. Could be a lot of trouble. And the rest of Void are rotting down here as well. Kearney's going to have to do a lot of work to keep them alive. How does this guy even have mana still? He's been healing so efficiently. Really doing a phenomenal job on the Priest. The Pyrofusion is active for Nick. They do have a big chunk of damage loaded up. But it's going to be Calvish on the back foot. He gets gripped back by Kearney. Peekaboo is here behind the pillar, pushing in, looking for the kidney shot onto Kearney. They could be taking him down. There's the kick, beautifully done by Peekaboo. He's going to follow it up with the stun, potentially. There's the cheap shot as he ducks around the corner, trying to avoid Cyclones from Nick. He gets another cheap shot, ducks another Cyclone, and gets the beautiful silence there as they continue this push on the side of the move. Nick can't find a Cyclone. Look at it, Peekaboo just dancing salsa with this pillar right now, avoiding everything. Calvish forced to trade out his trinket and his evasion, and the move are making some beautiful plays there offensively and buys themselves a lot of time to recover and also get some big cooldowns.
Oh, the move is looking good. They have so much pressure, but VOIDGG looking to strike back. Stuns on Nick. Kearney is just so having such a difficult time topping off his team. Silence comes in. Double fear. WizK looking to get a win for the move. Can they do it? Kearney's forced to trade out his trinket. He is just struggling so bad to recover. There's really nothing left. He's got no trinket. The void shift is going to be the last line of defense. In the meantime, though, WizK is getting low. Absurd is in a gouge. The VOIDGG is not making it easy here for the move. Can they take him down? Nick gets gripped back, but Kearney is just still continuing to struggle. Nick might actually fall. Dampening is so high. The damage for WizK is so incredibly high also. But they are pulled away. Incarnation comes in. Here comes the one shot from Nick. Can they take him down? WizK has Dispersion, doesn't want to greet it, and ultimately will trade it out. And now I'm really afraid for Void here.
I'm a little bit afraid for Wiz, actually, but he is doing a great job here, line of sighting, while Absturge is sitting through that Cyclone. Nick forced straight out his trinket on that kidney shot, and they really don't have much to work with. Absturge still has trinket and Spirit Link as well, so still plenty of defensive options. Meanwhile, VOIDGG's defense is dwindling as they look to close it out. Beautiful stun there onto Kearney, looking for this finish, but it's going to be Nick actually fake casting, getting a precognition here, but ducks into bear form to avoid some of that damage from Peekaboo. Gets a Cyclone onto Peekaboo. No trinket available for him. Nick is going to be able to hold on. Now looking for the Cyclone onto Absturge. He's going to trinket out. Instantaneous lightning lasso coming out there. Calvish moves over to kick Absturge's lasso, but he fake has the kick and then drops a Spirit Link totem. Nick now in bear form taking huge damage. Full fear connects onto everybody on the side of Void. Mind games connect, and it is going to be the move, tying up the score at 49% dampening. What an insane mind games as well from Wiz there to seal the deal.
WizK is absolutely legendary on that Shadow Priest. There's literally nobody else playing it. He tags in, doing double the damage of anyone else, creating so many opportunities in the match. He could be doing an excellent job defensively, just trying to slow down those goes. The move, I mean, when they can play RPS, they make it look exceptionally good. But this was a close game. Still opportunities here for Void. At this point, we're about 45% dampening. Kearney has basically burned through all of his mana. The move is just so much pressure. And if you look, I mean, just look at the damage done. I'm calling it out because this is one of the reasons why the move is able to make this composition work. VOIDGG just puts out so much pressure. It just pairs nicely with Peekaboo, able to bounce around on that Outlaw Rogue, get multiple stuns out, go after multiple targets, and really just cause a lot of chaos and panic in the match. It's at this point where Nick is trying to get the counter pressure rolling. The Spirit Link comes in here for Absurd. He's got the Ascendance rolling. He has enough heals to keep his team alive, and it's this triple fear from VOIDGG into the mind games on Nick that ultimately will seal the deal and get them the win. It was a beautiful setup.
Yeah, you see that renewal as well with the mind games up, just KOing Nick right there. VOIDGG with just 53 mil damage done, an absolute damage lord on the move. And we are all tied up 1-1 apiece here for the move and VOIDGG. And I'm wondering, are we seeing the same comps locked in now? It is a swing match for VOIDGG. If they lock in Moonkin Rogue, it's the exact same thing, then that's all we're going to see in this series. This is the matchup where if Void are going to... Never mind. Yeah, this is all... Both teams, they're just lock it in, send it.
Mains versus mains.
Yeah, mains versus mains. Made the better team win. And I like that. I like that a lot. You know, it's just lock in your mains and whatever happens, happens. Play our hearts out, pick our comfort and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, it is a joy. I wasn't really sure what to expect from the move in this tournament. I know we've seen Peekaboo practicing a lot of Demon Hunter and VOIDGG practicing a lot of Balance Druid. And you get these thoughts in your mind like, is this really playing to their strengths? Like, obviously they're good multi-classers, but can you really just log on and with a few days practice, go toe-to-toe with Existence and Dippy and Nick? And I don't know. I think that's a tough thing to do. So I like that they're having confidence in this composition. They're making it look really good. We had 2 close games so far, and I think this is going to be a really exciting series. We're going to Empyrean Domain. VOIDGG opting for a little bit of a bigger map here. Now, how do you think the map is going to play into this particular matchup?
Well, the map, I mean, it's Empyrean Domain. It is our brightest map in the pool. It brightens my day, and so does your smile, man.
My camera's like seizing. I'm going to fix it. One sec.
He's like, yeah, I'm not dealing with this cringe right now.
No, that's not.
I'm just trolling. I know. Empyrean Domain, of course, small pillars, lots of distance. I really don't think that the map is going to be favoring either side too much. I feel like for Void, I think that there's a bit of a gentleman's agreement going on here, honestly, between both of these teams, because when it's the Moves map pick, they pick Asha mains. When it's Void's map pick, they pick Empyrean Domain. So both teams seems to favor these like a little bit larger maps for themselves. So that just seems to be something that both teams kind of have agreed on. So we'll see what ends up happening here. The opener is already underway, full sap onto Absters, but Peekaboo comes in and shuts down the offense there. Kidney shot onto Nick, cheap shot onto Calvish, goes behind the pillar, looking for Kearney. Can they get the silence there? No. Double root beam coming in. Cyclone's being casted by Nick. He's trying to fake cast the wind shear of Absters, but there's a bit of a mind game going on between them. Finally does a fake cast Peekaboo, and Nick's going to get that Cyclone. And now here comes VOIDGG, then.
Yeah, VOIDGG looking to strike back here, but the move has the pressure. They have the setups. Full blind on Kearney, Lightning Lasso on Calvish. It's a 3 versus 1 on Nick, who gets into bear form and is going to duck out of line of sight, but they're going after Kearney, making a swap, and this is just what the move does, just constantly switching targets, keeping their opponents guessing, creating chaos in the match, and it's just stylistically something that works out so well for them.
Yeah, and Kearney right now in angel form trying to spam out the heals. Wiz is taking a lot of damage. Absolutely actually sitting through crowd control, and it is going to be the dispersion being forced there for Wiz. They swap to Peekaboo here as well, as he's taking a lot of damage there behind the pillar. Peekaboo does manage to recover there with a big heal from Absters. That native swiftness paying dividends there, and now he does get feared, and here comes the setup. Beautiful fear onto Calvish, beautiful disarm there onto Peekaboo. very crucial moment there by Nick, decursing the Hex, gets the disarm onto Peekaboo, shuts down the swap onto his healer, but now he needs a little bit of backup here from Kearney, as Kearney is still rotting down. He hasn't even topped himself. The Hex around the corner gets line of sighted by Kearney, but still Nick taking tremendous amounts of damage as Kearney looking for the apotheosis resets here, but not able to get too much cast off. Finally gets a chastise there onto Peekaboo, gets a couple of flashes out, now full kidney shot onto Kearney, and I think it might have been a little bit of a mistake here not topping himself before this moment, but it looks like Kearney is going to be fine, and he's just going to try to be as efficient as possible because these games have been going for a long period of time, and it is these split-second decisions that make Kearney able to heal and keep mana up for such a long period of time. Another beautiful setup coming out from Void here, but it does get deflected by the move, and Wiz has his dispersion coming up in 15 seconds. That swap onto Absurge, not really going to net too much. They're going to just kidney him as he does top himself. Defensive blind onto Calvish here, actually. Another setup onto Kearney, and I think that this is the big change for the move. They continue to do these goes onto the healer, and he's giving them all of this pressure, Ben.
Yeah, it makes it really difficult for Kearney to actually get there for fears on Absurge also. Like, Peekaboo's just keeping crippling poison on him for a majority of the game. Absurge trying to reposition and stay away from him, but they're so close on the pillar. Kearney has that fear available shortly, and that Psychic Scream might be the crowd control that they need. There's a full kidney shot coming in from Calvish, but they're going after Kearney. WizKid looking for damage, but it gets shut down there by Calvish. WizKid's just going to trinket to remain aggressive in the match. Trying to just line of sight during these moments. Kearney gets the double Psychic Scream. They're going after Nick. At the same time, WizK is under fire. Cyclone, both teams getting tons of crowd control. WizK gets interrupted, and Nick is just going for it here with his Incarnation. Massive damage here onto WizK, but the Earthen Wall Totem seems to be enough. Absurge playing it calm, cool, collected. Doesn't overly trade. Drops the Healing Tide Totem preemptively. Now the move can get aggressive once again.
Yeah, and Nick is feeling the heat a little bit, but the Incarnation is still active here for Nick, looking for some pressure. Wiz moving in for the silence, or for the fear rather, but Kearney dodges it, and here comes the fear from Kearney actually onto Peekaboo, onto Abster to get the Cyclone onto Peekaboo. He trinkets out, looking to get aggressive, but he gets stunned on his trinket here. Calvish reading the situation beautifully. They thought he was going to go after Wiz, but stunning Peekaboo's trinket there, and or actually stunning Peekaboo's Mass Dispel there, I should say. A lot better use of their time, making sure to shut down that offense. Kidney shot onto Kearney, but it is going to be Nick who is the target. WizK with a precognition. Nice grip back there onto Nick, but still a lot of healing to be done here for Kearney as he looks to be sweating around that corner, trying to get the fear onto Absurge out of that kidney shot. Finds it. WizK could be the dispersion here. Holy Fire is coming out. Smite's coming out. Peekaboo's in a Cyclone. There's the Star Surge ducking in. Wiz trying to greed this dispersion, but the setup is too clean, and VOIDGG does manage to net themselves that big cooldown.
Yeah, but this is where they start rotting down. Nice interrupt there. Once again, Peekaboo shuts down Calvish, just really giving WizK a little bit of moment to breathe in the match. Loading up his dots on all three members. All three members of Void are rotting down. WizK gets the silence. Look at Nick, though. He's in trouble. Are we going to see a Mind Games? Mind Blast comes in. WizK doing what he can, but a full kidney shot gouge on Absurge into a fear. They're going after WizK. He's in trouble. Earthen Wall Totem fades. They have the damage. Can they take him down? He's got the Void Shift. Is he going to be able to use it? Looks like he's going to be fine. Getting into flash heals. Absurge gets out of crowd control. The move, it looks like they're going to be able to recover, but I don't know if VOIDGG is. WizK gets knocked back on his Dark Ascendance. Now Cyclone, but Calvish is getting low, and Kearney is struggling here.
Yeah, Kearney trying to do what he can. He has a lot of work to do, though, Nick. In bear form with the Barkskin, gets the power infusion. Kearney in angel form. It's time to spam heals. Divine Hymn coming out. Flash heals being spammed out, and it looks like Void is going to recover. Now Kearney cancels it, gets a fear onto Absurge and Wiz. They're going after Peekaboo. Peekaboo trinkets that fear into a full stun. Absurge trinket, Spirit Links now. And now we are in shambles here. The entire spellbook of the move was just used in that one push. Incarnation is still active here. Peekaboo could fall. No Cloak of Shadows available. We did see him die in game number 1. There's the full gouge onto Absurge. Do they have anything more? Do they have the damage to knock Peekaboo over? They do have the Void Shift, the last line of defense, but Wiz doesn't want to hold on to it. Peekaboo gets stunned with Vanish ready. He could vanish out of this if he can stay alive. The mind control gets kicked. The lightning lasso comes out onto Calvish, and Peekaboo is going to stay alive, but still a lot of cooldowns being used. Nick now randomly dying here from a huge swap from WizKid. The Void Torrent channeling in. A lot of work. It's still a gouge onto Kearney. He has the Void Shift. He's trying to greet it. He's spamming out the heals into the Guardian Angel. Did they proc that? That was so close to be procced as well, but now Kearney coming in with the fear onto Absurge. I don't think WizKid can stay alive for much longer. He has to trade the dispersion, surely, in this situation. unbelievable greed from Wiz. 1% HP, and he does press the dispersion, almost going down without it. And now they got nothing left. How is the move going to respond then?
It's so back and forth. WizKid gritting it out, barely staying alive there. Nick now is going to be in danger. Once again, the move has fully loaded them up with damage over time effects. WizKid going for Mind Spikes, going for Mind Blast. Kidney Shot on Calvish, but Nick shuts it down with the Cyclone. Can Kearney recover, though? He's got the Void Shift. That's the last line of defense. 25 seconds on Spirit of the Redeemer. Full Kidney Shot on Absurge. Kearney's going for a Fear, and they are going for the win onto WizK. A beautiful setup coming in from Void, but it looks like the Void Shift comes in from WizK, and that will keep the move alive for now. Kearney running out of mana. He's running out of time. Just a few seconds left on Guardian Spirit, a few seconds left on the Spirit of the Redeemer. I think VOIDGG have done. I think they're going to be able to buy enough time for that cooldown, and that will give them a little bit more time in the match to get another setup on the move.
Yeah, but this was Absurge's Nature Swiftness. He's got nothing left right now. Full clone on the Peekaboo. Switches it over to Absurge. What a massive spell from Wiz. What? That was insane timing, but still, he might just die to the Incarnation. He's got nothing. Gets gripped behind a pillar, and he manages to stay alive here for a second, but still a lot of damage. Calvish with the killing spree. Nick is pushing in. Can he find the Star Surge? One connect. Double Fear around the corner for Wiz as he looks to defiantly stay alive. Coming in with the Void Crash there, applying some dots. Here's the Void Torrent. Nick now might have overextended. There's a Kidney Shot onto Absurge. Beautiful knock there from Absurge, trying to slow down the crowd control. They're not able to find the gouge onto Absurge. Kearney moving in for the Fear. Absurge needs to get the Tremor Totem here on this one, but he gets cheap shotted. He has an opportunity here to drop a Tremor Totem on this Fear. He's going to need to be clutch with it. Can he do it? Kearney fakes it, and the Tremor Totem does get dropped. I actually think Kearney might have feared into it. Beautifully done by Absurge, if that's the case. Full blind onto Kearney now, and Nick might just drop here as well. Will of the Forsaken comes out in the nick of time. It gets the Void Shift, but now entire Void are rotting down. Nick gets gripped back to Kearney. Guardian Angel drops, but is it going to be enough? Kearney in a Kidney Shot, and the move, baby, are dialed in. They are winning the swing match, and now they have the lead against Void.
They are dialed in. I could not have said it better myself. I mean, everyone in this game is just playing out of their minds. Close call after close call. WizK living at like, what, 2% health before going into that dispersion. I mean, that was a very close game, but it just seems, I mean, if the move can just hold on, they're keeping up these setups, WizK can get out this insane amount of pressure we're seeing. I mean, like I said, we're not seeing anyone play Shadow Priest. I don't think anyone, literally nobody, except WizK. And this pressure he's able to put out with their team, I mean, the move is looking solid. They are here. It is game day. But Void is not making it easy. Every single one of those incarnations are just so threatening. This is a really good moment here for the move. They're able to recover WizK. It was not looking good. This is where they kind of just steamroll their pressure, right? Like dampening is at 40%. Kearney's basically fully out of cooldowns. WizK has everyone fully rotted with damage over time effects from that Shadow Priest, and it just becomes so difficult for Kearney to stabilize. This is where Nick gets incredibly low. Kearney uses, I believe, the Will of the Forsaken on the Fear into a Void Shift. So Will of the Forsaken here gets the Void Shift to silence immediately on that Will of the Forsaken. Great plays from WizK, and it is just overwhelming. Mind Spikes coming in. Calvish does what he can to try to slow it down, but at this point, Kearney's got nothing left. A full Kidney Shot lands, and it is just overkill here for the move. And if you asked me what was going to happen today, I would not have expected the move to lock in the RPS. I mean, I probably should have expected it, honestly, but I didn't expect this, and I didn't expect it to look this good.
Look at the damage, real quick. Nick plus Calvish is the same dam as just Wiz. So I think that is a massive issue for Void right now that they have to deal with. And you're absolutely right. I did not expect the move to lock in the RPS and look this good with it, because I honestly thought that, okay, well, maybe they're starting to write this off a little bit because Outlaw did receive a couple of nerfs recently, and you know, we did start to see, okay, they're adding in Cerealium, Peekaboo's playing Demon Hunter, they're trying to multi-class a little bit more. But honestly, they had their worst cup performance, or maybe it wasn't their absolute worst, but it was definitely a pretty bad cup performance for their standards when they did that. So they just used this week to bring back RPS, and it looks like RPS is back.
Rat Rogue, here we go. VOIDGG, they're going to be making a move on Hook Point, so mixing it up. They're going to a nice small map. They're bringing in Calvish on the Retribution Paladin, Nick on the Assassination Rogue. So doing a bit of a 180 here for them. I'm curious if this does work. I mean, in theory, it should, right? Like you have a Shadow Priest against Cleave. It makes a lot of sense to me, but I don't know. I'm kind of believing in the move right now. Like they are looking really good on this RPS.
You heard the man, ladies and gentlemen. The move on match point against VOIDGG. Not something most of us predicted. If you are a fan of the move, now is the time to let it be known. They need your support. And if you're a fan of Void, well, it's time for you as well to rise up, because Void right now are on the brink of falling down to that lower bracket. The Scooby-Doo cleave. Is it going to be enough to solve this riddle then?
I'll have to wait and see. I like that. We'll have to wait and see what ends up happening here. I mean, on paper, it makes sense, right? Like, there's one of the things about the Rogue Shadow Priest Shaman. It has struggled into certain cleave classes or compositions in the past, but I don't know. Like, Shadow Priests, they're kind of scary. Like, if you go after them, it's lowering a lot of the cooldowns on their offensive cooldowns. They're pretty durable. Like, I think Earthenwall Totem is going to be decent here into the Assassination Rogue, and I kind of feel like if the move is able to get out damage on all three members and Peekaboo can bounce around and get the peels, like, it's going to be a real struggle for Kearney. I mean, of course, he has Calvish backing him up on the Ret Paladin, but you no longer have Cyclone, right? You no longer have ranged interrupts. You no longer have Cyclone kind of defend you against that Shadow Priest damage.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? So I feel like for the move, this is definitely a matchup that they can win, but they need to survive a pretty devastating amount of damage that's going to come in, and it's going to be a lot about Absturge. You know, you got a small map, and it's going to be situations where, you know, people are going to try to run over to you and try to get cleaves going, and that's really when Absturge is going to be tested. In the healing department, there's going to be a lot of pressure that he needs to deal with, and especially against the Assassination Rogue, if he gets those. We saw what happened when Trill and Mez played that DK Rogue. Just gripping people in, blinding sleet into triple Garrots, into triple ruptures, fan of knives, Crimson Tempest, just plenty of AoE damage. And when that death mark gets popped, everything just melts. So definitely something that you need to keep in mind if you are that shaman healer. And that is I think the line of thinking here for Void. They don't really have a great way to deal with the death mark, but I'm expecting to see at least Wiz and probably Absturge too, honestly, playing those dwarfs. For Pika, I actually don't know what he's going to be playing, but I feel like the Outlaw Rogue is you kind of want him to be the tank, so I don't think they mind too much if Pika is the target.
I kind of like, what do you feel about Void kind of, okay, let me ask you a question. Like, if this matchup is good and Void is confident in this matchup, why didn't they lock it in? Like, earlier, you know, like, I don't know. I guess it's the first time they lost and they can actually go for the counter pick, but it's actually the second time that they lost. So yeah, this is, I don't know. I feel like they could have locked this in earlier and gotten a little bit more intel, play on the small map. And that makes me think that this is just like, that this isn't something that they really, maybe they thought it out, but I don't know. I'm not totally convinced of this pick here. And one thing's for sure, this isn't something that they can keep running, because guess what? The move, they play RPS, but now they have a mage on the bench, and he happens to be a very good mage too. So these cleave compositions is not going to be good into the Frost Mage. VOIDGG have a lot of work ahead of them. Let's see what they can get done here in game number 4.
All right, it is match point for VOIDGG. They don't want to go down to the lower bracket where Team Liquid is waiting. If you didn't catch that. Full sap onto Calvish, immediate opener coming out here onto Kearney, and already Nick dealing out plenty of damage, getting the Garrots up onto everything. And they're going after Absturge immediately here with the Hammer of Justice, but nice peels coming out from Peekaboo onto both Calvish and Nick, so he's going to be peeling both DPS off of his Shaman. Absturge not going to have to use a single thing. They get a Hex there onto Calvish as well, and this is an opportunity for Wiz to get all of his dots running, to get the pressure going. He's got the Power Infusion as well. Big damn is about to happen here. Absturge is stacked up with his whole entire team in that link, though, or in that Earthenwall Totem, and now he's going to have to trade out his trinket. Astral Shift coming out. That's the first Shiv of the game there coming out from Calvish, or from Nick, sorry.
Good pressure coming in from Nick on the Assassination Road, kind of rotting down all three members of the move. Absturge is struggling right now to heal. Finally connecting a big heal and getting everybody fully topped off. Both teams looking good for the moment. Dismantle here on a Peekaboo. Double Fear coming in. It looks like Absturge is going to trade out that Tremor Totem. These hexes on Calvish have been devastating. I love that Absturge is just going for control on the Retribution Paladin to slow him down. Calvish is playing at range. Like on the Rep Paladin, he's playing at a distance. Kearney getting swapped to. needs to be careful. Lightning Lasso. Abster just doing a really good job controlling Calvish. Lightning Lassos and Hexes and everything he can. Now Nick's getting low. And right now, the move there all over the place, going after both Nick and Kearney in this match. Calvish trying not to make himself a target, and I think Abster realizes that, and that's why he's putting so much effort into crowd controlling him.
Yeah, and you can see here, Nick is still taking a decent amount of damage, but I could tell one thing that's pretty interesting is that Abster is running the... Or Nick! Almost dying there. Still a lot of damage coming in here. Just Wiz is just free casting in the backline. There's a cap totem. Huge gouge onto Kearney. Nick's just going to go offensive with that. Gets the cheap shot, gets the shadow dance. There's the fear onto Wiz. He's going to trinket out. Peekaboo still caught up in that one. Calvish also getting caught up in that return fear. Now just swapping to Kearney. Big damage here from the move. And that is going to be the Sanctuary coming out from Calvish. Going to be saving the day with that. But still now Nick with nothing left, dropping very low. He's got the full blind connected there as well. And Nick is in deep trouble, but manages to recover for now. And now all of a sudden WizK is dropping low as well. Still has the dispersion. No, Peekaboo still has all of his cooldowns. Absturge as well. And honestly, the move are just not phased at all by the damage that VOIDGG are putting out. And there's actually the move now on the pressure, getting huge swaps here onto Kearney, forcing out the Guardian Angel and the Spirit of the Redeemer both in one go. And now VOIDGG looking to do the same here onto Absturge, but so far Absturge really not feeling too much of that pressure.
Yeah, Nick right now in a lot of trouble. Still no cooldowns for 15 seconds. Full hex on Kearney. The mover looking to send VOIDGG to the lower bracket on the RPS. Nick somehow recovers though. Calvish doing what he can to keep him alive, trading out the Blessing of Sanctuary, but they're burning through cooldowns, and Nick is really struggling to find a target. Looks like he might just fall. Lay on hands coming in here from Calvish. That could be the Divine Shield at the same time. The move has pressure on everyone. It looks like Kearney will trade out the Will of the Forsaken on that fear push by WizK. That was a great fear to get the Will of Forsaken out of the way, and now Kearney's not going to have that available. VOIDGG, they need to try to fight into some pressure if they want to come back in this match. Kitty shot lands on Absurge. Can they do it? I'm not sure. Nick is still so low. Immediately trading out his Cloak of Shadows. Calvish still has the Divine Shield, but nothing else to really help out his team. This is a tense moment for Void.
Yeah, this is very tense right now. The move are on the offense, but at the same time, Absturge trinketed that last go. The next kidney shot, they have Death Mark. They could easily try to take Absturge down with that on the side of the move. Full blind connects onto Kearney. Absturge has no bleeds on himself right now, though, so he's not really a great target for VOIDGG. He's doing a great job just keeping his distance, staying far away, letting the Earthen Wall do a lot of the work, and they're going to have to send it here onto Peekaboo. Kidney shot connects, but Peekaboo is not feeling too much of that pressure. Just going to pop the Vanish, gets a counter cheap shot. The Calvish running down, going for the Hammer of Justice onto Absturge. He gets Master Spell into a full blind, and here comes Calvish. Big dam coming in from him, but just still getting deflected by Absturge. He's going to be Nick on the back foot. Everyone's just dying on the side of Void. Full gouge on the Kearney. Can they take somebody down, though? It looks like Calvish is going to be the worst target right now. He's going to pop the Divine Shield and get aggressive with it onto Peekaboo, trying to push him back away from that pillar, but Wiz goes in, gets the triple fear, and last time it was a triple fear that closed the match. WizK, can he do it back to back right now? Gets Sanctuary, full silence onto Kearney. Nick ducking around the corner. The Void Torrent could be enough. Beautiful fake cast at the end of that one into more Mind Spikes. Huge damage connecting, but Kearney is deflecting with the Spirit of the Redeemer. Still has a lot of heals to do. Gets cheap shot. No Sanctuary for that one. Unfortunately for Calvish, and Kearney's going to be forced to trinket. Peekaboo still running on the back foot here, almost going down. Wiz trading out the Void Shift. Still has his own trinket. He trinkets out. He has Dispersion as well. They might force it, and this game is getting increasingly unstable here for both healers. Absturge is ahead with cooldowns, so he drops the Healing Tide. Should be able to recover his team. He has the trinket and the Spirit Link, and the move are pushing for the win onto Calvish right now. No Divine Shield available. That Guardian is the last thing that can keep him alive. Full blind onto Kearney. Calvish gets disarmed here as well, and I think the move are going to be doing it right now, but miraculously he does recover. Kearney once again working miracles on that priest, but still things are not looking great here for VOIDGG, man.
Yeah, Garot's coming in. Somehow, VOIDGG is still alive, and they're getting a lot of pressure out. This is a struggle. Let's see what they can do. Peekaboo moving forward, trading out some of his cooldowns. The silence out of the gouge on the Kearney. Calvish is flailing to survive. No defensive cooldowns left whatsoever. Nick at the same time is rotting, but he's got the Cloak of Shadows. Smoke bomb on Peekaboo! They're doing it! Can they take him down? Absurge is there to deflect with the Spirit Link Totem, and now it's going to be Nick on the run. He's got the cloak. He just needs to get out of the stun. Looks like he might trade it out. No, it's still Peekaboo low. I can't believe it. VOIDGG, they've somehow stayed alive in this game, and now all of a sudden,
Pressure is looking like it's in their favor. Peekaboo's low, Absurge is low, kidney shot on Absurge. Nick is rotting them all down. Nick has the cloak, he can make the push. Peekaboo on the run, Evasion gets traded out. Calvish going for the kill. Can they do it? Nick gets caught into a kidney. It looks like he's going to be able to get out of it. Sanctuary lands once again. Calvish saving the day. I don't know who's going to fall. This is just such a close game.
Absolutely, has no mana left. He's been doing so much healing on that shaman. He got nothing. He can't do anything right now. Just trying to keep Peekaboo alive. He gets a re-stealth, but VOIDGG has recovered with Kearney going into angel form, and Nick is pushing for the win right now. Garrots are coming out. Risque could fall. He immediately trades out the dispersion. Full fear connects onto Absurge. There's a blind overlap as well. Peekaboo with no sheet death is going to get absolutely erased, and we are going to game number 5. VOIDGG battles it back on hook point.
I can't believe it. I mean, there was moments in the game where I thought the move 100% won. How on earth did VOIDGG stay alive, battle it back? I almost wonder if the move got overly confident and VOIDGG was able to capitalize on that. I'm really not sure, but that was amazing. Like, there's just moments in the game. This is earlier on. You have Nick low on health, Calvish. You look at his cooldowns. Nothing. He has traded out every single rep paladin utility and defensive you have. Nick's going to hold on at like 1% health. Kearney comes in with the Spirit of the Redeemer and the Divine Hymn, the flash heals. That's enough for him to stabilize his team. And it's at this point where Peekaboo just it starts to be a wide open target, right? With no cloak, no evasion. They're just putting a lot more pressure on Peekaboo in the match. And it worked out for them. I feel like going after Peekaboo actually was a good move. Typically, the Outlaw Rogue isn't the best option, but is this kind of panic Spirit Link Totem. You get the Smoke Bomb. They force out the Trinket and the Spirit Link Totem on Absurge. The really nice Smoke Bomb Hammer of Justice from Calvish. And honestly, VOIDGG, they played this out very well, and Nick did a great job defensively. Even though he didn't have anything, he still did a really good job with his positioning. Kearney kept him in the fight. And it's this point where Absurge is almost just completely overwhelmed, right? Like, he doesn't really have many cooldowns. He's almost completely tapped on mana. Everyone's kind of just dying. Calvish has his offense up. Everyone from Void is full health, and this is where they just get completely bulldozed.
Yeah, I think Wiz also used his Void Shift when they Trinket Spirit Linked as well. So, yeah, there's a bit of an unfortunate overlap there for the move, but still, it's going to be their counter pick. It's going to be their map pick. In game number 5, and the way this series is going, it really can be anybody's match. But I think this is that was the moment where they smoke bombed, and I think they both overlapped it in the smoke bomb, if I saw that correctly. And of course, the assassination rogue, we've been talking about it a little bit, how we think that it has the place in the meta, and today we are starting to see it pick up some wins here. But we're going to Tigers Peak, the move. We already know they're going to blind lock RPS. And I feel like that's a pretty solid option now. Void. Oh, sorry, Void. Void is the blind lock. Sorry, I forgot about that. They lost the swing match. So Void is. What is Void gonna pick? I feel like
That's a really good. That's the thing. I think they're just gonna have to play the Moonkin Outlaw Rogue. They kind of threw away. Yeah. They threw away their comp advantage. It's good for the move because once, like I said in the beginning of that last game, if they play the assassination ret, 100% the move plays like rogue or mage lock, something like that. Like just play demo with a frost mage, and I think that's pretty much a free win. So if VOIDGG have put themselves in a really difficult position, what are they going to do? They could maybe play Demon Hunter. Maybe. What are the chances they bring in the Demon Hunter instead of the Outlaw Rogue?
I mean, personally, I am a big fan of Demon Hunters when they're on my team, so I don't think it's a bad idea. I feel like the Rogue Boomkin is also, I was going to say, I feel like the Rogue Boomkin games, like they won and lost with that, right? And they lost 2, they won 1, but the one that they lost, like all of these games felt winnable on either side. So I feel like if you're in a blind pick and you can have, what would you say this matchup is? I would say it's like maybe 50-50 between these two teams. I think if you can take a 50-50 on the blind, that's not bad. I think that's one of the best things you can do, actually, if you're Void.
Yeah, just going to have to outplay. Just going to have to play like they did last week, rise up like they did on Mother's Day and try to just get a win here against the move. But this is just insane, right? Like, it's just game 5 after game 5. Really, really difficult matchups, and it's like you said, you have the first seeded team in the lower bracket. So if you lose this, you have to go play against Liquid. But honestly, in this top 4 for North America, I feel like every team could beat any team depending on the day, right? Like depending on what happens in the blind pick and depending on the day who's playing better, anyone can win. I really think that.
Absolutely. And you know what's funny? Because when we were doing our predictions, I was thinking to myself, and this, I'm just going to be completely honest here. You know, you guys know I love the move, but lately they haven't been looking that good, and Void has. So I looked at this bracket and I was like, I think the move is going to be the worst team in this tournament because the POMP, they've been looking just super phenomenal. Void has been looking like they're getting better and better and better. And Liquid, well, they've been looking like the team to beat. So in my mind, the move was actually the worst team heading into this tournament. But now, I mean, they're putting up such a good fight against Void, and they're showing once again why you can absolutely never count them out, no matter what the meta says about RPS. These guys always find a way. They have been doing it for years, and that's the cool thing about North America, right? There's all of the teams are so evenly matched. The competition is so fierce. We saw, you know, one of the, the top team lose to the Gauntlet team just earlier today. So this bracket is wide open. This tournament is wide open. And all of these guys are here to play. But it is match point between VOIDGG and the Move. And we are leading with double main comps here. Calvish versus Peekaboo. Who is going to take it?
Oh, this is such an exciting game. Let's see what happens. One of these teams going down to the lower bracket after this. Nick down to 50% early as the Move is getting aggressive, but Calvish looking for a counter setup and some good peels. Full Cyclone on Peekaboo, full blind on Upsurge. Setup on a WizK, who is likely going to be the main target in this matchup. And I do wonder if Void should be focusing their attention more on Peekaboo in this match. He fell in the last one, and I just feel like WizK has been so durable. The low cooldown of Dispersion. I don't know if he's actually the best target in this match, but they definitely need to get control over him. So just having Calvish on top of him, interrupting him, I think is going to be really important in this match because his damage has just been such a huge factor as to why Kearney gets overwhelmed and dampening.
Absolutely. They need to shut down the Wiz, but many have tried in the past, and right now, currently at the top of the damage meter as usual. Full kidney on the Upsurge into a gouge by Calvish. Calvish launching kind of a solo setup here, but Kearney is there with the Feather and the Fade. Gets a full fear onto Upsurge. There's the Chastise stun coming out onto Wiz as well. Nick trying to swarm Wiz there with more damage. They dropped the beam there. He wanted to hit Upsurge for just like a second, you know, the time it takes for him to run out because Wiz was so low. Maybe try to panic, force a dispersion there, or even get a kill, but didn't have the damage for it. Nice try though by Nick. Keeps making these kind of clutch individual plays, but here comes the setup. Full stun onto Kearney. Double fear coming out onto Calvish and Nick. And as soon as they get that Guardian, they just swap over to one of the feared targets who's been rotting this whole time. And Kearney is just forced to trade out so many cooldowns. Beautiful grip there onto Upsurge while he's in that kidney shot to avoid that fear. And then Upsurge dropping the earth grab totem there to root Kearney. And then they swap to Kearney as well, so he can never really get these fears. They're doing a great job shutting him down and getting a lot of pressure on the side of the Move.
Okay, everyone's just dying. Double fear once again coming in here from WizK, who's setting up his team for a win. Hex maybe coming in from Upsurge. Doesn't look like he's able to find it. Nick is rotting down. Calvish rotting down. Kearney rotting down. VOIDGG in shambles, but they're still making plays. Going after WizK. This could be the dispersion. Kearney in a position to get some Holy Fires out and assist on damage, trying to help bolster that offense for his team. But it looks like Upsurge is going to weather the storm with that Healing Tide totem. It gets sniped by Nick, but it's not fast enough. Everyone's full health. The Move is looking to continue their pressure with a silence on Kearney and damage onto Nick, who's been in bear form for a while, just camping out, trying to survive a lot of this incoming pressure. But Kearney's just really struggling to keep Nick topped off.
Yeah, Nick manages to get top though, and now looks to push in, but huge damage on the Kearney here in that setup. Lightning Lazo coming out there as well on to Calvish. Nick on 50% HP has the Bark Skin, trades out the renewal earlier, but he might use the Bark Skin, he might just die through everything here. The Spirit of the Redeemer doing a lot of work there for VOIDGG, but it is going to be the Bark Skin coming out from Nick. And honestly, I feel like Void are getting no pressure right now. WizK is doubling the damage of Nick. Peekaboo is even ahead of Nick in damage. I feel like Nick was at least keeping up with WizK somewhat, at least in the early parts of the other games, but so far it has been just all about the Wiz show. But finally they get a setup on the side of Void. Wiz, what are you going to do? He trinkets out, gets a master spell on his entire team, and holds on to the dispersion. Beautiful defensive plays here once again from Wiz, and now looking to get aggressive. They get a beautiful stun there as well onto the rogue. Calvish forced to trade out his trinket to get aggressive. Now they stun up Nick on the side of the move, looking to get some pressure onto Nick as well. Nice disarm there onto Peekaboo. Upsurge with lightning lasso around the corner. Kearney is going to be the next target here for the move as they continue to swarm around the corner. There's the cheap shot onto Kearney around the corner to get a full cyclone onto Absturge though. Wiz with no dispersion, or actually he has dispersion, but needs to be careful, and he might have to use it. He gets too fierce there onto Calvish and Kearney, and it looks like Wiz should be able to stabilize, but he had to kind of abandon that offensive push as well. So VOIDGG kind of responding to that offense with more offense. So good defense from Void.
Yeah, WizK just does such a good job defending himself and really holding on to that dispersion as long as possible. Preemptive Earthen Wall Totem going to be coming down from Absurge once again, as it looks like Void is looking for a setup. They get a full Cyclone onto Absurge, but where's the damage to follow it up? WizK is getting low. Nick at the same time trades out his Bark Skin and is in bear form, so once again, can't really help with the pressure. He's just so far on the back foot. It's difficult for him to get the damage rolling. Leaps over to Kearney, but that's going to allow Peekaboo to get a free cheap shot. He gets dismantled there by Calvish into a stun on, or silence on Kearney at the same time. Crowd control all over the place. Both these teams just doing setup after setup, getting things rolling. Now Nick into a full stun. They're continuing the damage. Spirit of the Redeemer up in just a few short seconds here for Kearney, but a beautiful static field totem by Absurge. This crowd controlling Kearney and not allowing him to get in line of sight. And now that he is in line of sight, he's getting stunned up. A beautiful setup by the move. They want to end this game, but that's going to be the Spirit of the Redeemer. At least force that out. But the move is on point. Their setups are looking clean. All three of them right now are really putting it here to VOIDGG.
Beautiful work right now coming out from the move. They just need to hold on a little bit longer. Can they continue these offensive setups? They could easily walk away with the win. VOIDGG though, still with plenty of mana left here, dampening at 25%. Kearney still has answers, but these triple setups, these constant swaps to Kearney are really tough for Void to deal with. They need to catch somebody. They go for Peekaboo. They get a bash onto him. Nice precognition there, faking from Nick, and he's going to get another Cyclone there, potentially. Absurge actually trinketing and dropping the Spirit Link Totem, so that incarnation from Nick is getting a lot of value so far, but Peekaboo going for the offense here onto Nick. How is he going to respond? Guardian comes out from Kearney, but now they could swap to Kearney, and I think that's exactly what the move are going to be looking to do. Absturge pulling him further back there with that static field, and Nick is taking so much damage. Peekaboo, the boy wonder, moving in for the game, winning crowd control here, potentially getting a fear onto both DPS. They're going to swap to Kearney with that. Nice swaps here back and forth from the move. They're swapping on that Apotheosis, shutting down a lot of its effect for Kearney, and now once again it's going to be VOIDGG looking to get aggressive here, but once again it is the move making it so difficult for them to actually get these setups and catch somebody.
Yeah, Kearney still low. He's really struggling to keep his team alive. This is match point. One of these teams going down to the lower bracket. Who is it going to be? A full blind on Kearney. Peekaboo mixing it up. They're still going after Nick. He's forced to trade out his trinket, get into bear, and run away. Kearney's going to grip him back to the safety of the pillar. Double root coming in nicely down. They're going after Absurge, and all in on Absurge. Do they have the damage to take him down? Bit of a tense moment. Bash coming in from Nick onto Peekaboo, trying to just stop any of his incoming peels and that incoming offense. Double fear once again from WizK, sets up the team. Full kidney shot on Kearney. Nick might just go down. Absurge gets the hex. He's looking for lightning bolts. WizK loading them all up with dots and looking for mind spikes. Nick gets a counter solar beam to slow down the offense, and that's going to keep his team alive. Kearney just really bombing in the heels right now with the Spirit of Redeemer. But after that, Zico, I think they are in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. Peekaboo now coming out from Vanish, emerging from the shadows here, looking to do something. But WizK gets forced into the dispersion with that setup. Calvish going to be running back to the pillar, getting a gouge onto Absurge. Wants to continue this pressure. They finally got some pressure. Peekaboo as well. He's taking a lot of damage, rotting down in the back, going for the kidney shot onto Kearney. Can they continue the chain? Wiz is moving in. Can he find it? Nice fade there by Wiz. I think he dodged a gouge with that, or he wanted to at least. But Peekaboo now getting the counter gouge onto Kearney. Can they take Nick down? He's so low. The Void Shift shift comes through for Kearney. Absolutely incredible that he manages to get that off. He had no trinket to chain that with, so if they had more CC there, he definitely could have taken him down, but now it is a lot of trouble here. Onto Nick. He's forced to trade out the Barkskin as well. Wiz with no dispersion.
Peekaboo!
Incarnation is popped. Peekaboo could go down. Wiz could go down as well. They need to line of sight on the side of the move. Peekaboo trinketing out here. Absterge has no Spirit Link for another 20 seconds. Defensive blind from Peekaboo onto Calvish, trying to shut down the offense here from Nick, but Nick is just staying in caster form, just trading blows finally ducks into bear form, getting some heals there. Still has a little bit on that Incarnation left, but I think the move has done it. I think they've weathered the storm. Guardian connects onto Nick, but that is the last line of defense for him. Is it going to be enough? No void shift available. Nick on 10% HP. Absterge lobbing in the lava burst. Whiskey pushing in for the silence and the game-winning fear. The mind games onto Nick. Is it going to be enough? Whiskey pushing in, looking for the triple fear. He finds it. They find the wind shear onto Kearney. Here comes the lava burst. Here comes the damage, but Nick is holding on somehow. The kidney shot onto Kearney keeps him alive.
What?
He grips him around the corner, and he manages to stay alive. I can't believe it, man.
The Gouts though on Kearney. They still want to take down Nick. Can they do it? Nick looking for a little bit of counter there. Oh! Big setup on Peekaboo. The void shift comes in. Nick's still so incredibly low. Kearney, I don't know if he's going to be able to pull off another miracle. Spirit of the Redeemer. He's got it free.
No way.
I can't believe it. VOIDGG, they might be able to pull this off. Peekaboo in so much trouble. What a close game. Somehow VOIDGG, they have stayed alive.
No
and
way.
they almost get the kill. No. Absurge deflects it with the Spirit Link Totem. What is going on? Peekaboo retreating back to the pillar. He's burned all of his defense. Vanished, just rotating back up. They're going after Absurge. Can they take him down? VOIDGG, they've got nothing left. The move, they've got nothing left. Who is going to fall first? I think it might be Peekaboo. He's trying to survive. He's just using this pillar to avoid Nick at all costs, but Calvish is still all over him. Nick is so incredibly low. This could easily be a cross-kill situation. Nick is still on the run in bear form. Got Barkskin. Do they have the damage to finally take down Peekaboo? He's got the Cloak of Shadows. Calvish going for it. A beautiful fear here by WizK. What a close game. Lightning Lasso from Absurge. They might be able to do it. Nick still goes down.
No way.
What is happening? I mean, this game was so close. They all played so well, but it is the move who comes out ahead.
Oh my goodness. You know, earlier today, Aya asked me, what's more important, having a really good DPS or a healer? I said DPS. I think I'm going to change my mind. I don't know what Kearney and Absterge have been doing this last week, but I don't know if they've been playing with like 1,000 MS to practice or something, because these guys are working magic right now. Insane recovery, but in the end, it is the move who are emerging victorious from this just slugfest of a series that we just witnessed. The move winning it 3-2 with the RPS. It's back.
Gotta breathe. Breathe. I mean, that was insane. That's what these teams do. I mean, these guys are here to play. You can tell everyone has leveled up to just skill cap. It's an absolute joy to get to watch all these players. I can't believe Nick was able to hold on here. Spirit of the Redeemer, was used there. We'll see what happens. Look at Nick, just 1% health, literally 1% health, literally a light well, just paying dividends here for Kearney, healing up Nick, escaping near death multiple times. And it actually is the Spirit of the Redeemer coming up in about 12 seconds that allows them to recover and almost take down Peekaboo. And look at Peekaboo. I mean, he's traded out a lot of his offensive cooldowns to get aggressive, and they finally get a little bit of play here. This is where Peekaboo is scared. He's got just 8 seconds left on the cloak. He gets a defensive blind on Calvish, which is exactly what you want to do, right? Like, at this point, you realize Kearney's got no mana. Crowd controlling the healer is basically useless, so you can just go for the defensive play, get Calvish out of the game, and continue this push here onto Nick. The Lightning Lasso from Absterge, the Double Fear coming in from WizK, and that is enough to seal the deal. But yeah, I mean, you really couldn't ask for a closer game. This is insane. All of these teams are looking so good, and I can't believe the move was able to do it with their RPS.
Earlier I'm like, okay, that Team Liquid series, the Echo series, I'm like, that's got to be the best one. Then I see the Team Liquid series, and I was like, maybe that's the best one, actually. Then I see the Void and the Move series, and I'm like, no, it's got to be this one. I don't know what's going on right now. These teams have been leveling up. I mean, look at the survival here from Nick. Absolute legend, but still, it is going to be the move. And like you mentioned, Peekaboo kind of dancing around here perfectly between offense and defense, making sure that he gets those defensive blinds onto Calvish is not only going to help him survive, but it's also going to help him him murder Nick because he's going to get more uptime. Calvish is not going to be there cheap shotting him when he's trying to get offensive. Yeah, the disarm comes out there, but it's not enough. Static Field Totem pulls them in to get the beautiful fear into the Lightning Lasso, and my goodness, what a match from these players. My goodness, NA has delivered for sure.
I just imagine Peekaboo at the end of that game just going like, yeah, and that's all you got to do. That's all you got to do.
All right, DG, go next. Man. All right, no one ever underestimate the move again. Nobody puts the move in the corner. They have won 3-2. VOIDGG, this was the team that dominated last weekend. They won last weekend. Incredible performance. And the move were just like, they're a different team this weekend. I don't know what happened. I mean, you guys are kind of already questioning this. Like, I don't know what happened between the last time we saw them and now. It's always been like the move. They've got growing pains. They've got this fourth player. Like, are they going to adapt to this and rise above all of the struggles that we've been seeing them have all season? And it seems like they've found their answer. Something's clicked with them. So they're going to be moving on. We're going to see them go off against against La Pump. And I feel like this might be the ultimate test here, Ven. This might be where we can determine whether or not the move have really kind of emerged victorious over the things that we've been seeing them struggle in the past, or, were they just able to best VOIDGG that one time?
I mean, yeah, this is, it's like I was telling Zico, every team in this top 4 could beat each other, just depending on the day, But La Pump has been looking insanely good. The move is obviously here to play, but you have to wonder how much energy they put into that last game. Like that had to be an absolute nail biter. Like I'm sure a lot of emotions went into that one. Hopefully they can keep their energy high for this next game here. But La Pump against La Pump has been very strong. They've been looking really good. The Demon Hunter Moonkin Resto Shaman has been kind of the kryptonite for the move. We'll see. Are they going to be able to just go toe-to-toe with the Rogue Shadow Priest Shaman? Do they have something else prepared? Are we going to see Ceralium? That's going to be my question. Because for La Pump, I don't think there is much of a question. They're going to run Demon Hunter, Moonkin, Shaman, and we'll have to see what the move has in store.
Yeah, certainly a really good question. They are right in the high from that last victory. Going to bring it into this next series. We're going to head to a break. Before we do that, though, we are going to do a Spellguesser segment. So La Pump, the move up next, but let's do some games. Let's test our knowledge a little bit after that series. Nice little breather, right?
Yeah, I need it. I need some water. I need a breather. I need to relax. Like, this is it. Goodness gracious.
Oh. Okay, so we're going to guess the icon for this achievement.
I think I know.
I don't think it's okay. Let me. I don't. It's definitely not C. It's definitely not A. It's definitely not B.
It's D.
It's
I think if it matches the gladiator mount, then it's D.
Yeah. That's
gladiator
what I was
mount
as well.
Yeah, I would assume that B is like verdant, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
B is last season, and I think D is this season.
C is crimson, right? I would assume. So you got B. Yeah. Season 1 is A. Season. Yeah. Oh, we got it. We got it.
Very nice.
Good job. Match the colors. Beautiful.
There are 2.
We take it.
Oh my gosh.
Stunning
it's like nothing.
And something for 4 secs. Stunning and what? Something that stuns for 4 seconds and does something else. It could be like stuns and does damage. It could be shockwave, maybe.
Cheap shot, stormbolt, axe toss.
Oh,
I think it's axe toss.
Yeah, axe toss.
Stunning and interrupting. I would think.
Yep.
I think it's a D final answer. Lock in.
100% axe toss. Lock it in.
Let's go.
Nice. We're back. See, just don't give me mage abilities. D is heroic throw. C is fire axe from Plunderstorm. B is the stun we just saw. Axe toss, yeah. And A is, I don't know A. It looks like some DK thing.
I don't even think it's a DK. I don't know what A is, but I do know that axe toss is B. Yeah.
Yep.
I think that's what they're asking us too. Yep, B. We got it. Nice job.
Yep.
Bonus round.
Ooh, we
Here we
unlocked
go.
the bonus round.
All
Hero
right,
talent.
Mage.
You guys better get this right.
Oh, I haven't looked at these yet, man. This is all you, dude. Hero talent, the war within. Your
I know what it
damaging
is.
fire
This
spells
is-
generate 1 stack of fire.
So this is from the Frostfire tree for mages.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Frostfire, 100%. I know
Okay.
this. I'm very confident in this one. I'm very confident in this one. Because of the fire, when you use a fire spell, you get haste, and when you use a frost spell, I think you get mastery. Yep. See?
Wow.
Yes,
Nice.
let's go. See, I've been
These
doing my
are
homework.
good.
There it is.
Okay,
Mage
okay,
card
so
is back.
We got it
Ben's
back.
got the
Yes.
mage card. Zico, you still gotta earn yours, unfortunately.
Yeah,
There'll be more chances.
I
Though.
like this one. That was a good one.
That was a good one. Okay.
All
All right.
I might need some alpha access to be able to answer those. What is out there who can help me out?
Yeah. Let them know. All right. Well, we're gonna head to a break. When we come back, it's gonna be Lip Pump versus the Move. Hello, hello. It is the last series of the day. We're here in the North American region, and it is La Pump versus The Move, the newcomer that has just absolutely been blasting wide open the bracket in North America, versus The Move, one of the longest standing teams here in AWC, and an absolute legend of a roster as well, Ven. But who comes out of this one alive? Who will stay in the upper bracket?
I'm gonna be honest. I still I just witnessed an incredible performance from The Move, but my head's still telling me that La Pomp's gonna win. La Pomp has been looking so good, and The Move has just not looked like they've had an answer. Hazy Fox, Dippy, Existence, and Zhang. Zhang especially has been looking like an absolute monster on that Restoration Shaman. I feel like this team has just kind of come out of nowhere, and they are looking like they are the teams to beat here today and tomorrow. So we'll have to wait and see what happens, but I'm still going to favor them in this next matchup. If The Move can play as well as they did in that last one, though, who knows?
Yeah, it's really anyone's game at this point. These two teams, I mean, at this point, within this context, they're so evenly matched. I feel like Super Tees. Do you have a different take, though? Do you feel like there's one that has a better chance here?
Evenly matched, I don't know. I feel like
you don't think so?
I mean, The Move, they tried to steal La Pomp's comp all last week, and I was expecting them to play it, and then they didn't even play it. So they obviously didn't think it was going to be prepared enough to break it out here. I think that they have been really frustrated, actually, by La Pomp's composition, maybe even balanced druid compositions in general. The fact that they were able to beat VOIDGG, I think, was a bit of an upset. I think they were probably not expecting to be able to do that as Shadow Priest Rogue. Because Peekaboo was actually, I was on his stream, he's having a rant about he doesn't think Shadow Priest is going to be able to do enough in this tournament, and we need to be playing Boomkin instead. And so, but he picked the Shadow Priest anyways, and they managed to make it out alive against VOIDGG. If they managed to make it past La Pump, then I'm going to start to think that maybe his rant was wrong about Shadow Priest, and it's got a lot more possibilities on the table. But I think La Pump are probably their hardest team in the tournament. Out of all the teams The Move can face, this is the hardest team in the tournament for them.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, The Move. This is a really good weekend for them. The last time that we saw them, something has happened between last time and this weekend, which is why I feel like it might be more evenly matched. But that is a good point. The Move. Do they have an answer for what La Pump has been dishing out? Not a lot of teams do. It's the reason why they've risen to the top so quickly, and that blind pick, especially Ven, I think is going to be really the determining factor. Just that first game that's going to set the tone for the rest of the series.
I kind of feel like The Move is in a position where they're just going to play RPS. I don't know why. I think they just believe in themselves. Full confidence, play their main composition, and I think it might just be one of those days where we see main comp versus main comp. La Pump playing the Demon Hunter, Boomkin, Resto Shaman, The Move playing the RPS. That's kind of my anticipation. I don't know what else The Move could run. Do they try to beat them at their own game? Do they play the balanced druid Demon Hunter? Because when they did that, it didn't look that good, if I'm being honest. So we'll have to wait and see, where their confidence is with that composition, or if they're just going to stick with kind of their main that they're the best with, and just hope for the best, hope that they can outplay.
Yeah, kind of a big question these players always have to run into. Do we play something that we know on paper would do better, or do we go with a comp that we're familiar with, that we're confident with? It's a huge question that these players have to determine. A lot of mind games go on in these blind maps, but that being said, we can see the comps now, and we're seeing Peekaboo on Demon Hunter, La Pump versus The Move.
Oh, they're stealing the EU tech. They stole the EU tech from Echo. They're like, oh, Waz logged on a Ret and it worked. Whiskey, bro, get back on the Ret Paladin. We're going to try and run it down mid here and make it work. And they're mirroring the compositions that we saw between CHIBAKU and Echo. This is wild. I did not expect this, but it is going in alignment with what Peekaboo was saying about the Shadow Priest. So perhaps the secret ingredient is going to be Retribution Paladins in order to get past these balanced druids. But Dippy's already fake casted a kick here. He's looking for a Cyclone. He gets stunned on it. Is he going to be able to get this Cyclone or not? He gets grappled over by the static field. He's out in midfield. He is absolutely getting smacked around by WizKid, refusing to trade the Barkskin. He's being really greedy with this. He Barkskins, but it might be too little too late. It's a lot of damage still incoming from WizKid and Peekaboo. Existence turns it around. Double stun into a clone. Peekaboo decides to trinket to keep up the aggression, trying to push Dippy over the edge. They land a rebuke on another Cyclone. Here comes another Cyclone attempt. Looks like he's fake casted the kick, but the Cyclone not going out. It looks like WizKid. Actually, it's on to WizKid. Dippy gets stunned. But this is still a lot of pressure. I was not expecting this. WizKid and Peekaboo are constantly ping-ponging Dippy's health bar down.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage on this balancer right now. There's no Barkskin Lightning Lasso from Masters once again, but he needs to be careful. WizK's getting low. Engine Crusade comes in from WizK. He's going to be ramping up his damage to a critical mass. Let's see if they can actually take down Dippy here. Doesn't have many defensives. It's going to be rolling away. Zhang just bombing in some heals. Healing wave after healing wave in the back line. Nice static field totem. Absurge really getting aggressive here and really keeping his team in the fight and keeping them on target. You'll love to see it. The move is looking dialed in, and Dippy has just been struggling to stay topped off and find pressure in this match so far.
Yeah, let's see if they can stabilize. Dippy's being greedy again with the bark skin. Peekaboos into a cyclone. Dippy's getting lower and lower. Zhang gets wind sheared by Absturge, putting him even further. Oh, they imprison at low health by Peekaboo. If they can get some crowd control on Zhang here, it's going to be so important. They get a stun. Can they finish Dippy? He's still being greedy. I can't believe how greedy he is with his bark skin right now. He's just been at sub 50% health this entire time. They managed to finally get him topped off. And now he's repositioning with the root here, but Existence is into a stun from Absturge. WizK gets blasted. Big damage coming out from Dippy here. Peekaboo now into an imprisonment. Those defensive imprisonments, once again, from Existence. He's constantly focusing on peeling enemy attackers. Dippy fakes out a kick. He's looking for another cyclone. He's got a vengeful retreat. Peekaboo immunes that one. Stuns the healer and wraps around the corner to avoid the next clone. WizK gets the follow-up cast. Dippy's getting shut down a lot at the moment. He's going to trade Barkskin on the hunt here, but they come in. They get a shear and a double stun. Existence is getting cleaved, though. He's going to have to trade Blur just to collateral AoE damage. Mana is looking decent. It's still anyone's game.
Yeah, very back and forth here at the 2.5 minute mark. Full cyclone landing here for Dippy. They're going after WizK once again. No Shield of Vengeance available. WizK could be in trouble. Absurge is going to have to try to keep him alive. Pops the Ancestral Guidance to bolster his healing. And now it's going to be the move once again, having most of the momentum here on Dippy. Beautiful wind shear there by Absurge. Lightning lasso. Dippy could fall. Beautifully done there. They get the Spirit Link totem from Zhang, but now they make a swap onto the Shaman. He's in trouble. Astral Shift comes in. Ascendance as well. The pressure from the move in game one is looking amazing. Superseas.
I'd never expected this composition to come up from the move. They might have literally just watched Echo play this and just beat LePomp with it. Oh my god, this literally came out of nowhere. I've been watching their stream all week. They've been practicing Boomkin, complaining about how Shadow Priest is not going to be able to cut it, and literally at the last second, pull out a Ret Paladin and finally beat their Kryptonite. This composition has been slaughtering them. Cup after cup, game after game, probably even on the ladder as well. They couldn't escape it. It was the boogeyman. I thought for sure there's no way they're getting past this team. Oh my god. Just day one coming in. Like, they played Ret Hunter a long time ago. I want to say like last year, WizK was playing a little bit of Ret Paladin, but I feel like it's been a long time since he's been on that class. Quite a long time. And he is absolutely smacking them. And if this ends up coming down to a Ret Paladin mirror, like if KZ Fox comes in on Ret Paladin somehow in this cleave matchup, because that didn't look easy. I feel like Dippy was constantly below half health. The swap to the Shaman in this position as well was wild. Like, the entire team is dead. They're literally just running them over. Absurge had such insane plays. It's like a you know, the NA Houston trading in all these offensive plays and setting up those lassos and getting insane CC for their side. Oh my god. They're even on mana. They're ahead on cooldowns. They're ahead on pressure. It was such a good matchup for them. I bet they're glad Echo found this, because I guarantee if Echo didn't play that, there's no way they would have tried this.
They actually have been, believe it or not, they have been practicing this a little bit. I've seen it in their streams. They also logged off it quite quickly after fighting, Cubsy on Arcane Mage, but it is something that they have been playing a little bit at least, and this is looking good. I mean, you finally have an answer for this composition. I wasn't really expecting them to lock this in game number one, but that looked clean. Their most convincing win. WizK certainly probably happy to be on the Retribution Paladin instead of the Shadow Priest in this matchup. It's looking a lot better for them. But now my question is, what is LePomp going to do? Like, do you think they're going to just go for the Ret Paladin Demon Hunter mirror? Like, do we see Zhang lock in a different healer? Like, is he going to play Punch Monk? Are we going to see a Ret Warrior? Like, what's going to happen here? Because this completely opens up this matchup.
Okay, well, Dippy can't play a Boomkin in this matchup. That is not a good performance for Dippy here in game number one. As we tab over that screen really quickly, I think this could end up being... I feel like their cleaves can beat... they can't beat Cerulean, though. Oh my god, I don't think they can beat Cerulean with the cleaves. I think the move winning the blind pick means that this is probably going game 5 and the move are going to win. Because now LePomp, they can play a cleave. They could play some Fistweaver, Ret Warrior, run at the Shaman maybe if they wanted to. But then if they blind lock it, they're going to fight a Frost Mage.
I mean, the move is looking laser focused I'm going to be honest. Did any of us predict the move to win this weekend? I don't know if that we did.
I think Lithy did. Lithy predicted. He never counted them out. I thought that they were falling apart. You know, it looked really rough, like they couldn't find something to adapt to the meta. I'm wondering why they didn't try this into the Rogue Moonkin.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, they were winning with the Rogue Shadowproof Shaman, so...
Yeah, but it was so close. I don't know. Like, this looked really, like, almost
it might just be different with an
almost.
Outlaw Rogue, too. Like, the Outlaw Rogue enables the Moonkin to get off so many more Cyclones with cheap shots and stuns and stuff like that. So maybe that's kind of the thought process. Like, if LaPomp is going to be playing the Demon Hunter, they're not going to have the kind of control they need to get Peekaboo and WizK off of Dippy. Whereas maybe with the Rogue, it doesn't feel the same. I'm not sure, but move playing this cleave is looking scary. Peekaboo on the Demon Hunter, WizK on the Retribution Paladin, and Absurge, I have to say, is a phenomenal performance. Like, the way he's assisting his team offensively, the static field totems. I feel like he's having a really good day on Shaman.
Yeah, definitely here. This is a powered up the move. I was really thinking that they were going to struggle, and they're going to mirror them.
What?
It's a mirror match here. KZ Fox, like, you want to play Ret, bro? All right, let's play ball. He ain't backing down, you know. Sometimes players, they refuse to play the mirror. They want to play and try and have a comp advantage, and they don't want to do it. But LaPomp say, all right, here we go. Let's see what happens. Are you ready? Can the move embrace the Zug against LaPomp? KZ Fox has been killing it on the Ret Paladin for a long time, winning solo shuffle tournaments, top ranking. And now it's a fight for the Ret Paladin crown. I was really expecting Boomkin dominance here this weekend, but the Ret Paladins have come in and started to sweep the little chickens away here pretty quickly. And I did not expect this series to look like this. I never thought this series would look like this.
This is insane. We're going to a mirror match between these two teams. What if this series just comes down to mirror matches? I don't think that's necessarily going to happen.
No. Sir Rallium will come in for sure.
Yeah, I know.
If LaPomp blind lock, but
what if it was just mirrors all the way, though? The Demon Hunter Ret.
I feel like this is probably the most disgusting mirror in the game, because this is like two of the highest DPS specs in the game, just running at each other.
What do you think the
There's
strategy
no
is gonna be
Cyclones
here?
to slow this game down. Huh?
What do you think the strategy is going to be here?
I mean, like, I feel like there's a couple, like, pretty much just do max damage. Maybe you hit the Ret, he uses a defensive, tab to the Demon Hunter, he uses a defensive, tab to the Shaman, he uses a defensive, tab back to the Ret, like, just hit the thing that has the least defenses active, do max out your damage, probably. Maybe it's important to cover, obviously, the Ret Paladin and the support that they bring, whether it's Sanctuary or Sacrifice, so making sure that the Ret is stunned when you're going to stun the other thing that you're attacking. To try and prevent them from interacting with each other. Aside from that, it's just max damage and coordinate your stuns.
All right, LaPomp looking to strike back here, tagging in KZ Fox. The move, though, they're going to be looking to beat LaPomp at their own game. WizK on the Retribution Paladin. So far, the move has been on fire. Let's see if LaPomp can bring it back here in game number 2. Ashermane's Fall, an all-out cleave. And I think this is going to be a pretty quick game here, Zupatis.
All right, gate's about to open. Are they ready for this? It's going to be a quick round. WizK Peekaboo charging right into center field to start off this fiesta as Peekaboo dashes in, gets an imprison onto the Shaman. They're setting up crowd control very early on, but they turn it around now into KZ Fox, getting his trinket immediately. Now back onto WizK as he trades out the Shield of Vengeance. Zhang catches him, but Peekaboo leaps over and stuns him up. They're swapping to the Shaman. It is a Shaman race at the moment. Which Shaman is going to crack under the pressure in the finals for North America? An entire year of play on the line to win this coveted title.
Yeah, Absurge with a beautiful static field totem, gets a healing surge off and tops himself off. In the meantime, though, Zhang taking quite a bit of damage. Peekaboo and WizK all over him. Nicely done there by Existence. The Sigil of Misery. Absurge frees them from that with the Tremor Totem. Really, really clutch. Zhang distracting them just a little bit, I think, with the Healing Tide Totem. So drops that off. Peekaboo kills it. Now Zhang's going to be in some trouble. He needs to be careful. He's got the Astral Shift, but this is such an unstable game. Going after the Shamans, I mean, this is a risky strategy by both sides.
Oh, they imprison Zhang low health, then they imprison WizK. Absurge still has Ascendant. Zhang is trying to reposition. Peekaboo's peeling for him, though, and getting pressure onto KZ Fox. They're making a big swap onto KZ Fox with his blinding light. But it looks like he's back in line of sight here of Zhang. But Peekaboo just dashes in again onto the Shaman. Peekaboo's embracing the Zug, training down the blue as WizK is looking to back him up, and Zhang is getting destroyed. He trades out the Astral Shift, reducing the damage and deflecting them away. But Absurge still has his Astral Shift. So this is probably a mana game. Which shaman can maintain their water shield better than the other, as it's going to be falling off during these attacks. Nice double stun by LaPomp, as I was talking. Stun the shaman, stun the red at the same time. That's getting a tremendous amount of pressure as they're tabbing over to Absterge. He's staying at the pillar, and it looks like he's playing Unleashed Shield. So that little whirlpool on the ground reduces damage from the target in it and reduces healing to them. And that could be really clutch from Absterge if he catches somebody in it when they're overextended.
Yeah, Absterge loves that talent, uses that a lot. Doesn't have a grounding totem, so there's going to be no grounding of a Hammer of Justice, anything like that. So a little bit of a talent difference here between Zhang and Absterge. Absterge going for Lightning Lasso on Existence, trying to slow him down, and I think Absterge has done a great job of defense. There's the full Hammer of Justice. Absterge is forced to trade out the Trinket. Now it's going to be up to VOIDGG to keep him alive. No Blessing of Sanctuary for a couple more seconds. He's got the Blessing of Protection, but doesn't want to have to use it. Absterge playing it greedy, holding onto his wall. Spirit Link. The Healing Tide's rotating back up, but great pressure for LaPomp. VOIDGG might have to go in the Divine Shield. Absterge is really struggling to keep them topped off. This is an overwhelming amount of damage. Now in the back line, looking for a Healing Wave. Existence almost getting one shot in the meantime. Forced into the Netherwalk with that full Hammer of Justice. It's going to be really scary here for Absterge. Ooh, Astral Shift coming in, but maybe a little bit too low of health. And they take him down. That was a beautiful static field totem, and Absterge is still just trying to cut across the map, but this is not an easy matchup.
Oh, so he overlapped Guidance and Astral Shift. He wanted to stagger them, but realized that they were getting back on him too quick. So that overlap could be an opening here in the future. They've got Essence Break, they've got the Hunt, they've got Crusade. KZ Fox gets a double blind, triple crowd control by LaPomp, and they're looking to just knock Absterge over as he manages to bolster his defenses in that moment with Arisen Wall Totem. He's tanking a lot of damage. He can't get away. He drops down his Unleashed Shield, but he's not able to use it. He's running to the other side of the pillar, trying to escape, and Ghost Wolf, they're peeling Existence away, trying to find an opening. They imprison the Shaman. They stun the Paladin. They're still continuing after the Demon Hunter, but it's not enough damage. Existence is still on the pursuit of Absterge. Healing Tide Totem down. Are they going to be able to snipe that? He moves it into the middle of the map, but it's dead. That Healing Tide is over. Absterge's defenses are looking limited. It could be a Spirit Link or a Blessing Protection or a Darkness, and they need to make sure that they decide that ahead of time. If they overlap cooldowns, it's going to be devastating for them.
Yeah, Absterge in trouble. Behind the pillar, going for a beautiful knock. Can he get fake out the interrupt? Existence, though, in the meantime, getting lightning lassoed. He pre-darkness that lightning lasso. Beautifully done by Existence. I can't believe he had that much of a heads-up play. That kept him alive there and allowed him to hold on to that trinket. Really nicely done. He's doing that with a really high ping also, so very impressive gameplay. The move has decent pressure on Existence still, but this is such a tense game. Dampening is getting higher and higher for both teams. Hammer of Justice on Absterge. He's forced to trade out the trinket in the meantime. No, VOIDGG and Peekaboo have a lot of pressure on this Demon Hunter. Existence really being tested defensively here.
All right, let's see. Mana's way in favor of Zhang, but defense on Existence is really slimmed down at the moment. KZ Fox gets swapped too, and it looks like he's not recovering just yet. Zhang is struggling. The move are starting to turn this around. They're getting momentum, and they maintain it, grappling them away with the static field into the middle of the map, stacking them up and knocking them down. Divine Shield out of the way. Astral Shift stacked on top of it. They're swapping to the Demon Hunter now. Insane pressure coming out of the move, and if they can beat them in the mirror of the Zug, it's going to be so important for them in the series. Lay on Hands comes out onto Existence. His medallion's out of the way. Zhang has no medallion. If Absterge can hold on just a little bit longer for his team, I think they're going to be able to close this out. I never could have predicted this. They're so close to the kill. Zhang needs to get there. He's got Spirit Link Totem. He's being greedy with it, and he has been greedy in the past, but now Absterge is falling behind, dying through his Astral Shift. Peekaboo protects him with the Darkness. They turned it around with the double stun. Absterge tries to get back into the Darkness, but he's stunned by KZ Fox. Existence is looking to meet him, and it's possible that both Shamans die at the same time at any second. They're swapping to Existence with the blind. He manages to stay alive. Now in prison, and he keeps staying alive. That Spirit Link Totem is their last lifeline.
Yeah, Healing Tide Totem drops. Beautifully done there. But look at Absterge. He's way behind on mana. I don't know how this is possible. Zhang has held on to so much mana, but it might not matter. Hammer of Justice comes in. Immediate Sanctuary there by KZ Fox. Insane plays. Absterge goes for the Nature Swiftness. Ancestral Guidance. His entire team is full health. The move is stabilized. Can they push Existence over? Full Lightning Lasso. Once again, Absterge making plays for his team. Sigil of Misery coming in, more crowd control. Can they take him down? Zhang has a Spirit Link Totem, but he's just being so greedy at the same time. Peekaboo's getting low. That's going to be his Netherwalk. Both Demon Hunters barely surviving here, but Existence has his Netherwalk back. He might be able to survive. He might have to trade it out early. Both Shamans running on fumes.
Oh, Link comes down from Zhang. Full Hammer Justice. Absurge trinkets instantly. Triple stun in return from the move. It's a race to the finish. Basically, both Shamans running on fumes. Existence can't keep up the chase. He's forced to Nether Walk and immune damage, but Zhang can't top him off. They're starting to flounder. Zhang into the imprisonment. He trinkets. Do they have a stun? They trade out the Blessing of Protection, but I think it's going to get removed here in a moment as they get static fielded away, but Absurge is so low. KZ Fox is trying to go for the kill, but Existence gets clotheslined by the lasso, and they're all dead. Everybody is dying in this game. I think KZ Fox will fall first. He's got Shield of Vengeance. He can't pop it. He gets stunned by Peekaboo, and the move match Zug for Zug in game 2.
Oh, WizK trading out the Divine Shield. Existence still going for it, and Absurge has no mana. Not completely over yet, but we'll see if WizK can keep him alive. He goes for the Blessing of Sanctuary. I think they're going to be able to hold on. I don't know how Zhang still has mana. How is this possible? Existence and Zhang going for the 2 versus 3, but I think Existence is going to fall here. It looks like he will. They tap out. The move. They take their composition and beat them at their own game. They're up 2-0, 1 game away from being in the finals.
Yeah, I said that I didn't think they were going to be close or evenly matched. I was wrong. They're actually just better. I guess they're just going to beat them at their own game. Oh my god. Okay, so now LaPomp, do they mirror again? Do they just play something else? Because like they're winning on mana. You're thinking that they've probably got this. They got through Peekaboo's Darkness. They got through his Netherwalk. They're getting trinkets. Absurge has been for like the last minute. It really feels like they're in the lead. And then right here is the turning point where Existence can't keep chasing Absurge and KZ Fox can't keep chasing him. And then when they can't get on the Shaman, they're kind of just floundering a little bit here in the middle, waiting to try and get back to him. And then when they finally get there, they basically have nothing. And even though they get static fielded away, it doesn't really matter. They're just stuck in the middle of the map. They're all dead. Like, Tang's 1 second away from NS. 1 second away. He gets stunned. Shield of Vengeance would have saved him here, I think. At least for a couple more seconds to get the NS. And I mean, maybe just that one global actually changes the outcome of this game because they were very close.
I really just can't believe how well the move is playing today. I mean, you can never, we always say it, you can never count this team out, but when they are dialed in, they look incredibly good. I feel like Absurge is having a field day in both of these series here today, and one of the main reasons why they are doing so well. But yeah, all 3 members of the move looking completely laser focused. They brought in a surprise composition. They win the mirror match against LaPomp. Something, I don't know, did you expect them to win the mirror match?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, me neither.
I thought the move were going to lose this team. They've been losing to these comps all season. It just felt like it was hopeless for them. I was really expecting them to not have an answer, but this is looking like a solid answer for them here. We're going to Tolvaron Arena, and LaPomp, there's a lot of questions. What are you going to do? Both of your main compositions haven't worked. You lost the mirror. They lost his Boomy DH. Boomy DH didn't look good at all. Dippy was just getting no pressure. I actually wonder what build Peekaboo and WizK were playing. If they're playing the Dispel build, because his damage was so low. It's like less than 10 mil, while everyone else was at 25 mil. I don't think they can win the matchup like that. It might be because they're playing Dispel talents. Now, you can play around it as Moonkin, though, unlike the other specs. There's a Dispel protection talent, so if they were doing that, maybe he needs to consider it. Because his damage was so low. Whereas, like, when we saw Boomy DH and a Boomy, or Rat DH in EU, I don't think the Boomy's damage was that much lower. It's obviously going to be lower, but not that much lower. So it's possible that they could change some things on the build for the Boomkin and keep playing Boomy DH. But they were going to win the mirror. If he just used his Shield of Vengeance there, I swear, he lives the stun, and then Zhang gets an NS, and then they win the game. I swear they were going to win the game. Right in that moment.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm wondering what LaPomp is going to do here. Like, is their best option just go into the mirror match? Because honestly, the move looks solid. Oh, they're going back to the Demon Hunter, so they're not confident in the mirror. They're not confident in the cleave mirror. Dippy wants to try again, and I think this is good. LaPomp, I think they realized when they had to. There was one point where KZ Fox wasn't able to play, and LaPomp realized that they could only play this composition, and they kind of rose to the occasion and realized how strong that it is. So I wonder if this is just another one of those situations where trying to put full faith in the Demon Hunter Moonkin Resto Shaman, try to just shake off what happened in game number 1 and battle it back here. But I think the move has a very well-crafted composition here.
I think it's also just the reality that they're going to have to win this matchup at some point in the series.
Yeah.
Let's say they win the mirror, they can't blind lock Red Demon Hunter. So they're basically just saying, we have to beat this matchup eventually, so we may as well just do it now. As opposed to try and run it on like an extra game before having to meet this fate. I think with a little bit of build adaptation, I think they also probably don't fight this comp very much. Like, nobody else in the competition is running this, and it's not very often you fight this on the ladder either. Although it's actually a really good ladder comp, the Demon Hunter Rep Paladin. So LePomp, if they make some adjustments, I don't think this is a completely unwinnable matchup as this composition for them. But I think it's more so they just know Ceruleum's waiting on the bench. And eventually in this series, they're going to have to win this matchup. So they're just accepting that
good point.
right now, basically.
It gives them a little bit more intel for the future as well, right? At least they get to experiment with this, see if they could play it a little bit better. Maybe it's not as bad of a matchup as they thought, and I think it's a smart line of play. But yeah, backs against the wall. LePomp 1 game away from going down to that lower bracket. On the flip side, the Move, they are 1 game away from making it into the finals, and that is a comfy position to be in, for sure. But this is such a scary tournament. I mean, LePomp gets sent down to the lower bracket. Just think about what teams are still down there. I mean, this is just going to be tomorrow is going to be absolutely insane with the amount of elimination games we have.
This is a wild tournament. I was not expecting this. I thought Liquid would beat LePomp. I thought LePomp would beat the Move. I thought VOIDGG would beat the Move. Nothing that's happened
Dead
so far
wrong
in North
about
America
everything.
is, yeah, nothing. If I was betting on any of these games, I just lost everything. I lost my house. I lost my family. It's all gone. Like, there's no way. I could not have ever expected that North America would be playing out like this. Of course, it's not over till it's over. LePomp could possibly reverse sweep this. The Boomy Demon Hunter comp has been the main comp that the Move have been struggling with all season to be able to beat. But this Ret Demon Hunter comp is looking really solid.
This is interesting. Existence playing Elysian Decree. I believe that's that ability. We haven't seen it there. So a little bit of a build adaptation maybe coming in for Existence for this one. I wonder how that's going to play out or how that's going to impact the game. We'll have to wait and see. Stun going out onto Absurge. We'll see how enabled Dippy is in this match. In the last game, he really struggled to get any kind of damage rolling. So I'm curious to see how he plays this one, if they're able to get out more pressure. Because so far, I mean, still just on the back foot.
Peekaboo down at half. Dippy sitting in the earthen wall. He's going to use the bark skin. He's not going to be as greedy with it here in game number 3, it seems. And he's got Incarnation. This is big pressure building for Dippy, but Absurge deflects it. He's got Ancestral Guidance and Healing Tide, so he's got great AoE healing. WizK in the backline killing the Healing Tide totem and then coming back into the engagement here onto Dippy. Zang's into a fear, into a stun. Dippy falls low. He's got Heart of the Wall. He's trying to go for clones. He gets shut down by Zang's Wind Shear. He goes for a clone again, and he manages to get it. Piku's out of the game. He's choosing not to Trinket. He's got no offensive cooldowns up, so he's not getting big value to Trinket out of this. So I think it's smart for him to sit it. Now he's going for the I-Beam, but he gets stunned on the I-Beam. Nice stun by Existence, disrupting his ramp. WizK gets the double freedom on the root, looking to connect. Hexes are coming through. Hex on the Ret, stun on the Shaman, and LePomp are taking the European strat of attacking the healer a little bit more here in game 3.
Yeah, and so far it's been working out, but Absurge has Existence in a Lightning Lasso totem, and they're getting aggressive here onto Dippy. WizK going for a full Blinding Light. A lot of pressure onto Dippy. He's got the bark skin and will immediately make the trade, wanting to reduce that incoming damage, looking for Cyclones to get interrupted. It might just get deleted. The Mover's so close to winning. Zhang is forced to drop out his Spirit Link totem. No Trinket, no Spirit Link totem, and this is not looking good for LePomp.
All right, how do you turn this around? It's match point. You're going to the lower bracket with sharks in the water. You got no Trinket, no Link at only the 1 minute 45 mark of this game. You still have 3 medallions, basically. WizK is going to be up at any moment at this point. You're falling behind on, well, not falling, but entirely behind on damage. You still have a decent pace of DPS here in the middle of the map, but WizK just got pulled out of the game by Zhang there with that static field. He's just sitting in the middle of the map, chilling in a root at the moment. Gets a double freedom, looking to reconnect, maybe Hammer of Justice, no Trinket. This could be the game right now. Existence is cross-stunned by Absurge, and Dippy is desperate. He's into bear form, ducking for cover, mass entangles, trying to frenzy, but he gets kicked on the clone by WizK. WizK is shutting Dippy down. Big pressure incoming. Peekaboo ducks over. Existence is trying to come back, possibly. Now he's, never mind, he's just going after Absurge. He's like, Dippy, do your thing and live, but I'm not sure if he's going to get away with it. Existence comes back in the nick of time, gets an imprison into a fear onto WizK. Fine time for Dippy to get a clone. Dippy's jumping over to attack Absurge. They're really pressuring him, but he puts the grounding totem down. He hides his Healing Tide. Existence sees it. He's moving over. Healing Tide is smacked out. Hammer of Justice down on Zhang. Still no Trinket for 18 seconds. And they're not playing reverse magic either. They're going to drop Darkness from Existence. But he's running the 5-minute cooldown version of this. It's possible that they won't see another one of that in this game.
Yeah, I think there's a really good chance of that. Absurge just behind the pillar right now, making it difficult for Dippy to connect. Lightning Lasso shutting down Existence once again. And I think Absurge has been doing a pretty good job keeping himself alive. We'll see what happens. Positioning away, but Zhang's there for the backup, gets the interrupt, and now Absurge might be in trouble. He might just drop. I might have cursed him. See if he has a Spirit Link Totem available. He's opting not to use it just yet, trying to just avoid existence at all costs, but needs help from WizK. He might have to get something here. Blessing of Protection, I don't know what. Spirit Link Totem drops down. Absurge in trouble, and LaPomp is looking a lot better. They're playing this one with confidence.
Oh my God.
Absurge could easily fall, and he does. I can't believe it. And this is what LaPomp needed to do. They needed to have confidence in this composition. They made adaptations. They really pressured Absurge here. And this is a huge difference. Absurge could not play nearly as aggressive. This game looked way better from LaPomp.
Yeah, Dippy got way more damage this game. I'm actually wondering what his build was, if he made the adaptation there, if he's running the Dying Stars or not. I can't remember the command to look at it. I don't know if you can pull it up quickly. Look at the
he is running
talents here. He's running Dying Stars. That's super important. So that's your Dispel Protection as a Boomkin. Because it's likely, yeah, I can see actually the debuff on WizK right there when he's in the Cyclone. So anytime he Judgment Dispels a dot, it's going to apply that debuff and then reapply the dot, and it does 15% more damage to the target. So you have to untalent out of Dispel Protection when you see that, or else you're giving the Boomkin a lot more damage, which is something you have to be aware of in the matchup. But they ended up killing Absurge anyways, and he's probably not going to be tanking a ton of Dispels, so the Dying Stars on Absurge is probably not going to be as big of a deal. It's more of a big of a deal on the Ret Paladin. But like here at the end, Absurge just takes so much damage. WizK's not running Spell Warding. It's just one thing that I'm noticing right here. I actually feel like a Spell Warding here. I mean, he's clone, but he runs around the corner and he's running away from Peekaboo. I think it's in that instance where he kind of needed to stay with his team. Like Peekaboo tried to get there. You know, you want to kite, you want to run and try and heal yourself up, but at that point in the game, I think he wasn't getting out of that without some help from his teammates.
Well, he was behind on mana too, and WizK did have the Blessing of Protection. I think Blessing of Protection even would have just been enough, but Absurge just gets out of line of sight. He gets stunned at a very unfortunate timing because he did have backup, but this is looking a lot better, right? I like that Dying Stars too. Like you go after Absurge, all of a sudden he can't dispel either. It becomes really awkward for him to dispel the damage over time effects because it's just going to be putting more damage onto him, and Existence is already pressuring him so heavily in the match. This is the Spirit Link Totem. Absurge is trying to get away. Dippy and Existence are all over him, and it's at this exactly he realized he needs to come back, but WizK has like a second to press the Blessing of Protection. He's out of line of sight, and then unfortunately he isn't able to find it in time, and this is really scary, right? Like this is the reason why as LaPomp you want to be able to just play this composition and win, because this is the move's only answer that we've seen so far. So if they can figure this comp out, and once again they're going to be looking unbeatable here with this.
Weird. I thought they'd go to a small map for sure. Tiger's Peak is just a safe pick, but I wonder if safe is enough. I was really expecting a small map from them. So the move edging on the side of caution here. They're probably going to do the same matchup. I mean, they died with Darkness and Bop still in their back pocket, and they got so many cooldowns early on. Like a lot of these games are going like 9 minutes, 11 minutes. The fact that you like almost get every cooldown in the first 2 minutes is a very impressive feat. So they got 1 minute and 10 seconds to really consider their options. It seems like the Ret Demon Hunter is their best shot so far as far as all the comps we've seen. If they picked RPS just to try and send one game of it, I don't think they should. Okay, no. They're just going right back into it. Demon Hunter Ret, this is probably going to be the matchup for the rest of the series, unless for some reason, you know, LaPomp's Dispel Protection talent change or some positioning change on their part makes this seem unwinnable for the move.
I wonder what adaptations we're going to see from the move for this one. Like, WizK probably not going to have the Judge Dispel anymore. That makes a lot of sense, but I don't know. Well, what do you think he could really switch to? Like, what can they do differently here? Because it does seem like Absurge is under a serious amount of pressure in these games. And if Absurge isn't able to help out with, you know, grounding totems and wind shears, it's almost an inevitability that Dippy is going to be landing cyclones and get crowd control on the Peekaboo and WizK. So it's a really tough spot to be in.
Yeah, I mean, you could pick up Spell Warding instead. I think Magic Bop is going to be a lot safer. I mean, the physical Bop, it's nice, but it's stopping like maybe 10% of all the damage that's going to be coming into Absurge. So I think trading that Dispel talent for Spell Warding is probably the first adjustment that they're going to need to make in their build. But it was smart for game number 1 to run the double Dispel build because Dippy wasn't expecting it. That's why his damage was so low. If both DPS are just dispelling your dots constantly, your damage is going to fall off a cliff. And that was really important to get a game 1 win. But now that Dippy knows he's playing that, now it becomes like a mind game of like this talent counters that. So, but if I don't run this talent, then you wasted a talent because Dying Stars is pretty much a dead talent if the Ret isn't running the Judgment Dispel.
Well, the Absurge can't dispel still. Right?
Yeah, it's. I mean, I guess it's. I think it's a lot still worse than other options like High Wind still for the healing and the damage reduction out of the clone. But it's, I guess, it's not entirely dead talent. Dippy's in stealth here. They're waiting. They stop him. They can't pull him out of stealth. They're going to start on Zhang, it seems like. But they're already on Absurge as well. Now they found Dippy, stun into the hunt. Zhang into the Hammer of Justice. Peekaboo looking to get some damage out as the Essence breaks, but he gets feared away by Existence. They actually blind the Demon Hunter. An interesting setup here from VOIDGG, trying to prevent Existence from healing them. Now Dippy's looking for clones. He gets kicked on the first cast. It's all about shutting down Dippy. He goes for another clone. Doesn't look like he was able to get it. We switched the camera there before I could see it, but now another clone. He finds that onto Peekaboo, but Absterge is just dying, man. He puts Healing Tide, but Existence kills the Healing Tide, and this is a real test for Absterge. Can he deal with Existence on his heels?
Yeah, Existence is putting out a ton of pressure here onto Absterge, already forcing out the Healing Tide totem, immediately sniping that off. And anytime Absterge gets in line of sight of Dippy, Dippy's just going to be loading him up with Sunfire, Moonfire, landing Star Surges. Absterge is in a full stun, taking a huge hit of damage. Needs to be careful getting in line of sight here from VOIDGG. Doesn't look like he's going to trade out the Sacrifice. He actually does use the Sacrifice on Absterge to reduce incoming damage. Absterge is looking like he's going to be able to hold on, but this just looks like an entirely different game. With Existence's training Absterge, it changes the dynamic of the matchup entirely.
Yeah, he's not getting cleaved. He gets tons of pressure. I really like his Demon Hunter Boomkin. Demon Hunter just trains the healer against melee cleaves. He takes 0 damage, and he keeps so much pressure while the Moonkin can get clones and blast and kite and root the DPS. And you win the 1v1, and you win the 2v2 that you're effectively creating, right? It becomes a 1v1 between Existence and Absterge. Existence wins that 1v1. In a 2v2 of Boomkin Shaman versus Ret Demon Hunter, Boomkin Shaman wins that. So you've got them in a checkmate position that they're inevitably going to lose if they keep that positioning. Double stun. Zhang pulls Absterge off the pillar for Dippy to blast him down with some Star Surges here. He's fully loaded on Astral Power, but he's not going for it at the moment. He's still just trying to kite. Dippy's playing a little bit afraid, but he gets a bash onto the Demon Hunter, pulling him into the back of the room. They're going to stun Dippy and deny his damage. Existence is finally out of the root. Big damage incoming here onto Dippy with that eye beam from Peekaboo. He's eyeing victory at the moment, but Existence comes back, imprisons them, denying a lot of the damage from that demonic meta. They Cyclone VOIDGG. Dippy's on the run again with the Wild Charge, repositioning away from the Ret Paladin. And Dippy might just play a game of running on the outside of the map at this point and try and run laps away while Existence creates pressure for the team.
Yeah, and Zhang's able to get out hexes that it's really difficult for Absterge to actually dispel. Peekaboo's going to get out of line of sight just for a moment here. Dippy has a lot of damage available with his Incarnation. He's getting the pressure rolling onto all 3 members of the move. Absterge behind the pillar with VOIDGG. VOIDGG just kind of coming back and trying to peel Existence, but what happens when you do this is Existence can just kill everybody. So I really don't know what the plan here is for the move. They're up 2-0 in this matchup. LaPomp looking like they might be able to tie it up here, but we'll have to wait and see. Right now, the move is looking to get aggressive. They're going to be targeting Dippy and continuing this damage onto the Balance Druid. Zhang in the backline, though, seems like he's going to be able to heal through the pressure so far, getting a Lightning Lasso on Peekaboo, slowing him down. And I love this, exactly what you talked about. You have a 2v2 with VOIDGG and Peekaboo versus Dippy and Zhang. And it seems like Zhang and Dippy are winning that 2v2 for the time being. Finally, Dippy taking a little bit of pressure, looking for Cyclones once again. It gets interrupted into an interrupt, but is he playing the Moon and Stars talent for reduction of interrupts? I think he is.
I have to see if the circle goes out down on the ground again. We bounced around the corner here. Absterge lasso, though.
Yeah, he's playing it.
But Existence is out. Big damage from Existence. He gets out of that root instantly. Absterge was really relying on that Earth Grab. Now he's got Earthen Wall down, but he's still dying through Earthen Wall Totem as Existence is constantly on his back, feeling tons of pressure and draining his mana bar fast. Dippy's got Innervate up, but they stun Zhang on the Innervate. This is well timed. They're actually swapping to Zhang. I do think if they make this a Shaman race, that they can win that race. I feel like Ret Demon Hunter can do so much damage, but really only if Absterge can help with Dippy. He's got a ground and sheer clones with the Demon Hunter on his back if they want to make it a Shaman race. Absterge is looking for a Hex out of the stun. He's got good CC on the Demon Hunter, taking him out of the match here for a few moments, buying him time to fully recover. He's falling behind on mana, and I really think they're going to have to make a big decision quick. Otherwise, we might be going to a Game 5.
So you let me know what you think about this. VOIDGG is still playing Judgments of the Pure, and Dippy unspec'd from that talent.
So he lost the mind game. It's literally an honor talent mind game to try and not lose value. So Dippy's damage is going to be a lot lower this game. It's very hard to play without that into the Judgment Dispel, but he's actually just killing Absterge. He doesn't care. He solar beams him uncasted. We might be going to a Game 5. He's almost dead. Peekaboo saves him with the darkness in the nick of time. He's got Healing Tide down. He procs an Ascendance. He moves the Healing Tide, but not too far away. Existence can kill that Healing Tide. Dodges the cap stun. Ducks right back onto Absterge. Double stun from Peekaboo. Good punish on Zhang and Dippy's positioning here by Peekaboo as he is ramping up, but Dippy finds a clone. No trinket. Existence is going for I-Beam. He gets rooted behind the pillar. Doesn't look like he's got a way out of it, so Absterge is positioning here really well away from the Demon Hunter. Existence manages to grapple around the corner almost immediately with the Fell Blade. He gets static fielded by Absterge. He kills that. Looking to reconnect. Dippy on the run in the 2v2 on the balcony side of the map. Basically, Zhang and Dippy versus Peekaboo and WizK, and Existence against Absturge as to who can kite better in this type of situation. You don't see this kind of split push from each team very often. Absturge has Existence in a stun, and Dippy is actually falling behind. They're losing the 2v2. Absturge is coming into the mix as well to add some interrupts. And Existence, the DC back there? No, he got rooted back there. Now he's finally coming back into the game and trying to help out with an fell eruption onto Peekaboo, but Dippy gets sheared by Absturge. He's running across the map again. They get a root on the DPS. Zhang looking for a Hex on the Dispel, but he actually gets kicked. Big swap onto Zhang on match point. Is he going to die? Dippy's trying to support with the regrowth, looking for a Cyclone, but he's got to fake the kicks. It's so much pressure on Dippy right now. He gets the Cyclone. Peekaboo's out of the game, but he's still just dying at the moment. WizK is smacking Dippy around. He bark skins. He bolsters his defense, and he manages to recover alongside Zhang. Absturge is just holding on at this point. His mana is almost completely drained.
Yeah, this is looking like a scary game. Zhang burning through a lot of mana too. Dampening is getting higher and higher. It's going to be difficult for Dippy to survive. He needs to find the Cyclones. He does. Fakes out the interrupt. Gets a full Cyclone on WizK. Absturge is there to back him up, but this allows Dippy to actually get some damage rolling. He's fully stunned. Absturge in trouble. Can they keep him alive? He's out of line of sight right now. At the same time, Dippy is getting low. Hunt comes in from Peekaboo, trying to get the damage rolling. Shadow Meld from Dippy on that Hunt to immune the damage. He's in bear form right now, doing what he can to survive, but it is overwhelming. A ton of pressure coming in. He fakes the interrupt once again. Where's the Cyclone? He's got precog, but just can't afford to leave bear form. Darkness comes down from Existence to back up his team. Here's the Incarnation, and Dippy's looking to get crazy, Sid.
Oh, he's got full dots on Absturge, but there's a Healing Tide totem down somewhere. Absturge hid the Healing Tide. He got some big value there. The only thing really keeping him alive for now, but they're still on his heels. They Cyclone WizK. They're going after Peekaboo. Peekaboo lands the kick. They go for the lasso. Is Peekaboo going to die? It's so much damage. He gets Sanctuary, but Absturge is dying at the same time. It could be a double kill for LaPomp. They're so close to it. Absturge is trying to get back to his team. He needs a Spirit Link totem. He needs his teammates right now. He's trying to get back in the mix, but at the same time, Dippy is almost dead. Absturge is there. Double blind from WizK. Isolating Dippy. He tries to Typhoon. He root beams the Shaman. He's trying to get distance. He kicked Absturge on cast. Can Dippy survive? There's no Spirit Link. Zhang actually just dropped it, with the trinket, but he's dying through it. It doesn't even look like it matters. The move. This is a completely different team moving into the North American Finals. Absturge gets low. He drops down his link. The entire team is getting cleaved down by Existence. They're gunning for a triple kill against the move. And they're so close to it. Nature Swiftness comes out. Peekaboo. He's got cooldowns. Just Darkness. It's the end of the road here for one of these teams. There is no coming back from this.
Oh, Dippy's low. It looks like he will fall. Zhang pulls off a miracle. Dippy's on the run somehow. Can they do it? Dippy might stay alive. They're going after Peekaboo. Peekaboo is in hot pursuit, and it looks like Dippy will fall. Let's see if Existence and Zhang decide to go for the 2 versus 3. I think the move is going to be able to recover in this situation. We'll have to wait and see. Zhang immediately tapping out, just instantaneously tapping out of that, and that means the move. They are going to the finals, and LaPomp is sent to the lower bracket. I can't believe it.
Oh my god. Okay, that's the move, baby, I suppose. With a week of practice, we go from one-tricking RPS, hating every Moonkin team, to pulling out Ret Demon Hunter in the Grand Finals, getting through with their RPS against VOIDGG, and then getting through what I would consider their strongest opponent, LaPomp, confidently here in this series as Ret Demon Hunter, and now looking like the most dominant team in North America. So this week of practice paid off immensely for them as a team, because stylistically, we don't see the move playing these Zug comps very often. So that the fact that they could win a mirror with this and win the matchup that they were trying to get is very impressive from their team. They're going to be way more flexible, way more versatile as a roster overall.
I mean, this is such a close call. Absturge pulling off some miracles here. Look at Peekaboo. He's so incredibly low on health. He nether walks just a little bit of damage, but just continues the push, gets the Hunt on Dippy, and that's going to give him some leech healing, allow him to confidently, well, semi-confidently make a push here onto Dippy, and eventually just completely overwhelm. And I mean, I kind of wonder how much of this came down to just not having that talent against WizK, because that seemed like a really important part of their offense.
Yeah, he did. He thought that WizK would spec out of it so that he could then spec out of it, because you lose like quite a bit of value if the other team's not running the Dispel talent, and that's definitely was a huge deal in terms of Dippy's overall damage. But I don't, were they really that close to killing WizK?
It might have been more like
maybe, yeah. I mean, it's going to probably increase his DPS by, I don't even know how much what the percent is for that, like at least 5 or 10%. Damage increase running the Dispel protection, and I mean, he's gonna know that for next time. But now he's in the lower bracket. Like, they beat Liquid, but it was really close against Liquid. VOIDGG is looking like a confident team as well in the competition. So by no means are they going to get a free second chance against the Move in the Grand Finals.
Whew, no, certainly not. And the Move, just, I mean, in such a good spot right now. I feel like I wish I could go change my prediction because this team has completely defied all expectations. I would love to talk with them and just see what's been going on with them this week, because you can tell that they put so much effort into this weekend, and it's certainly paid off for them. Here are the predictions. Lithi believed in them the whole time, first place. Then you had them as second place, but I feel like this could be it for them, Super Tees. I feel like they could win this whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, they have the comps and they have the counters with Ceralium just as a pocket pick as a mage for the double melee. I mean, that was why LaPomp couldn't play a double melee, is because Ceralium's just sitting on the bench like, yo, I got Glacial Spike, bro. You want to come at me? Like they had to win the matchup as Boomkin Demon Hunter, and that talent I think was a huge deal. So Dippy will likely make that adaptation in the future. It can be hard to remember that because like sometimes you forget like Rets can do that or do that against Boomkin. It happens to me in Shuffle. I'll fight a Ret and I'll be, oh my god, he's running the Dispel thing. I can't win this round. Like, and then you change it and it's like, okay, this is a different ball game. I can win. So it's one of those like little minor tweaks that you don't notice or remember at the last second. It can definitely cost you a game.
Yeah, certainly can. Well, I mean, they're certainly going to be walking into Championship Sunday with quite a lot of confidence, having beat some of the most difficult teams in North America. Now they're finding themselves at the top of the ladder right now for NA as we head into Championship Sunday. We also played EU games earlier on. I'm excited for that region as well. We have Echo right now in the EU finals waiting for an opponent from them. The first match we've got over there is Lava Lava, StreamerZone.gg. We're going to see Chibaku Tensei a little bit. I can't wait, Ven. I don't know how you're feeling about tomorrow's games, but I mean, this is going to be the last time that we're going to see some of these teams in Dragonflight, and I feel like it's going to be just such a perfect way to end the season, the year, the expansion, really.
I mean, I really, just going into today, yeah, my expectations were high, but they were blown away. Like, I feel like all of these teams are leveling up here. Exactly what, like you said, right? This is their last opportunity to actually claim a win. This is where most of the prize money is. This is where most of the pride is, and the teams certainly came prepared. It was just an amazing day of games.
Yeah, I mean, look at the whole year, right? Like, this is what they've been playing through. They started in Cup 1, Cup 2, mid-season clash, the gauntlet for that, then Cup 3, Cup 4, the gauntlet for this, and now we're moving into the last day of this year's program between Season 3 and Season 4. It's been a wild year. The teams have had to adapt, overcome, or just make it work with what they've got in some cases as well. And the Move as a roster has just expanded so much. They're still the classic RPS that you always know and love, but they got a couple tricks now, and the tricks got them past what I would consider their hardest opponent today.
Yeah, most certainly. And you can bet that if today's games are indicative of how tomorrow is going to go, you guys definitely don't want to miss this. The entire expansion has been leading up to this very moment for these teams. We're going to be crowning our North American and our European champions. Should definitely be seeing us tomorrow. We're going to be here, twitch.tv/Warcraft. We're also on YouTube. See everyone tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CEST. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.